Chapter 1847. Although He Tian's secret art of returning truth hadn't been cultivated to perfection, it was enough to break apart the void of the world, returning a part of the void to primal chaos. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. Each secret was an undefeatable supreme immortal art. They were the 9 ultimate powers derived from the supreme Tao ancestor. He Tian cultivated the immortal Tao. Although his immortal Tao was different from others and he walked his own path, the general direction remained the same. Rumble, the heaven transformation seal descended from the sky, becoming smaller and smaller. The Tao runes on it dimmed and gradually disappeared into the seal. The power of the seal was converging. How is this possible? Only now did the immeasurable old man panic. The opponent seemed to be using some kind of secret art. This secret art could actually resonate with the heaven transformation seal. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven transformation seal actually broke free from the immeasurable old man's control. He Tian extended his hand and directly grabbed the seal. The power of the immortal Tao surged in his hand, suppressing the seal in his hand. A half-sage could actually suppress a sacred weapon. This was simply a miracle. Everyone couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The mysterious woman's eyes flickered when she saw this. She seemed to have noticed something, but she didn't say anything. The immeasurable old man was dumbfounded. A sacred weapon of his sect was so easily taken away by the opponent. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Many thanks. An evil smile appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at the immeasurable old man. The immeasurable old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This guy was still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of him. The immeasurable old man almost wanted to rush up and fight with He Tian. However, he hadn't completely lost his rationality. Rushing up now was no different from suicide. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even Xian Tong kept his soaring serpent whip, fearing that it would also be taken away by He Tian. Everyone was cautious as they quietly watched He Tian. In fact, He Tian knew very well that he was lucky. The ancient sage who refined this seal seemed to have obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. The power of the immortal Tao contained within the heaven transformation seal was precisely the power of the incomplete secret art of returning to truth. Soon, the ancient seal in He Tian's hand quietened down and turned into a green jade seal the size of an adult's fist. When the immeasurable old man saw this scene, his eyes turned red. He knew that his sect's sacred artifact had already been completely suppressed by his opponent. This meant that he had lost the ancient seal. I will kill you. This time, the immeasurable old man could no longer endure it. He was very clear what losing this ancient seal meant. Even if he returned to the sect, only death would await him. Boom! The immeasurable old man's entire body radiated with boundless divine light. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation gushed out from his body as he pounced towards He Tian. His white hair danced wildly in the wind and his face was incomparably malevolent. Just like that, he pounced over, using his most powerful killer move. Moreover, he didn't defend himself at all. All of his moves were for the sake of his life. Transform. He Tian used the secret art of returning truth to activate the ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal immediately came to life and a wave of heaven transformation seal surged forth, dispersing all of the immeasurable old man's attacks. How is this possible? The immeasurable old man was on the verge of going crazy. He attacked with all his might as boundless destructive divine light gushed out from his hands, piercing towards He Tian below. However, the heaven transformation seal's power enveloped He Tian within. At this moment, He Tian was simply invulnerable to all attacks. All attacks could be dispelled. Enough. He Tian made his move. A nearly invisible sword light flew out from his body. It pierced through the layer of heaven transformation seal's power and shot towards the immeasurable old man who was crazily attacking him. Just as the invisible sword light was about to strike the immeasurable old man, a figure suddenly appeared behind the immeasurable old man. He grabbed the immeasurable old man by his collar and flung him away. At the same time that the person flung the immeasurable old man away, he stretched out his left hand and flicked the invisible sword light away. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. From grabbing the immeasurable old man, to flinging him away, to flicking the invisible sword light away, all of these actions were completed in an instant. It could be said to be extremely fast. Boss, He Tian didn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to save this old man. The person who acted could only be Gu Fei. Because among everyone present, only Gu Fei had such cultivation and strength. No one else could do so. Only he could easily capture the immeasurable old man and flick away He Tian's invisible sword light. This person doesn't deserve to die, Gu Fei said. This immeasurable old man's lineage actually obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the secret art of returning truth. This could also be considered a form of fate. He Tian retracted his invisible sword. After thinking for a moment, he no longer acted. At this moment, heavy footsteps rang out in the surroundings. The battle between He Tian and the immeasurable old man had caused quite a commotion. It had long alarmed the stone men in the city. Roar! Dull roars rang out in the surroundings as a heaven-shaking aura constantly erupted. This time, the stone men that appeared seemed to be even stronger than before. Everyone was incomparably nervous. This place wasn't far from the center of the ancient city. The stone men that appeared here would definitely be very difficult to deal with. Bang! Everyone stared at the corner of the street. As the heavy footsteps rang out, a figure appeared at the end of the street. It was a stoneman that was a head taller than the average stoneman. Moreover, the stoneman was clad in thick armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. This was a general among the stone men. A heaven-shaking killing intent emanated from the general. It was as if a general who had experienced many battles had appeared before everyone's eyes. Trespassers shall die. A divine will rippled out from the general's body as a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. At the same time, 2 rays of green light shot out from the general's eyes, sweeping through everyone. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This general actually had its own consciousness. This was bad. At this moment, more stone men stood out from the corner of the street. Very soon, there were over 100 stone men standing behind the general. Every single one of them had a powerful baleful aura coiling around them. Gu Fei couldn't be more familiar with this baleful aura. This was a baleful aura that could only be condensed after killing many living beings. In other words, these stone men had killed many living beings in the past. Is this a soldier left behind by the ancient sages? Chapter 1848. The stone general was incomparably powerful, as if a true saint had descended. Moreover, the corpse general that appeared at the corner of the street was different from the other golems. This stone general had its own consciousness. This was not a good thing. Kill. Without saying anything else, the stone general led hundreds of golems and charged at Gu Fei's group. A powerful aura surged forth, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. Everyone's expression changed at this scene. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime suddenly came from the sky. A man and a sword appeared above the stone general. Then, a golden sword ray descended from the sky and slashed at the stone general. It's him. He Tian was startled at the sight of the man. The man standing on the golden sword was the tall and skinny middle-aged man from the heavenly rapier sect. His cultivation was also astonishing. He had actually recovered so quickly. Clang! The stone general raised the bronze spear in his hand and collided with the golden sword ray that swept down from the sky. The golden sword ray shattered and turned into millions of golden rays, dissipating in the air. What? The sword spirit was shocked. The stone general was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. One should know that the sword ray from the golden saint dragon was easily blocked by the stone general. The sword spirit is out of luck. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. Her face was covered by a silk scarf embroidered with a divine phoenix. No one could see her true appearance. The sword spirit was one of the 10 sword emperors of the heavenly rapier sect. This time, he had brought the golden saint dragon with him. Previously, he had worked with the other 6 half-saints to revive the golden saint dragon and break the ancient city's formation, allowing everyone to enter the ancient city. Swoosh! At this moment, the stone general on the ground stabbed at the sword spirit in the sky with his bronze spear. A powerful force spread in all directions. This was the power of a saint. Boom! With a loud bang, sword spirit's son was sent flying thousands of meters away along with his sword. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If not for the golden saint dragon sword blocking most of the power of Shi Zhang's attack, he would have been smashed into pieces. So strong. Everyone's hearts pounded when they saw this. The power the stone general was displaying was too great. This was practically a saint taking action. Xian Tong immediately turned around and left. Such an existence wasn't something he could contend against. If he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. Those who could become half-sages had lived for countless years and were extremely astute. Even their eyelashes were blank. When they saw that the situation was bad, some of them tried to flee. Kill! The stone general led over 100 stone golems and charged towards Gu Fei's group like a flood. Under the stone general's lead, the 100 stone golems all emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Roar! At this moment, a person appeared from the corner of the street behind Shi Zhang. This person roared loudly and directly rushed into the sky. Then, he swung the halberd in his hand and used all his strength to smash it down on Shi Zhang's head. It's Qiu Wuqing. He's here too. Even He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw that someone was attacking Stone General. However, he was even more shocked when he saw that it was Qiu Wuqing who was attacking. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Stone General held the bronze spear with both hands and raised it up, blocking the black halberd that was smashing down. What? Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his opponent was able to withstand his attack. His god-fiend body was extremely strong. Even if there was an ancient sacred mountain below him, it would probably be smashed into pieces by this attack. However, this fierce attack was blocked by his opponent. A strong rebounding force came from the halberd, causing his hands to feel a little numb. The Stone General actually didn't feel good either. If one looked closely, one could see that there were extremely fine cracks on his arms. However, these cracks didn't appear for long and disappeared very quickly. In this attack, neither side gained any advantage. Humph! The Stone General suddenly raised his head. 2 powerful rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced towards Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing hurriedly flew backwards and avoided the 2 rays of divine light shot out from the Stone General's eyes. In an instant, he retreated thousands of feet away. His movements were so fast that few could catch up to him. This Stone General is very strong, the mysterious woman said. Qiu Wuqing had the god-fiend body. Needless to say, his physical body was strong. There really weren't many people who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Kill! The Stone General held the bronze spear in his hand and rushed towards Qiu Wuqing. However, the direction of the hundreds of Stone General didn't change. They continued to rush towards Gu Fei and the others. Although there were only hundreds of Stone General, it gave people the feeling that there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved. In a flash, he had already rushed into the crowd of stone general. Bang! The head of the first stone general was blown up by Gu Fei's punch. Boom! Immediately after, Gu Fei swept his right leg and broke the waists of the two stone general that came from behind him. In an instant, he had crippled 3 stone general. Gu Fei was really strong to the point that it made people's hearts tremble. Close combat was the strength of warriors. In a fight, as long as warriors got close to one's body, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, in ancient times, when other cultivators fought with warriors, they didn't dare to let their opponents get close to them. At this time, Gu Fei was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He used both his hands and feet and constantly smashed stone general under his fists. Most of the stone general that was kicked by him were also kicked into pieces. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei had crippled this group of over 100 stone men, and the streets were littered with shattered stones. Seeing this scene, even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was indeed worthy of being a successor of the martial Dao. His combat strength was so strong that it was simply unheard of. Is this person really only a half-step saint? On top of a building far away from the ancient city, a young man was watching the development of the situation coldly. This person was Long Bidao, who had escaped from the hands of Gu Fei and He Tian. No one knew when Long Bidao had already sneaked into the ancient city. In the other directions of the ancient city, there were also half-step saints watching. Gu Fei's combat strength was displayed, which made everyone afraid of Gu Fei. At this time, the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the Stone General was also continuing. Chapter 1849. Boom! Qiu Wuqing displayed his god-fiend physique and battled with the Stoneman General in the sky above the ancient city. Powerful waves spread in all directions, making one's heart palpitate. The god-fiend physique was extremely powerful. The power of divinity and demonic intertwined on Qiu Wuqing's body and achieved a wonderful balance. The two different powers clashed with each other, raising the combat power of the god-fiend physique to a terrifying level. Only those who possessed the god-fiend physique could control the power of divinity and demonic, because the god-fiend physique was naturally close to these two powers. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to withstand the two completely different powers appearing in his body at the same time. No one dared to try this. This Qiu Wuqing is indeed someone who has the strength to challenge Gu Fei. The combat power that Qiu Wuqing displayed was too shocking. He could fight with a Stoneman General without rest. Although he was forced to retreat, he did not show any signs of losing. At this moment, the combat power that Gu Fei displayed was even more shocking. He did not make a move, but once he did, it was definitely a thunderous blow. Boom! With a dull sound, a powerful destructive force exploded in the middle of the dozen stone men. The dozen stone men were instantly sent flying into the sky like kites with broken strings. Bang! 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 The stone men that were sent flying into the sky by the unparalleled fist force exploded one by one. Even if they had Saint King level Dao patterns, it was useless. When these stone men were refined, they were only given the combat power of a demi-saint. It should be known that even a Saint King could not refine a stoneman soldier that had the combat power of a saint. Haha, the boss is mighty. He Tian laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more advantageous it was for them. In the world of cultivation, the one with the harder fist could dictate everything, including the life and death of the other party. The mysterious woman did not say anything. There were many people watching nearby, and some were fighting with the stone men. The ancient city that had been silent for countless years was completely broken by Gu Fei and the others. For countless years, there was really no one who could attack this ancient city. Not even the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The ancestor did not have a saint ruler's weapon, nor was he a saint ruler. It was impossible for him to break through the formation around the ancient city and attack it. Otherwise, the world would have probably been taken away by the ancestor of the divine mountain long ago. In just a few breaths of time, over 100 stone golems had been smashed to pieces by Gu Fei. The entire street was covered in stones. This kind of combat power was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Bang! At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the Stoneman General were still fighting. Boom! Clang! The battle was extremely intense, and the two great experts clashed continuously. Especially on Qiu Wuqing's body, there were divine patterns and demonic patterns intertwining, and the power of the god-devil body was overwhelming. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand continued to shatter the void and collided with the bronze battle spear in the Stoneman General's hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared and then dissipated. Gu Fei stood on the deserted street and looked up. With just a glance, he knew that Qiu Wuqing would not lose, but it would be very difficult for him to win. The Stoneman General's body contained a strand of divine thought. It was unknown whether this strand of divine thought was derived from the Stoneman General itself or a remnant thought left by the ancient sages on the Stoneman General. However, because of the existence of this remnant thought, the Stoneman General's combat power was raised to a level that was infinitely close to that of a sage. When one's cultivation reached the level of a saint ruler, one's divine thought could be divided into millions. This kind of technique was not a difficult thing to do. Kill. The Stoneman General's combat power was shocking. The bronze battle spear in its hand emitted a shocking power that shook the heavens and the earth. Even Qiu Wuqing was constantly forced to retreat. Gu Fei did not plan to help Qiu Wuqing, because Qiu Wuqing did not ask him to help. Heavy footsteps could be heard. It seemed as though all the stone men in the entire ancient city were gathering towards the area where Gu Fei and the others were at. In the dim sky and earth, a few powerful figures appeared. They were 3 Stoneman General. 3 extremely horrifying auras spread from the 3 Stoneman General, shocking the surroundings. There are still 3 powerful stone men. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they felt the 3 powerful auras. A single Stoneman General was able to resist an existence like Qiu Wuqing. Now that the 3 Stoneman Generals were here, even Gu Fei might be able to stop them. However, the 3 Stoneman Generals did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded the crowd in a triangular formation. Behind each Stoneman General stood many stone men. This was a combat power that could make a demisage shudder. The ancient sage was indeed generous. He had actually refined so many stone men and 4 Stoneman Generals. The Stoneman General was an existence that was infinitely close to a sage. Swoosh! Gu Fei glanced at the 3 Stoneman Generals before he took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. He did not want to drag things out. As long as he could get his hands on the item in the depths of the ancient city, everything would be settled. However, at the moment when Gu Fei moved, the 3 Stoneman Generals also moved. The 3 Stoneman Generals were extremely powerful. As they moved rapidly in the void, they left behind afterimages wherever they passed. So fast. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they saw this. The combat power of the Stoneman Generals was much stronger than they had imagined. The 3 Stoneman Generals chased after Gu Fei and attacked when they were thousands of feet away from Gu Fei. Boom! A towering flame burst out from one of the Stoneman Generals. Countless blazing Dao patterns appeared on the Stoneman General's body. The Stoneman General seemed to have turned into a fire god. The dazzling flame lit up the dark sky. Clang! Another Stoneman General also attacked. The stone sword in his hand emitted sword light that was thousands of feet long, forming a dense sword net that enveloped Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. At the same time, he threw a punch upwards, directly blasting a big hole in the sword light that enveloped him. At this moment, a silhouette flashed in front of Gu Fei. A stoneman general had already blocked in front of him. Scram! Gu Fei roared furiously. He swung his fist and smashed it forward. The powerful force caused space to collapse, and then it shattered, transforming into a destructive force that rushed forward. Roar! The stoneman general in front of Gu Fei also roared. He did not dodge and punched towards Gu Fei's fist. On the stoneman's fist, there were Dao patterns appearing. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists collided in an instant. A powerful ripple of energy spread from their fists, forcing the other two stoneman warriors to retreat. Chapter 1850. How could this be? The stoneman general looked at his right fist and sent out a series of ripples through his consciousness. His right fist was densely filled with hair-thin cracks. To think that his incredibly strong stone body would be shattered. And the other party was just a mere half-sage. This was something that the stoneman general could not comprehend. How could a mere half-sage possess such a fighting strength? The stoneman general was different from the other ordinary stone men. The stoneman general had its own independent thoughts, and could judge the situation and react accordingly. This wasn't something that ordinary stone men could compare with. Your fist is pretty tough. To think that it wouldn't be shattered by me. Looking at the stoneman general, Gu Fei's lips curled into a grin. This was a pretty decent opponent. An opponent as such was going to be his whetstone. You! The stoneman general was both shocked and enraged. To think that the other party would dare to look down on him. Damn it! A chilling killing intent spread out from the body of the stoneman general. The stoneman general's killing intent towards Gu Fei was unprecedentedly strong. He was bent on killing this human before him. Shing! Just then, another stoneman general wielding a stone sword rushed over. An infinite sword beam burst forth from the stone sword, tearing through the void as it slashed out at Gu Fei. This! Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. To think that this stoneman general was displaying an offensive skill of the sword cultivator lineage. The sword chi was boundless, causing the temperature of the surrounding void to plunge rapidly. If that's the case, I'll break it with a single punch. Gu Fei's might was unparalleled. His head of black hair fluttered without any wind as he punched out. Even though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the feeling it gave off was different from the rest of the world. Bam! The void vibrated. That terrifying sword beam that was rushing over was dissipated by that single punch. This was a punch that was so strong that it could cause one to feel despair. Boom! As though the god of fire had descended onto the world, the third stoneman general rushed over. On the body of the stoneman general, a series of fire patterns appeared. A torrential amount of god flames burst forth from the body of the stoneman general, covering the entire sky as it burned towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly struck out with the water element fist of the five-element fist. Immediately, a series of shocking sounds that sounded like the raging sea and surging waves resounded in the void. A water-blue fist force surged out from his fist. It was as if it had really attracted a Milky Way, and it rushed towards the fire that was sweeping towards him. When the overwhelming fire encountered Gu Fei's water element fist, it was completely dispersed by Gu Fei's water element fist force. Water and fire were incompatible. Gu Fei's fist force just happened to restrain the fire element stoneman general's divine fire. What, that fiery stone being general was beyond astounded. Was this human truly a half-saint? This sort of combat strength was definitely not something that a half-saint could possess. The three golem warriors had no choice but to fight Gu Fei together. Even though Gu Fei was extremely strong and was known to be invincible within the same cultivation state, he did not dare to be careless against these three golem warriors. After all, these three golem warriors were war puppets that were crafted by the ancient saint kings. These three golem warriors had their own unique skills. They were the fiery general, the Herculean general, and the god sword general respectively. The Herculean general had a pair of stone arms that were filled with Tao patterns. These were arms that could even match up to a holy weapon, possessing an unparalleled amount of strength. The attacks of the Herculean general were simple and direct. A single punch of his was enough to destroy the void. This sort of supreme strength was something that only Gu Fei's half-saint martial body could contend against. Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious as he clashed with the Herculean general repeatedly. With his immense strength, he forced the Herculean general to retreat. As for the fiery general and the god sword general, they struck out with their strongest attacks at Gu Fei while Gu Fei was clashing with the Herculean general. Their terrifying strength rippled out in all directions. The mysterious woman, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to retreat far away. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as divine light shot out from his eyes. He instantly appeared in front of the Herculean general and fiercely clashed with his fists. At the same time, a stone sword pierced toward the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely fast, and he could only tilt his head to avoid the fatal spot between his eyebrows. The stone sword pierced through his forehead and cut off a lock of hair in front of his forehead. The fiery general also attacked with all his strength. Great flames burned the sky. Within the monstrous divine fire, a fire dragon rushed out and attempted to devour Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched the fire dragon and shattered it. However, he himself was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the powerful strength contained within the fire dragon. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei could not gain any advantage against 3 golem warriors who were infinitely close to the holy weapon realm. Good. What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. The stronger the golem warrior was, the stronger Gu Fei's battle intent was. His battle intent was like a rainbow. After stopping his retreat, he immediately rushed over again. The battle continued. The 3 golem warriors fought against Gu Fei. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. At this moment, the stone golems that were gathering from all directions finally managed to surround Erebus and the others. There were simply too many stone golems in this ancient city. In the dusky world, a few people were running for their lives. Behind them was a group of stone golems. These stone golems were all battle tools. The ancient sage had only given these stone golems the simplest order, and that was to kill all living beings that intruded into the ancient city. Pfft! A mist of blood suddenly appeared. A golem behind a golem caught up to a cultivator who was running for his life. His physical body exploded. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even someone as strong as a half-sage could only run for his life when facing a group of golems whose battle strength was comparable to a sage to be. There were cultivators fighting with the golems in other areas of the ancient city. Half-sages were constantly being killed by the golems. The most powerful golem warriors were attracted by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. Otherwise, these half-sages who intruded into the ancient city would be in big trouble. At this time, Erebus and the mysterious woman were also fighting the stone golems that were coming from all directions. Buzz! The void trembled. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow in her hand and shot out divine fire arrows. These were divine arrows that contained the power of the great Tao. Every arrow could penetrate a golem. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was a divine weapon. The divine arrows shot by this divine bow were shockingly powerful. In just a short while, more than 10 golems were pierced by the divine arrows shot by the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. Meanwhile, He Tian directly took out a killing array and trapped a group of golems in it. The others did not have the cultivation and strength of He Tian and the mysterious woman. Therefore, they began to run for their lives. The immeasurable old man was really unlucky. His heaven transformation seal had been taken away by He Tian. At this time, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 golems. He did not even have the chance to escape. Without any suspense, the immeasurable old man was killed by those 5 golems. Chapter 1851. Killing Chi soared into the sky and the dusky sky and the dusky ancient city. Countless stone golems walked out and surrounded the surviving half-sages in the city. Battles continued. Many stone men shot into the sky and intercepted the fleeing half-saints. At this moment, these half-saints who'd entered the ancient city could be said to have no way out, so they could only charge towards the city gates. The city gate was the only way out. Many people had already given up on the item in the center of the city. Nothing was more important than their own lives. One had to know that there would be nothing left if they died. Roar! In a corner of the city, an old man was roaring at the sky. In front of him was a stoneman with its head blown off. However, the air was filled with the smell of blood. It turned out that there was a big hole in the old man's chest. His internal organs were flowing out, but this wasn't a fatal wound. The fatal thing was that there was a bloody hole on the old man's forehead. This old man was one of the 12 half-saints invited by Long. However, he was already at the end of his life and could die at any time. I'm not willing. Specks of spiritual light floated out from the bloody hole on the old man's forehead. Then, the old man's eyes became dim and lifeless. The old man slowly fell to the corner of the wall, dead. Stone men didn't have any breath of life, but the half-saints in the city had a powerful breath of life. Someone sensed that another breath of life had disappeared. Die. The more you die, the better it is for me. In the dark street, a figure walked in the darkness like a ghost, without a sound or presence, not even a trace of aura was emitted. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei was fighting against the 3 stone men. His aura was vast and mighty, piercing holes in the sky and earth. Powerful forces continuously collided and the 3 stoneman generals were forced back from time to time. But this time, Gu Fei found it difficult to blast the 3 stoneman generals apart. Because of the 3 stone men working together, the other 2 would go all out to save one when one of them was in danger. This made Gu Fei have no choice but to deal with them seriously. Another person has fallen. Gu Fei suddenly sensed the disappearance of a life aura. At his level of cultivation, the sensitivity of his senses was far beyond the reach of others. He could sense how many life auras there were in the entire ancient city. Of course, he couldn't sense those who were deliberately hiding their tracks. In addition to the half-saints invited by Long, there were also other creatures that entered the ancient city. The ground was the world of fierce beasts. Among these ferocious beasts, there were extremely powerful beast kings. These beast kings did not want to be trapped in this world forever. After all, the world outside was much more exciting than the world refined by the sage. The bloodlines of these ancient beasts all had inheritances left behind by their ancestors. As long as these beasts were powerful to a certain extent, they would be able to obtain these inheritances. These ferocious beasts also knew that the outside world was more suitable for them than this immortal land. This world was merely a world refined by the ancient sage. The laws of the world here were not complete. No matter how hard these ferocious beasts cultivated, it was impossible for them to become sages. In other words, this world was suppressing the creatures here. If they wanted to go to the next level, they had to enter a perfect world. This was because only in a flawless world could they comprehend the complete Great Tao. Compared to the half-saints from the outside world, the creatures in the sage realm wanted to break through this world and enter the real world. At this moment, there were dozens of powerful life auras in the ancient city. The powerful beings in the sage realm all knew that there was something in the divine city in the sky that could help them escape. Therefore, every 10,000 years, there would be peerless ferocious beasts attacking the divine city in the sky. It had only been 5,000 years since the last time they attacked the divine city. This was not the best time to attack the divine city. However, the arrival of Gu Fei and the others had changed everything. Wu, Just as Gu Fei and the others were fighting with the stone warrior general, an ancient horn sounded from the depths of this world. Then, extremely powerful ferocious beasts charged out from all over the world, including peerless demons that could take human form. It's not time yet. Why did you blow the horn? The voice of a great demon reverberated in the sky, spreading to every corner of the world. Why did you alarm us? You should know that we have yet to fully recover. A black dragon descended in the sky above the mountain. His will swept in all directions. This was one of the big shots in the sage realm. His cultivation had already surpassed the standard. He only needed to soar into the sky and he would become a sacred dragon. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain. It was a middle-aged man who was covered in flames. The middle-aged man held a black horn in his hand. The humans from the outside have already broken through the divine city in the sky. The middle-aged man was also one of the big shots in the sage realm. He was the one who blew the horn and alarmed the other two big shots. What, is that true? The two big shots were shocked. They had been in charge of the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They had attacked the divine city in the sky no less than 10 times, but every time, they would suffer great losses. They could not break through the formation set up by the sage realm. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly heard that the humans from the outside had broken through the divine city in the sky? This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. We should gather all of our soldiers and attack the divine city to obtain that item. The three magnates were extremely excited. Their cultivation had long since reached the limit that this world allowed. It was impossible for them to advance any further in this sage world. They knew that attacking the divine city in the sky would cause great losses, but they still attacked once every 10,000 years, all so that they could leave this world. Very soon, the three big shots gathered 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. A small number of great demons were also gathered. In an instant, the banners of the Lord of the Divine Mountain fluttered in the wind. The top of the mountain was filled with the figures of incomparably ferocious beasts. Under the lead of the three great leaders, the 100,000 soldiers soared into the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sky. Roar! Kill! The roars of the beasts shook the sky and the earth, causing the sky to change color. Chapter 1852. 100,000 soldiers, under the lead of the three great leaders, charged towards the divine city in the sky. Their killing intent shook the heavens and earth. It was a shocking scene. Roar! The black dragon was the first to attack. He let out a furious roar and the thick clouds in the sky dispersed immediately. An ancient city appeared in the sky. The humans have really breached the divine city. When the three magnates saw the half-opened city gates, they were all incomparably excited. They would attack the divine city once every 10,000 years, but every time, they would not be able to shake the sage formation. They could not even open the city gates. Kill! The black dragon rushed over and directly entered the divine city. The other two great leaders naturally did not want to be left behind. They charged into the divine city as well. The 100,000 soldiers that the three great leaders had brought with them were still orderly. Pairs of soldiers passed through the half-open city gate and entered the divine city. Boom! The formation could not be avoided. As this force suddenly charged into the divine city, some of the stone men reacted immediately and charged towards the city gate. Ha! The black dragon's laughter spread throughout the entire divine city. He displayed his powerful fighting strength and sent two stone men flying. He was extremely powerful. What's going on? The struggling half-saints in the city were surprised and happy. The stone men that were chasing after them suddenly turned around and charged towards the city gate. The three great leaders have finally come. An expert of the sage and sage realm said. The three great leaders of the sage and sage realm were the strongest existences in the sage and sage realm. The three great leaders had led 100,000 soldiers to attack the divine city 5,000 years ago. They had suffered great losses and would need to sleep for at least 10,000 years to recover. This time, the three great leaders had actually woken up from their slumber. Three powerful auras that could make even half-saints tremble appeared in the divine city. Then, countless ferocious beast soldiers charged into the divine city and started a fierce battle with the stone men. However, it was obvious that the stone men created by the sage and sage realm were much stronger than the soldiers. One should know that these stone men could unleash the fighting strength of a demi-saint. Although the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors were huge in number, there were only a few truly powerful ferocious beasts. Although 5,000 years was a long period of time, the ferocious beast warriors had suffered heavy losses during the previous attack on the divine city. Among the ferocious beast warriors that had grown up again, there were very few powerful ferocious beasts that could truly stand on their own. However, the three magnates were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had probably surpassed the sage-to-be, and they were only half a step away from the sage-to-be. That black dragon was extremely powerful. He kept attacking, and many of the stone golems were instantly smashed into pieces. The combat strength of a quasi-sage seemed very weak in front of the black dragon. The great demon in the form of a middle-aged man was even more powerful. He didn't move much, but the stone golems that charged towards him all fell to the ground, instantly turning into a pile of dust. The other mysterious giant had been hidden in a cloud of white mist from beginning to end, not revealing his true appearance. However, this mysterious giant was also very terrifying. The white mist that lingered around his body spread out, and the stone golems that were enveloped by the mist were instantly frozen. Then, the stone golems cracked and shattered into a pile. The three magnates charged straight into the depths of the ancient city with irresistible force. They wanted to attack that place and obtain that item. Where did these fellows come from? At this time, Gu Fei also noticed the three magnates. These three fellows were extremely powerful. He was currently being held up by the three stone golem generals. He wanted to attack the depths of the ancient city, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Preposterous. He Tian was shocked to see this scene. These three fellows actually jumped out at this critical moment to take advantage of the situation. How hateful. Because of this, the surviving half-saints managed to escape. More and more stone golems soared into the sky and charged towards the three magnates. The entire ancient city was in chaos. Some of the surviving half-saints hurriedly rushed towards the city gate. However, what awaited them was not a path of survival. The ferocious beast soldiers that rushed in from the city gate immediately attacked the other cultivators in the city. Under the impact of this torrent, the few half-saints did not struggle for long before they were drowned by the ferocious beast torrent. The ferocious beasts that saw blood erupted. As long as they saw a ferocious beast that was not on their side, they would directly attack and kill it. In this way, the hearts of those half-saints who thought that they could escape immediately turned cold. The 12 half-saints that Long Bideo invited were continuously killed by the ferocious beasts and stone golems. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, almost all of them were dead. Roar! The ferocious beast's roar shook the entire ancient city. The stone golems in the city began to attack the stone golems that were attacking the ancient city in an orderly manner. A large number of ferocious beast soldiers fell under the attack of the stone golems. The main street of the ancient city was filled with blood, and the stench of blood permeated the ancient city. Very soon, the three magnates attacked the depths of the ancient city. There was a black palace there, and there was a fluctuation of heaven and earth coming out of it. I didn't expect to succeed so easily. Black Dragon laughed heartily. They had been trapped in this sage world for hundreds of thousands of years. At this time, the key to enter and exit this world was in the palace. How could he not be ecstatic? Swoosh! Black Dragon's body glowed with light. He shrunk his body and charged straight towards the palace. Bang! Just as Black Dragon was about to rush in, he suddenly stopped. It was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, causing his scalp to bleed. Under the violent impact, the void in front of Black Dragon produced visible ripples that looked like transparent water. What? Black Dragon was shocked and angry. He never thought that there would be a formation outside the palace. He was a little anxious and almost smashed his head. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man were also shocked. There's also a formation. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That ancient person was really too careful. In the distance, Gu Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this. The three guys who had suddenly jumped out would not be able to obtain the item in the palace in a short time. All of you, scram. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and the 9 heaven stars sword immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz. The divine sword hummed and a 10,000 zhang long sword light appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It pierced through the void and forced the 3 stone golem warriors to retreat at the same time. Clang! The sword light slashed the stone golem warriors. Sparks flew everywhere and sword marks were left. Stone chips fell from the bodies of the stone golem warriors. Swoosh. Chapter 1853. An inexplicable aura lingered in the ancient palace. Within the palace, there was something that everyone coveted. It was the most precious thing in the entire sage realm. Roar! The black dragon roared. After the sage realm disappeared, the 3 giants reigned supreme in this part of the world. Everything here belonged to them. However, the 3 giants all wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in this part of the world. Therefore, every 10,000 years, they would attack the divine city in order to obtain the source of heaven and earth. And now, they were so close to the source of heaven and earth that they had never been able to obtain. This almost drove the 3 giants crazy. The mysterious giant made his move. Blurry white mist spread forward. Wherever the mist passed, the void was frozen and then cracked. Everything was destroyed. However, when the mist approached the palace, it was blocked by an invisible force. Ripples appeared in the void, and one could vaguely see Dao patterns appearing. The mysterious giant was shocked. Even the cold air that he released could not enter the palace. The formation that protected the palace was very powerful. It was watertight. Let me. The middle-aged man stood out. He was the most powerful existence among the 3 giants. The black dragon and the mysterious giant both retreated. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded from the middle-aged man. Boom! 9 crimson balls of light rushed out from the middle-aged man and circled around him. They were like 9 crimson stars, emitting terrifying waves. Crimson Dao patterns could be vaguely seen within each crimson ball of light. They attracted the spiritual qi of the world from all directions. A powerful pressure spread from the middle-aged man. 9-star pearl, break all spells. The middle-aged man shouted. The crimson balls of light circling around him immediately emitted endless divine light. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the world. Rumble, the entire world was shaking, and the surroundings of the great hall in front of them were faintly discernible Dao patterns. Even the array protecting the great hall in front of them was affected. Go! The middle-aged man attacked with all his strength. 9 crimson divine lights immediately shot up into the sky and smashed towards the palace in front of them. They were like 9 shooting stars streaking across the sky. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 9 balls of divine light smashed onto the layer of formation outside the hole. The world shook, and the invisible Dao patterns that were imprinted in the void finally emerged completely. The grand formation shook while its markings interweaved with each other, and it drew upon the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth in this expanse of the heavens and the earth to condense a terrifying force that caused one's heart to palpitate, and it blocked the 9-star alignment. What? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Those who knew the middle-aged man were even more dumbfounded. Even such an attack was unable to break the restriction outside the main hole. At this time, Gu Fei also arrived nearby. He couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed the power of the 9-star alignment. This was definitely the power of a saint. The cultivation and strength of these three fellows were indeed shocking, but he was not afraid of them. As long as they were not saints, Gu Fei would be able to fight them. Scram! The black dragon had a violent temperament. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately roared angrily at Gu Fei. A terrifying sound wave directly shot towards Gu Fei, creating transparent ripples in the void. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it managed to negate the terrifying sound wave from the black dragon. Yes. The black dragon could not help but be startled at the sight of this. This human was really strong. His strength was definitely not beneath theirs. He could not help but raise his guard. One had to know that the restriction of the god city was broken by a human. How could a human who had the strength to break through the restriction of the god city be someone to be trifled with? Who do you want to scram? Gu Fei was not angered. His face was still calm. However, his tone was filled with a chilling killing intent. He did not mind fighting with this black dragon. Martial artists were born to be war gods. Gu Fei was not afraid of any opponent. You! The black dragon was enraged. However, he could not do anything at this moment. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. And at this moment, the 3 stone warrior generals had caught up. When the 3 stone warrior generals saw that the black dragon and the others were attacking the main hall of the god city, they no longer bothered with Gu Fei. Instead, they turned around and chased after the 3 heavyweights. It's those 3 stone warriors. Black Dragon and the other 2 giants couldn't help but pale at the sight of the 3 stone giants closing in on them. They attacked the divine city every 10,000 years, so they naturally knew how terrifying these 3 stone giants were. These 3 stone warriors were infinitely close to the saint realm. They definitely had the strength to fight against them. Rumble! At this moment, the middle-aged man had already soared into the sky. There was a scarlet divine light around him that emitted a boundless scarlet light, dyeing the entire heaven and earth red. This was the true power of the 9-star alignment. In the dusky sky, stars could be vaguely seen, sprinkling down specks of starlight. It was as if 9 scarlet stars had appeared in the sky above the ancient city, drawing in the power of the stars. The powerful pressure made everyone feel a great pressure. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. These 3 fellas were truly too strong. They were not something an ordinary quasi-sage could compare to. Half-step sage. These 3 fellas were all half-step sages. Daoist friend, could you lend us a hand? The voice of the middle-aged man came down from the sky. At this moment, he had already used all his trump cards. There was no need for any accidents to happen. However, the arrival of Gu Fei was a variable. The middle-aged man was still gathering his power. The power of the 9 scarlet stars was still increasing. The power of the stars in the sky was continuously guided down. There were also stars in the sage's world. Of course, they were not real stars. Instead, they were stars that the ancient Saint King had refined in the starry sky and decorated the sky. Only a sage could do something like this. Hee, what benefits do we get from this? At this moment, He Tian had also broken free from the encirclement of the stone warriors and came to Gu Fei's side. Benefits. Black Dragon was furious again. He wanted to swallow these humans into his stomach. That's easy. As long as you help us break this seal, we are willing to give you a flawless sage tool. The most mysterious figure in the white fog spoke. The voice was that of a woman. This mysterious figure was a woman. A flawless sage tool. The mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing had also arrived nearby. The stone warrior general that was fighting with Qiu Wuqing left Qiu Wuqing and met up with the other two warriors. Leading countless stone warriors, they approached the ancient palace. A flawless sage tool was definitely very attractive to ordinary cultivators. However, to Gu Fei and the others, it was not as attractive. We only want that thing in the palace. Gu Fei said calmly. What, this? Chapter 1854. Everyone was well aware of what was in the ancient palace. The three leaders had been planning for that thing for over 100,000 years. They didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to send 100,000 ferocious beasts to attack the divine city once every 10,000 years. Yet, Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. How could they agree? Preposterous. The black dragon roared. He was about to attack Gu Fei. They had planned for so long, yet Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. This was too much. At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from all directions. The four stonemen generals had already led countless stone men towards the central palace. A shocking murderous aura enveloped the entire ancient city. Kill. Attack. On the outskirts of the ancient city, 100,000 beasts were still fighting with the stonemen. Countless beasts launched waves of attacks. Although the stoneman had the battle strength of a quasi-saint, he was still being consumed by the beasts. These beasts were sacrificing their lives in exchange for the casualties of the stone men. Usually, hundreds or even thousands of beasts were needed to kill one stoneman. Even so, these beasts were still charging forward and pouncing on the stone men. These were 100,000 men of sacrifice. Their tragic and stirring manner caused Gu Fei and the others to be moved. I only want that item. Gu Fei did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Although the three great leaders were powerful and were all half-step saints, he was not afraid of them. He definitely had the strength to fight against the three magnates. Friend, your request is a little too much. In the sky, under the crimson starlight, the middle-aged man was like the reincarnation of the starry sky war god, displaying an extremely terrifying might. Hee, our request is not too much at all. I know what you want. He Tian said with an evil smile. The item in the palace was the most precious thing in this sage world. It was the origin of heaven and earth. As long as one refined the origin of heaven and earth, they could take this world away. These fellows wanted to obtain this part of the world. Then, the people in this part of the world would become meat on the chopping board. They could chop them up however they wanted. Hong Jun, why are we talking to them? Kill them and the item will still be ours. The black dragon said to the middle-aged man in the sky. His name was Hong Jun. He was the leader of the three magnates of the sage world. His cultivation state was at the pinnacle below the sage world. If not for the fact that this world could not give birth to a sage, this Hong Jun would have become a sage long ago. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Did these guys really have the strength to kill them? Shut up. Hong Jun scolded the black dragon. Even though the black dragon's cultivation state was strong, it was still very strong. This was the black dragon's weakness. It was easy for the black dragon to offend others. The cultivation state and strength of this human before him were definitely not beneath theirs. If he truly wanted to kill this human, he, Hong Jun, would have done so long ago. The origins of these three giants were not insignificant. More than 100,000 years ago, they were the three great commanders under the command of the sage, leading the 100,000 feral beast warriors under the sage. Ever since the disappearance of that ancient sage, these three magnates had become the true rulers of this world. However, for these three magnates, this world was just like a gigantic prison. Over 100,000 years, they were trapped here, unable to get out at all. Just 100,000 years ago, there was a single person who had barged into this world and had a conflict with them. Because of that, he was injured by the three magnates and escaped into the formation outside. These three magnates were well aware of how frightening the formation outside of this world was. Therefore, no one dared to trespass into it. But now, there were so many people who had barged into this world. This was something that had the three magnates who had just woken up from their deep slumber extremely shocked. It was precisely because of this that they were extremely fearful of these powerful beings of the human race who could barge into this world. Fellow Daoist, other than that item, we can give you anything you want. Even though Daoist Hong Jun said these words, he was still channeling the power of the stars up in the sky. Beams of starlight descended from the heavens and seeped into the 9 balls of scarlet starlight around him. The aura of the saint realm filled the entire world. The 9 balls of starlight emitted a powerful fluctuation of the saint realm. One had to admit that this 9-star pearl was truly powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint item. With this 9-star pearl, Daoist Hong Jun indeed had the strength to contend against Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything. He merely shook his head. Roar! At this moment, the 4 saint generals had already arrived. The 4 of them roared furiously. Their voices shook the heavens and spread across the entire sage realm. Attack! The 4 golem generals roared at the same time. They then soared into the sky at the same time, directly attacking Daoist Hong Jun, who was gathering his strength in the sky. Rumble! The powerful ripples of energy shook the heavens and the earth. The 4 generals displayed their unparalleled battle prowess and attacked with all their might. 4 surges of energy shot towards Daoist Hong Jun, kill. The black dragon and the mysterious magnates attacked at the same time as well, attacking the 4 golem generals respectively. You traitors! The 4 golem generals roared furiously. They were originally a force under the command of the ancient sage. However, at this moment, these 2 forces had become mortal enemies. From the perspective of the golem generals, Daoist Hong Jun and the other 2 magnates had betrayed them. However, the golem generals were still loyal to the ancient sage and were still protecting the most precious thing in this world. Betray your head! The black dragon roared furiously as he intercepted a golem general. He then displayed all sorts of techniques of the dragon clan and engaged in a great battle with the golem general. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had fought with these golems who could enter and exit the divine city countless times. However, these golems always had the upper hand. After all, these golems were a kind of killing tool that the ancient sage had created. These golem generals were even more powerful. In the ancient times, it was this troop of golem soldiers that had fought in all directions for the ancient sage. They guarded the ancient sage's territory and killed the invading enemies. In the ancient times, many ancient sages had their own territories. Within the territories of the ancient sage was like a supreme god. All living beings within the territories had to submit to him. The battle prowess of the golem soldiers was even greater than that of the 100,000 golem soldiers. The mysterious magnates also intercepted a golem general. However, this time around, the chilling aura released by the mysterious magnates could not freeze the golem general. Chapter 1855. The stoneman general displayed a powerful combat ability that shook the heavens and the earth. Especially the stoneman general that did not have a weapon in his hands and only used his fists to fight. It was even more terrifying. Boom! With a punch, the powerful force seemed to overturn the heavens and earth, causing the 9 stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. This, Daoist Hong Jun was incomparably shocked. The combat ability displayed by the stoneman general was too shocking. Its fists could actually shake a divine weapon. Dense Dao runes appeared on the stoneman warrior's fists. Master personally branded the Dao patterns on it. When Daoist Hong Jun saw this, he was taken aback. This stone warrior was incredible. The Tao patterns that appeared on its arms were personally imprinted by the ancient sage. This was a general that was different from the others. With a single move, the heavens and earth would change color. It was obvious that the ancient sage was also searching for a path that could allow him to become a paragon. He wanted to try all sorts of techniques and verify them with his own Tao. It was not an easy task to become a paragon. One must know that since ancient times, there were only a few who could become a paragon. Rumble, the 9 stars around Daoist Hongjun were vibrating. The mighty power of the stars shot towards the 2 stoneman generals that were charging towards him. Bang! Bang! Although the 2 generals were powerful, the power of the 9 stars alignment had already been awakened. The powerful power of the stars was hard to resist. The 2 generals were suppressed from the sky by this power. Roar! The 2 stoneman generals roared. These ferocious beasts were merely playthings raised by their master. How dare they betray their master? They deserve to die. The stoneman warriors' loyalty to the ancient sage was absolute. This was because these stoneman warriors were battle tools that the sage had refined personally. Buzz! The stoneman general wielded the stone sword and slashed towards the sky. The dazzling sword light pierced through the layers of crimson starlight and slashed towards Daoist Hongjun. The 9 stars vibrated. The sword light that the godly sword general unleashed with all his might immediately exploded, turning into specks of spiritual light that dissipated into the void. Master actually gave you the 9-star alignment. The 4 stone golem generals were all shocked. The 9-star alignment refined by the ancient sages was definitely a divine tool. A powerful divine aura spread out from the 9 scarlet stars. The power of the sacred level was awakening. It was extremely powerful, suppressing the 4 stone golem generals to the point where they couldn't even leave the ground. Boom! The black dragon displayed the dragon clan's great technique, directly sweeping away the divine spear general who was fighting him. Under the suppression of the 9-star alignment, the 4 stone warriors were unable to display their true strength. However, the black dragon and the mysterious giant were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment and could display their full strength. In the end, the 4 stone warriors were still at a disadvantage. They were suppressed by black dragon and the mysterious giant, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Daoist Hongjun controlled the 9-star alignment and actually split a portion of his strength to suppress Gu Fei. Since both parties couldn't come to an agreement, they were now enemies. Furthermore, Gu Fei and the others wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in the ancient palace as well. This was something that the 3 giant figures couldn't tolerate. Without batting an eyelid, Gu Fei allowed the force to suppress him. However, very quickly, Daoist Hongjun's expression changed. To think that the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't affect this human at all. How could this be? One must know that the 9-star alignment was a divine tool. The 9-star alignment could manipulate the power of the stars in the sky for one's own use. Even in the ancient times, it was a rather famous divine tool. This human had a divine tool on him as well. Daoist Hongjun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had underestimated this human. Fellow Daoist, everything can be discussed. Daoist Hongjun's voice came down from the sky. At this moment, other than the 4 stone warriors, all the other stone warriors were being suppressed by the power of the 9-star alignment. Even those half-sages who had barged into this part of the world could not even stand up straight under the power of the 9-star alignment. This was something that had them extremely shocked. Other than Qiu Wuqing, the mysterious woman, Gu Fei, He Tian, and a few others who were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment, everyone else was affected to some extent. The ripples of the power of a saint-state being were boundless and boundless. Every single living being within 100,000 miles was trembling in fear. Boss, there's no need for us to join hands with these fellas at all. The item is still ours. He Tian glared at Daoist Hongjun in the skies coldly. To think that this Daoist Hongjun would want to take them down as well. Damn it. Furthermore, this fella could tell that Feng Shoutuo's capabilities were pretty decent as well. The moment he realized that he couldn't take down Gu Fei and the others, he changed his attitude immediately. Fellow Daoist, how about we join hands? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A golden dragon shadow bolted over from the distance. Within the dragon shadow, a figure could be seen faintly. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This divine sword was very famous in the ancient times. Now that it was in the hands of one of the 10 emperors of the Heavenly Sword Sect, it could still display great power. This person was ranked 9th among the 10 sword emperors of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He was called the 9th Sword Emperor, but not many people knew his real name. Saint Sword. Daoist Hongjun's eyes brightened when he sensed the Saint Dao aura emanating from the golden sword shadow. He wasn't interested in the 9th Sword Emperor, but the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the 9th Sword Emperor's hand. You are qualified to join hands with us. Daoist Hongjun was overjoyed. He had finally won over a powerful ally. Gu Fei, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. The 9th Sword Emperor knew about Gu Fei's background. Which cultivator in the southern wilderness didn't know about Gu Fei? Gu Fei's battle with the Azure Dragon had shaken the entire southern wilderness. After that, his battle with Qiu Wuqing had shocked all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. The martial body of the human race had truly matured. There was no doubt that the martial body of the human race was powerful. A martial body of the great accomplishment could compete with a saint. This was definitely not a legend, but a battle record of the martial body of the human race. In the great desolate land of ancient times, a martial body of the human race that had reached the great success stage could definitely dominate a region and become the ruler of a region. Gu Fei was still far from reaching the great accomplishment realm. As long as his martial body could reach the great accomplishment realm, even if he didn't become a saint, he would be able to compete with a saint. This was the capital of the martial body of the human race. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Gu Fei glanced at the 9th Sword Emperor and said such words. He didn't take the 9th Sword Emperor seriously at all. Chapter 1856. The Sky Rapier sect was a sect that had existed for countless years and had produced 10 emperors. Their strength was not much different from the ancient antiquity forces that had human sovereigns. However, the Sky Rapier sect was not as strong as the ancient antiquity forces, and Gu Fei was a ruthless character that even the ancient antiquity forces dared to provoke. The 9th Sword Emperor had chosen to team up with the 3 magnates mainly because Gu Fei and the others had entered the Divine City without using any strength. This was the result of their desperate efforts, but they had helped others. This made the 9th Sword Emperor and the others hate Gu Fei and the others for taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about the feelings of the 9th Sword Emperor and the others. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. The weak had no right to speak. Don't worry, Daoist. As long as we get the item in the hall, these people can't escape to the sky. Daoist Hongjun was overjoyed because the 9th Sword Emperor also had a perfect sacred weapon. The power of 2 sacred weapons was enough to suppress all opponents below the sage level. That's right. Gu Fei, you should think about how to survive. The 9th Sword Emperor also knew what was in the hall in front of him. He coveted that item very much, so he had the thought of feigning civility with Daoist Hongjun. You and your sect are out of luck. He Tian sneered as his ice-cold eyes swept over the 9th Sword Emperor from time to time. This guy, the 9th Sword Emperor, couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Gu Fei could be considered an upright gentleman, and he wouldn't do such despicable things. However, Erebus, who was by his side, was someone who would do anything. It was not a good thing to be hated by such a person. Daoist, we don't need to care about these people. Let's work together to break the seal first. Daoist Hongjun was crazy about leaving this place. This was a rare opportunity. With the power of the two sacred weapons, he was at least 50% confident that he could break the seal of the ancient hole. Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. These people aren't good people. I feel a little uneasy to have them glaring at me from the sidelines. The ninth sword immortal glanced at Gu Fei and the others before saying this. Up in the sky, Daoist Hongjun couldn't help but ponder. It must be known that none of those who could enter the ancient city were weaklings. The meaning of the ninth immortal sword was very clear. He wanted to be in love. With your mentality, you were actually able to cultivate to the Sword Emperor realm. It's quite a miracle indeed. Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly lifted his head and looked at the ninth sword immortal. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. His killing intent was stirred. This ninth sword deity was truly not a benevolent person. You want to kill us? Aren't you afraid that your heavenly sword sect will be exterminated? The mysterious woman's voice was very cold. She also wanted to kill the ninth sword immortal. This guy actually wanted to join forces with Daoist Hongjun to clear the place. The ninth sword emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. However, he quickly calmed his emotions. As long as he obtained that item, it was impossible for these people to leave this place alive. There were also a few people who followed the ninth sword emperor. They were the half-saints who had helped the ninth sword emperor break the seal of the ancient city. The ninth sword emperor and Daoist Hongjun joined forces. Such a force could not be underestimated, especially when the other party had two flawless saint weapons. There were very few flawless saint weapons that could be passed down. After all, not every saint would leave their divine protector weapons to their descendants. One must know that the divine protector weapons of a saint were extremely powerful. With a divine protector weapon in hand, the saint's battle strength would soar to its peak and display its strongest battle strength. Moreover, most saint weapons were flawed. This was because the owners of these saint weapons might have already died, and the saint weapon might have been damaged in battle. Stupid. Qiu Wuqing looked at the ninth sword emperor and said a single word. However, this single word caused the ninth sword emperor's face to turn extremely gloomy. The ninth sword emperor was a half-saint expert of the sword principle. There was once someone who called him stupid. If he was stupid, he would not have been able to become a sword emperor. Let's start clearing the area. The black dragon laughed. He thought that he had the upper hand. After all, his side had two flawless saint weapons. Such strength was enough to sweep away everything. Ridiculous. Gu Fei still looked calm. He looked at these people coldly and suddenly felt that they were very pitiful. These people had actually forgotten how he had broken through the Sage King formation in the periphery of this world. Rumble. The 9 red stars emitted boundless power of the stars and descended from the sky. The aura of the Sage Dao swept across the sky and the ground. Daoist Hongjun had made his move. Although your name is Hongjun, you are not the legendary super antique Hongjun. If you want to clear the area, let's see who clears who first. He Tian sneered. There's no point in talking. Strength speaks for itself. The 9th Sword Emperor wielded the Saint Ruler's Golden Dragon Sword. Golden sword radiance shone from the Golden Dragon Sword. Every golden sword radiance pierced through the void. A golden shadow of a dragon appeared on the sword. The Saint Ruler's Golden Dragon Sword was awakening. The aura of the Sage Dao surrounded the sword. On the sword, there were 9 divine marks of the Dao. Only those who had condensed 9 divine marks were qualified to become saints. The Golden Dragon Sword was vibrating. Very well. Qiu Wuqing's eyes were extremely cold. The halberd in his hand was also vibrating slightly. Although the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, the halberd in his hand was not bad either. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you. Since you want to die, I, Old Black, will reluctantly release you. An almost transparent sword radiance rushed out from He Tian's body. After that, it circled around him. The aura of the Sage Dao spread from the almost transparent sword radiance. Saint weapon. Feeling the waves of the invisible sword, everyone was shocked. The other party also had a saint weapon. However, it was not comparable to a flawless saint weapon. Daoist Hongjun's side still had the absolute advantage. Kill! The black dragon roared and was the first to charge at Gu Fei. He had transformed into his true form. It was a huge divine dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. Just a swing of the divine dragon's tail was enough to destroy an area. At the same time, the mysterious giant also made her move. Wisps of white air rushed out from her body. Everywhere the white air passed, everything was frozen. Even the void was frozen. Rumble. Chapter 1857. Rumble, the 9 stars descended and the aura of the divine path spread out. Boundless power of the stars pressed down from the sky. Daoist Hongjun used his ultimate technique, wanting to kill Gu Fei and the others together. How dare you! He Tian roared in anger. Boundless matrix patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the air, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This was a great technique that could form a matrix out of nothing. Buzz! At the same time, a sword chime was heard. An almost transparent sword light shot into the sky and slashed towards the 9 stars that were descending. The invisible divine sword was also a divine weapon. However, compared to the 9-star alignment, the power of this divine weapon was too weak. The invisible divine sword light was unable to resist the power of the 9 stars and was suppressed. He Tian retracted the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword was not a flawless divine weapon and could not fight against a flawless divine weapon. However, he still had a divine weapon. A huge seal flew out from He Tian's hand. This was the heaven transformation seal that he had collected from the Wuliang old man. A power that could turn the world back into chaos spread out from the heaven transformation seal. The boundless power of the red stars that were descending from the sky was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual chi by the heaven transformation seal. Then, it was absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. What? Daoist Hongjun was shocked. He did not expect Yi Futian to have 2 divine weapons. Moreover, the power displayed by the seal was very special. The heaven transformation seal could turn all power into the most primitive spiritual chi. The power of the stars that were descending from the sky was constantly being dissolved and then absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. Buzz! The air shook and many matrix patterns appeared. He Tian's killing formation continued to gather power. A powerful ripple spread out from the killing formation. Daoist friend, what are you waiting for? Seeing this, Daoist Hongjun shouted at the 9th Sword Emperor. His opponent was not He Tian. Instead, it was Gu Fei, who he felt was even more unfathomable than He Tian. Alright. The 9th Sword Emperor quickly acted. Buzz! The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword thrummed as a golden dragon emerged from it. It soared for tens of thousands of meters before diving down toward He Tian. Rumble, the great power caused the world to tremble. It was as if a real golden dragon had appeared in the world. A powerful dragon aura spread out. Transform for me. He Tian had mastered the heaven transformation seal. He used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao, the secret art of returning truth to activate this seal, and he was able to gradually awaken it. The power of the returning to truth secret skill was strengthened several times through the transforming heaven seal, and it shrouded the golden dragon that was swooping down from the sky. The 2 forces collided in an instant. The Heaven Transformation seal blocked the Saint Monarch Golden Dragon Sword's attack, and the sharp golden sword chi dissipated and was converted into the most primitive form of spiritual energy. How is this possible? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was truly shocked. The power displayed by the seal was far too astonishing. It was even able to disperse the sword chi unleashed by the Golden Dragon Sword of the Saint Monarch. Could this be one of the legendary supreme divine arts of Immortal Tao? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was bewildered. He did not dare to withdraw the golden sword light. After all, if he retreated, his opponent would definitely launch an even fiercer attack. However, the sword chi from the Golden Dragon Sword of the Saint Monarch continued to dissipate, turning into spiritual energy that was devoured by the killing formation below. The energy fluctuations emitted by Erebus killing formation grew stronger and stronger. Countless array patterns interweaved, guiding the spiritual energy from all directions at the same time. In the depths of the killing formation, it was as if there was an incomparably powerful sacred beast sleeping. However, He Tian was unable to gain any advantage, and he could not break through his opponent's defense. The two experts were in a stalemate for a while. However, in general, He Tian still had the upper hand. With this, he would be able to exhaust the Ninth Sword Sovereign to death. Die! The Black Dragon and the mysterious giant charged at Gu Fei with shocking battle intent. The Black Dragon, in particular, had a violent personality. Its two dragon claws tore at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort and threw out a punch. Pht! A bloody mist appeared. The Black Dragon's two dragon claws were smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. The Black Dragon was so shocked that it tried to retreat. Gu Fei originally wanted to add another punch to end He Long's life, but at this time, the mysterious giant had already attacked. An extremely cold aura instantly enveloped Gu Fei's body, sealing him in ice. Ha! Black Dragon laughed heartily. Although he was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei's attack, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised to see Gu Fei instantly frozen by the mysterious giant. At this moment, a crystal-clear, jade-like hand with immortal spiritual light flowing around it stretched out from the white fog and slapped towards the frozen Gu Fei. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the transparent ice on Gu Fei's body. What? The mysterious giant in the cold mist was clearly taken aback. After being frozen by his own cold chi, the other party actually still had the strength to resist. How was this possible? Bang! Before the jade-like hand could hit Gu Fei, the thick layer of transparent ice on Gu Fei's body exploded, and countless pieces of ice shot out in all directions. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the hand that was about to retract. Ah! A cry of surprise came from the mist. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Just at this moment, the hand broke free from Gu Fei's grasp and retracted back into the mist. Then, it instantly retreated. These moves were extremely fast, and they were equally shocking. If Gu Fei hadn't been distracted for a moment, the mysterious giant would have been instantly killed by his lightning-fast methods. It's a woman. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boss, when did you learn to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? In the distance, He Tian happened to see this and couldn't help but tease Gu Fei. Being closed in by a cultivator was the nightmare of all cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in, it meant death. One should know that cultivators were most proficient in battle techniques, especially close combat techniques. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was rare for someone to break free from his grasp. This person is terrifying. Gu Fei's display of combat abilities completely shocked the Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant, in particular, even took a trip to the gates of hell. Die! A loud shout came down from the sky. At that moment, an incredibly powerful force came crashing down from the sky. 9 crimson stars came crashing down from the sky, and the air itself was cracking and collapsing. The powerful power of the divine path caused the world to lose its color. You're the only one who will die. Chapter 1858. Boom. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw a punch upwards. His punch was the strongest punch that he had cultivated, the chaotic fist force. Chaotic chi surged from his fist like a chaotic dragon, soaring into the sky and colliding with the descending 9-star alignment. What? He's actually using his physical body to go against a flawless saint weapon? Everyone was shocked at the sight of this. Only He Tian and Chiu Wuqing, who knew about Gu Fei's background, were not too surprised. After all, that was a half-sage martial body. In the distant past, the human race martial body was once seen as one of the strongest martial bodies in the world. A great accomplishment martial body could even challenge a sage. Even if one didn't become a sage, he could still fight against a sage. Rumble, as the two supreme forces clashed, Gu Fei's right fist surged with countless primal chaos Dao patterns, drawing the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. This punch even brought along the entire force of heaven and earth to suppress the descending 9-star alignment. The matchless fist force shook the entire world. The 9 red stars were shaking too. This punch of Gu Fei had really shaken the saint weapon. How can this be? That black dragon was completely dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had really hit the jackpot earlier on. If this human called Gu Fei had continued to attack him, he would have long been killed by him. The mysterious giant was also shocked. One had to know that one of her arms was grabbed by Gu Fei just now. She was confused as to why Gu Fei had let her go. It was a huge taboo for a martial body to get close to her, let alone being grabbed by a martial body. What kind of joke is this? Up in the sky, Daoist Hong Jun couldn't believe that Gu Fei could resist the power of the 9-star alignment with his own strength. How can his physical body be so strong? Although it was hard to believe, the other party's combat power was there for all to see. This human expert was simply too terrifying. To think that his fleshly body could actually take on a flawless sacred artifact. While everyone was shocked, Gu Fei felt an unimaginable pressure. The flawless saint artifact was indeed powerful. Even though there were countless chaotic runes faintly visible on his right fist, he still felt a great impact. Cracks appeared on Gu Fei's fist, and blood oozed out from the cracks. The powerful half-step sacred martial body was injured. Gu Fei knew that his martial body was still not strong enough. It was difficult for him to truly contend against a flawless sacred tool. However, the battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed was enough to shock the world. Kill! Daoist Hong Jun was going all out. He used all his strength to activate the alignment of the 9 stars. The terrifying power of the stars instantly increased rapidly, and the void below began to be destroyed. Gu Fei's right fist surged with powerful chaotic true power, contending against the vast and mighty power of the stars descending from the sky. But at this time, the power of the stars was too strong, causing his right fist to sink down. The cracks on his fist began to spread to his arm. Swish! Gu Fei flipped his left hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his left palm. After that, he directly awakened the divine sword, and 9 Dao runes appeared on the blade. Buzz! He directly stabbed the sword upwards, and the extremely sharp chaotic sword chi soared into the sky. It broke through the layers of scarlet power of the stars and pierced towards Daoist Hong Jun, who was in the sky. Swish! The chaotic sword chi instantly shot out, which shocked Daoist Hong Jun. The sword chi was so condensed that it seemed to have materialized. This was the power that was concentrated at a single point to break through the alignment of the 9 stars. Daoist Hong Jun quickly dodged. Gu Fei immediately felt his body lighten. He then immediately retreated and switched the sword to his right hand. Seeing that Gu Fei had actually broken free from the lock of the alignment of the 9 stars, even Daoist Hong Jun, who had once followed that ancient sage, couldn't help but change his expression. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Daoist Hong Jun's imagination. Very good. The alignment of the 9 stars is worthy of my full strength. Gu Fei retreated 1,000 feet and then stood in the void. He held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and looked at Daoist Hong Jun coldly. His words were extremely cold. Arrogant. Daoist Hong Jun couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This human expert actually didn't use his full strength when fighting against the flawless sacred weapon. At this moment, He Tian was already fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon, while Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the mysterious giant. The 4 stoneman warriors in the ancient city also attacked at this moment. A chaotic battle broke out, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Gu Fei was fighting against the power of the alignment of the 9 stars. Relatively speaking, the power of the alignment of the 9 stars in the entire sage world was concentrated on Gu Fei. However, the suppression of the alignment of the alignment of the alignment of the 9 stars had weakened a lot for the other living beings. The 4 stoneman warriors and countless stoneman warriors, who were initially suppressed, became fierce again at this moment, killing and injuring countless beasts warriors. The 4 stoneman warriors displayed great strength that surpassed the demi-sage realm. One moment, they were fighting against He Tian, and the next moment, they were fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon. In the eyes of the stoneman warriors, all the invaders in the divine city were no different. They were all their enemies. The mysterious giant went up against Qiu Wuqing. This was an evenly matched battle. Qiu Wuqing didn't hide his strength anymore. He displayed a shocking technique and fought the mysterious giant to a stalemate. As for the mysterious woman, she was fighting against the followers of the 9th Sword Emperor. Wang. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was vibrating. Each of the divine arrows she shot out contained a terrifying fire elemental power. Even a half-step saint would be burned to ashes if he was hit by them. His body and soul would be destroyed. There were 4 half-sages fighting against the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman wasn't afraid at all. The 4 half-sages were not bad opponents. The mysterious woman treated the 4 half-sages as a whetstone. Without saying much, the mysterious woman kept drawing her bow and shooting divine arrows. The 4 half-sages couldn't get close to her and were in danger. Sun chasing divine arrow, the mysterious woman drew her bow. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. This time, there were 3 divine arrows that were shrouded in raging flames on her bowstring. The arrowhead of each divine sword seemed to have a shining sun. Swoosh! As soon as the mysterious woman let go, the 3 divine arrows were immediately shot out. The 3 divine arrows shot towards the 3 half-sages who were closest to the mysterious woman. Chapter 1859. The sun archery art was said to be a supreme archery art created by a great saint in ancient times. That great saint had once used this archery art to shoot down 9 sun stars in the sky. One could see how powerful this archery art was. One should know that the sun star was not an ordinary star. Even a legendary great saint wouldn't find it easy to destroy the sun star. Pfft! A sun archery divine arrow instantly streaked across the sky and nailed a half-saint to the sky. That wasn't a real sun archery arrow, but a divine arrow condensed from endless sun fire essence. Roar! The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow let out a hair-raising roar. His entire body was emitting sun true fire. The sun true fire came from his body. Even his pores were spewing out flames. The other 2 half-saints couldn't help but light up when they saw this scene. This was too terrifying. If they were hit by this divine arrow, they would be burned to ashes by the sun true fire. For cultivators, the destruction of their body and soul meant that they would completely disappear from this world. They wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Their life imprints would be completely erased. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was too powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint tool. The divine arrow it shot could easily kill an ordinary half-saint. At this time, the mysterious woman pulled the divine bow again. The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow was burned to ashes by the sun true fire. Even the ashes dissipated in the world. Those two half-saints instantly turned pale with fright when they saw the mysterious woman draw her bow again. They'd clearly witnessed how formidable this divine bow was, and it had instantly killed a half-saint whose strength wasn't inferior to their own. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the two half-saints turned around and fled. At this time, nothing was more important than their lives. However, all of this was in vain. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow. The world's essence from all directions crazily gathered towards the divine bow. Two divine arrows condensed on the bowstring. Fire chi lingered and Dao runes appeared faintly. The two divine arrows that condensed emitted a saint aura. Kill! The mysterious woman drew her bow fully, and then she released it, causing two divine arrows to immediately shoot forward. At practically the exact same instant that she released her bow, those two divine arrows had arrived behind those two fleeing half-saints. This time, they were not so lucky. Roar! The two half-saints didn't want to be killed just like that. Their bodies shone with divine light, and their immortal god force seemed to be burning, erupting with an unprecedented power fluctuation. Buzz! An illusory figure emerged behind one of the half-step saints. It was as if a real saint had descended, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The illusory figure reached out to grab the incoming divine arrow. However, the extremely formidable phantom wasn't able to grab onto the arrow, and it instantly pierced through its palm. Pooh! It nailed the half-saint in midair. Boom! The half-step saint who was nailed in the air by the divine arrow exploded in an instant. The divine flame that erupted from the divine arrow burned the half-step saint's flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and even his soul completely. The other half-step saint tried his best to display his strongest battle prowess, but he was still unable to resist the divine arrow. He was shot head-on and fell from the sky. Before he could even fall to the ground, he was burned to ashes by the powerful energy contained in the divine arrow. The mysterious woman was extremely powerful. She'd killed 3 half-saints in succession. Such an accomplishment shocked everyone. Especially the 9th Sword Emperor who was fighting He Tian. He was shocked by the death of 3 half-saints because the mysterious woman had actually drawn her divine bow towards him. What? The 9th Sword Emperor was instantly shocked. After all, 3 half-saints had just perished beneath this bow, so it was absolutely impossible for the 9th Sword Emperor to not be shocked. Ha! It's time for you to die, you old dog. He Tian controlled the Heaven Transformation Seal, and its power surged out in all directions. It transformed all the golden rays of light that pierced towards him into the most primitive energy of the heavens and the earth, and then it was absorbed by his slaughter formation. At this moment, the energy condensed by his slaughter formation was growing stronger and stronger, and it was enough to make the 9th Sword Emperor feel threatened. Only when the Heaven Transformation Seal fell into Erebus's hands did it reveal its true power. The power of the Heaven Transformation Seal made him almost invincible. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword hummed. Even though the 9th Sword Emperor was in a passive position, he didn't show any signs of losing. He wielded the golden dragon sword with all his might, and he ceaselessly broke through the Heaven Transformation Seal's power. The extremely sharp golden rays of light almost struck He Tian a few times. After all, the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, and it possessed great power. Even the Heaven Transformation Seal's Heaven Transformation Seal couldn't completely dissolve the rays of light that shot out from the golden dragon sword. Dissolving the power of the saint weapon required time. This was also the reason why the Ninth Sword Emperor was still able to fight against He Tian. Rumble. At this moment, the mysterious woman was surrounded by a myriad of rays of light and auspicious qi. The spirit qi of the heavens and the earth frantically gathered and entered the divine bow in her hand. Ancient and mysterious runes of the Tao appeared on the body of the divine bow, interweaving with each other to form a rhythm of the Tao. This was the embodiment of the power of the great Tao, and it resonated with the great Tao. A divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was a tricolored divine arrow, but it was different from the divine arrows that were shot out before. This divine arrow was condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire. The essence of the sun, the essence of Li fire, and the essence of Yin fire. The divine arrow condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire, which were rare in the heavens and earth, emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave of energy. Even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they sensed the wave of energy. If they were to be shot by this divine arrow, let alone a half-saint, even a demi-saint would be instantly annihilated. Preposterous. The Ninth Sword Emperor couldn't help but tremble in fear when he saw this. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand posed a great threat to him, and the tricolored divine arrow emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Ah, old dog, you've finally reached the end of your life. He Tian laughed out loud. He attacked with all his strength, and the yin and yang celestial qi interweaved in his body. He seemed to have turned into a yin-yang saint king, and the power of yin and yang surged in his body, raising his combat strength to its peak. At this moment, he no longer held back, and the power of a half-saint burst out to pin down the Ninth Sword Emperor, not giving him a chance to escape. The mysterious woman was still gathering her energy. This time, it seemed that it was difficult to pull the divine bow. The mysterious woman's body was glowing with divine light, and she was also circulating the energy in her body. Die. Finally, the mysterious woman let go of the divine bow before it was fully drawn. With her current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for her to unleash the full power of the tricolored divine arrow. Swoosh. Chapter 1860. The tricolored divine arrow, which was formed from the essence of 3 divine fires, was shot out. It turned into a tricolored divine rainbow that tore through the void and instantly arrived before the Ninth Sword Emperor. Roar! The Ninth Sword Emperor roared. At that moment, he felt a great sense of danger. It was as if he would die in the next moment. Virum. At that moment, he used all his strength to control the golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light rushed out of the sword. On the sword, there were 9 Tao patterns that appeared faintly, emitting the aura of the great path of saints. Rays of sword light enveloped the Ninth Sword Emperor and blocked the tricolor divine arrow that was shot at him. Boom! The tricolor divine arrow turned into a tricolor divine light and instantly hit the layer of golden sword light. The powerful force sent the Ninth Sword Emperor and his sword flying thousands of meters away. Wah! The Ninth Sword Emperor suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and he looked a little tired. However, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow was finally blocked by him. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a divine weapon refined by a Saint Ruler after all. The sword qi of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was extremely powerful. The void around the Ninth Sword Emperor was so guarded that not even water could splash through. The tricolored divine arrow could only clash head-on with the golden dragon sword. Too powerful, the Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked and angry. The mysterious woman's arrow was very terrifying. If he did not have the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword, he would probably die here today. Break for me. The Ninth Sword Emperor's hair danced in the wind. He used all his strength to control the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light spread out from the divine sword like mercury. Boom! Just as the power of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword exploded, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow also exploded at the same time. 3 divine fires swept out in all directions and burned the void silently. One should know that these 3 divine fires were extremely rare. The divine fire of the solar divine fire, the divine fire of the yin divine fire, and the Nanmingli fire were all one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. To be able to gather the essence of these 3 divine fires, the saint who refined the divine bow back then was indeed impressive. The 9th Sword King was sent flying once again. This time, the impact was even greater. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was almost knocked out of his hand. Wow! The 9th Sword Emperor spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession, and the blood dyed the front of his clothes red. His hair was disheveled, and he looked completely exhausted. Kill! At this moment, He Tian seized the opportunity when the 9th Sword Emperor was heavily injured by the mysterious woman's arrow to immediately control the killing formation and attack the 9th Sword Emperor. The killing intent emitted from the killing formation was earth-shattering. At this moment, the energy gathered by the killing formation finally erupted. It was as if a slumbering saint-level beast had awoken. The power of the killing formation shook the heavens and the earth. Even the mysterious woman was shocked. Erebus was a formation grandmaster, and he was the only one who could display such a great formation technique. The 9th Sword Emperor was shocked. He could feel how terrifying the killing formation was. As long as he was enveloped by the killing formation, he would definitely die. The 9th Sword Emperor hurriedly retreated in an attempt to avoid it. However, He Tian had already expected that he would retreat, so he had already taken out the Heaven Transformation seal in his hand. An extremely powerful Heaven Transformation energy erupted, blocking the 9th Sword Emperor's path of retreat. Despicable. The 9th Sword Emperor was shocked and furious. Streaks of golden sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. He wanted to break through the Heaven Transformation energy and rush out. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was indeed a flawless saint-level saint weapon. The sword light was indestructible, and it could actually break through the layers of Heaven Transformation energy, allowing the 9th Sword Emperor to rush out. However, waiting for the 9th Sword Emperor outside the Heaven Transformation energy was a shocking killing formation. The power of the Heaven Transformation seal obviously could not really stop the 9th Sword Emperor, but He Tian only wanted to use the Heaven Transformation energy to stop the 9th Sword Emperor, and by some time. What? The 9th Sword Emperor's shock was no small matter. Clang! The killing formation was filled with murderous intent, and the sound of divine swords being unsheathed could be heard. Boundless murderous light turned into shocking killing swords, and they slashed towards the 9th Sword Emperor. Even with the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the 9th Sword Emperor's hand, the 9th Sword Emperor could not help but change his expression. Roar, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. The 9th Sword Emperor roared and waved the golden dragon sword in his hand. A wave of sword chi spread out, and the countless shocking killing swords were instantly shattered. Is that so? Mahakala's voice rang out. At that moment, a huge seal descended from the sky, crushing down on the 9th Sword Emperor who was in the middle of the formation. The power of Heaven Transformation was so vast that it was weakening the power of the Saint Ruler Golden Dragon Sword. With the Heaven Transformation seal and the shocking killing formation, He Tian successfully trapped the 9th Sword Emperor in the killing formation. Just as He Tian trapped the 9th Sword Emperor, the mysterious woman attacked again, and she killed her way into the battle that Qiu Wuqing was in. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Gu Fei and Daoist Hong Jun were also engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble, Gu Fei's body shone with chaotic divine light, and he was like a supreme god of war that walked out from the depths of chaos. His fists punched the void, and it was about to return to chaos. The 9 red stars were shaking continuously, and they were actually shaken by Gu Fei's fists. How dare you! I don't believe that even the 9-star pearl can't kill you. Daoist Hong Jun roared angrily. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too strong. How could such a thing happen? Gu Fei's combat strength was heaven-defying, and it shocked everyone. No one would have thought that he would be so ferocious. He was not a saint, but he was already able to fight against a saint. Even those supreme beings who had yet to attain the Tao could not be so heaven-defying when they were in the half-saint realm. Could it be that Gu Fei was even more abnormal than the supreme beings when they were young? Daoist Hong Jun went all out. The 9 red stars shone with boundless red light, and it was as if 9 red divine suns had appeared in the sky. The entire world was imprisoned by this power. However, there was one person who could not even be imprisoned by the 9-star pearl. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the 9 heaven stars sword. He wanted to use his own strength to fight against the saint. This was a kind of training, and he wanted to use the saint to sharpen his martial body. He attacked with all his strength, and he did not hold back. Only when he attacked with all his strength could he continuously stimulate the potential in his body, and release even more powerful strength. Chapter 1861. Wang. High-quality update. The entire heaven and earth trembled as Gu Fei displayed his unrivaled body technique. Martial true force surged violently within his body as the primal chaos chi soared 3,000 feet into the sky. This was the result of the 9-star alignment saint path suppression. Otherwise, the phenomenon that Gu Fei's martial body had displayed would have been even more shocking. 2 unparalleled powers clashed. Daoist Hong Jun was not a sage. He was only a half-step sage, so it was hard for him to truly display the power of the 9-star alignment. However, even so, the power of the 9-star alignment was enough to kill any demi-sage. It could only be said that the current Gu Fei was even stronger than the average demi-sage. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to shake. The power of the half-sage martial body and martial true force combined perfectly, causing the power of his punch to rise to a terrifying level. His martial true force and martial body were one. Such power was hard for anyone to devour. Even the secret art of returning truth was useless against him, as it could not devour his martial true force. The 9 red stars were shaking after being shaken by Gu Fei's punch. This was definitely a result that left everyone dumbfounded. To think that Gu Fei's power was so strong that he could shake a sage weapon with his bare hands. Too strong. It's indeed a nightmare to let a martial artist get close to you. No one in the same realm can withstand such power. Everyone was shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. It proved once again that it was not a legend that a martial artist was invincible. How is this possible? Daoist Hong Jun was truly shocked. This human before him was too heaven-defying. He was only a half-sage, but the combat power he displayed was extremely close to that of a sage. If he were to reach the demi-sage level, wouldn't he be able to challenge a sage? Of course, this was just a guess of Daoist Hong Jun. One should know that there was a huge realm between a sage and a half-sage. All living beings below the sage level were ants. Even if Gu Fei were to reach the half-sage level, he might not be a match for a sage. At this moment, Gu Fei was still using his own strength to fight against Daoist Hong Jun. The primal chaos fist was constantly being transformed by him. The primal chaos true power was vast and mighty. 9 profound Tao patterns started to appear on his fist. These were the supreme 9 Tao patterns. The 9 Tao patterns were all-encompassing, as if they contained all the truths of the world. This was the foundation of achieving the Tao. If one could become a saint or even a supreme being, these 9 Tao patterns would be crucial. When Daoist Hong Jun saw the 9 Tao patterns on Gu Fei's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. This human expert was incredible and had unlimited potential. He had actually comprehended the principle of simplifying the great Tao and condensed 9 Tao patterns. Everyone walked a different path, and the Tao they comprehended was also different. During the Tao's severing, cultivators had already come into contact with the Tao patterns. However, the Tao patterns of this period were not limited to just 9 Tao patterns, but almost infinite. One had to know that the heavenly Tao was emotionless and the great Tao was uncertain. A cultivator's understanding of the great Tao could be endless, which resulted in the appearance of countless Tao patterns. However, as the cultivator's cultivation continued to increase after the Tao's severing, their comprehension of the great Tao would become deeper and deeper, and the number of Tao patterns would gradually decrease. In the end, all the Tao patterns that could express the great Tao would condense into the 9 most primitive Tao patterns. Only by condensing the 9 Tao patterns would one be able to go further than others on the path of cultivation. The 9 scarlet stars were vibrating, and the endless power of the stars pressed down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. Under such circumstances, he could only use this method to stimulate his potential. Only by lingering on the edge of life and death could he improve his cultivation. Rumble, Gu Fei was evolving his great Tao. The 9 Tao patterns were constantly changing, but there were only 9 vague outlines that hadn't truly stabilized yet. At this stage, his performance was already enough to shock the world. He had already broken the record set by his predecessors, as he had already comprehended 9 Tao patterns before achieving the great Tao. One had to know that only when breaking through to the sage level could a cultivator evolve his great Tao and condense 9 Tao patterns. Only by successfully condensing 9 Tao patterns could one become a sage. Under the circumstances where he had yet to break through to the sage level, Gu Fei had already condensed the outline of 9 Tao patterns. This was definitely something that no one had ever done before or since. At the very least, there were no records of this in the oldest books collected by the major forces in the human world. The 9 Tao patterns vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's body. The great Tao's Daoist rhymes circled around him, and the chaotic spiritual qi circulated in a mysterious state. A sage's aura surged from his body. Using the power of the 9 Tao patterns to fight against the 9 aligned stars and evolve his own great Tao, only Gu Fei could do this under such circumstances. This guy, when Daoist Hong Jun realized what Gu Fei was doing, even he couldn't help but change his expression. 9 stars shattering the cosmos. Daoist Hong Jun had no choice but to use his trump card in advance. Under his control, the 9 scarlet stars vibrated in unison, then released boundless power of the stars. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the sky above Gu Fei. Even the void between heaven and earth was being crushed and destroyed by this power. This was a great destruction. Daoist Hong Jun did not hesitate to destroy the god city below him to raise the power of the 9 aligned stars to the limit. The 9 scarlet stars descended from the sky and sank towards Gu Fei. Every single scarlet star radiated with boundless scarlet light, and the great Tao imprints within the 9 godly pearls seemed to be awakening. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. The void that was sealed by the 9 Tao patterns began to loosen. The power of the 9 aligned stars shook Gu Fei, pushing him down from the sky to the ground. Hong Jun is starting to use his killer move. Black Dragon sneered. He was very clear about the power of the 9 aligned stars. Even if Gu Fei had comprehended the 9 Tao patterns, he was definitely not a match for this saint artifact. Seeing that Daoist Hong Jun was going all out, the mysterious giant was also shocked. After all, if the power of the 9 aligned stars was fully unleashed, even the god city would be shaken. You guys don't know what's good for you. Is Boss Goose still messing with you? He Tian's voice was heard, shocking Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. At this moment, He Tian had completely trapped the 9th Sword Emperor in the killing formation. However, the 9th Sword Emperor had the Saint Ruler Golden Dragon Sword. It was not an easy task for He Tian to kill him. He Tian had already made up his mind. He was going to exhaust the Ninth Sword Emperor who was trapped in the killing formation to death. On the other side, Qiu Wuqing, Black Dragon, and the Stoneman Warrior were still fighting. Although Black Dragon was strong, he was also injured at this moment. Dragon blood dripped from his body from time to time. Chapter 1862. In the chaotic battle, Qiu Wuqing was extremely ferocious. He held his halberd and clashed with the Lai Hua general 3 times. Then, he turned around and fought with the Divine Sword General. Swoosh! The mysterious woman kept pulling the bow in her hand, shooting out divine fire arrows. Each arrow pierced through the void, displaying her powerful battle prowess. Boom! The mysterious woman shot out a fire divine arrow, which collided with the ice divine spear of the mysterious giant figure. The arrow and the spear disappeared in the air at the same time. The mysterious giant figure was very powerful. She was a half-step saint, much more powerful than a half-step saint. However, the mysterious woman had a divine bow, which shortened the distance between the two. The combat ability of a saint implement in the hands of a half-step saint could definitely compete with a half-step saint. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant figure were both women and equally talented. The two cultivators were fighting. Divine arrows pierced through the air, shattering the air and forcing the mysterious giant figure to keep retreating. White misty cold air pervaded the air. The mysterious giant figure had cultivated a power of extreme yin and cold. White cold mist circled around her. Her figure was faintly discernible and the air around her seemed to be solidifying. This was a terrifying technique. Anyone who entered the range of the cold air would feel as if they had entered a swamp. Their movements would be slowed and their movements would be affected. Eat another arrow of mine. The mysterious woman drew her divine bow. The divine fire of yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined. A yin-yang divine arrow formed in the mysterious woman's hand. This was the power of yin and yang. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from the divine arrow. The mysterious giant figure was also shocked. Rumble. The air around the mysterious giant figure was shaking. White cold air pervaded the air. The air froze like ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to reach the mysterious giant figure's side. Swoosh! The mysterious woman only drew the bow halfway and then let go. With her cultivation and ability, it was difficult for her to draw the bow completely. But even so, the power of the mysterious woman's arrow was enough to shock everyone. The yin-yang divine arrow pierced through the air and directly broke through the frozen air around the mysterious giant figure. It pierced through the mysterious giant figure's real body in the cold mist. Damn it! The mysterious giant figure quickly retreated, and then her hands kept moving in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from her jade-like hands, sealing forward. An ice divine spear appeared before the mysterious giant. It was a divine spear condensed from countless runes of the great path, and it radiated with saintly power. Boom! The yin-yang divine arrow collided with the ice divine spear, producing a muffled sound. Then, a visible ripple spread out. The space around the mysterious giant, which was almost as solid as divine iron, was directly torn apart by the power that erupted, and the mysterious giant was sent flying. The power of the yin-yang divine arrow was much more powerful than the mysterious giant had imagined. The divine fire of the yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined, increasing the power of the arrow to a level that even a half-step saint would be terrified of. Wow! The mysterious giant spat out a mouthful of blood. The white mist around her was almost dispersed by the mysterious woman's arrow. Cold mist lingered. Although the mysterious giant had suffered a blow, he could still fight. Swoosh! She instantly pounced at the mysterious woman. She was so fast that even the mysterious woman was shocked. An extremely cold aura had already enveloped her. The mysterious woman immediately retreated, and at the same time, she wanted to draw the divine bow in her hand. However, at this moment, the mysterious giant followed her like a shadow, not giving her time to draw the divine bow in her hand at all. The two figures were chasing each other. Just as the mysterious woman and the mysterious giant were chasing each other, Qiu Wuqing had already beaten a stoneman general to the point that it was covered in cracks and almost shattered. The divine sword general was severely injured and temporarily retreated. However, the Lihua general, the divine arm general, and the other two generals were still fighting against the black dragon and Qiu Wuqing. While Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the stoneman general, he had to guard against the black dragon's sneak attack. Swoosh! When the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand forced the two generals to retreat, he suddenly turned around and attacked the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was fighting against the divine arm general. Pft! The halberd fell. The black dragon avoided being hit at a critical moment, but Qiu Wuqing's halberd still left a bloody hole on his body. The black dragon was shocked and angry as he quickly retreated. Qiu Wuqing then attacked, forcing the black dragon to retreat again and again. He was almost killed by Qiu Wuqing. To be able to force a half-step saint to such an extent and almost kill him, Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was enough to shock the human world. An expert who walked out of the forbidden zone was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Gu Fei was no longer relaxed. Daoist Hong Jun began to fight with all his might. The power of the 9-star alignment destroyed the void of heaven and earth, suppressing Gu Fei from the sky to the ground. The entire divine city shook. Roar! Gu Fei roared in a low voice. The power of the stars that came down from the sky was too strong, and he almost couldn't straighten his back. The 9 Dao patterns on his body were suppressed back into his body by this power. The saint artifact has revived. Gu Fei was shocked. The aura of the Saint Dao in the sky was vast, as though a star saint had arrived. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Daoist Hong Jun's voice came down from the sky. To him, it was a joke to use his physical body to fight against a saint artifact. One should know that a revived saint artifact could unleash the powerful power of a saint. How could a half-saint resist the power of a saint? With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could fight against a saint artifact that had not been revived. However, if it was a revived saint artifact, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. A revived saint artifact could unleash an attack that was equivalent to that of a saint. I will defy it for you to see. Gu Fei sneered. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Now was the time. As he spoke, the aura on his body began to change drastically. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei and even the ground around him were shaking. A shocking power erupted from his body, and his combat strength rose rapidly. The 9 Dao patterns that had been suppressed back into his body by the power of the 9-star alignment appeared on his body again at this moment. They interweaved into a hazy truth of the great Dao. The 9 Dao patterns that Gu Fei had comprehended were just in their embryonic form. They hadn't truly stabilized yet. The Dao patterns were blurry and seemed to be still evolving. The power from the 9 Dao patterns pushed back the power of the 9-star alignment that was pressing down from the sky. What? Chapter 1863. Under the immense pressure, Gu Fei finally used the Ascension secret technique. His battle prowess increased fivefold, and his powerful strength broke through the seal of the 9-star alignment. Roar! Gu Fei growled. His eyes were as bright as stars, and an explosive sound came from his body. His bones and tendons were vibrating, and the power of his martial body was increasing at the same time. 5 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an ancient god of war descending. 9 divine patterns of the great Dao were faintly visible on his body. At that moment, he felt that he only needed to step down to shatter the earth and raise his hand to punch through the sky. This feeling of being filled with power made his battle intent even stronger. It really is the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Daoist Hongjun had once followed that ancient sage, and it just so happened that the ancient sage was also a sage of the immortal Tao. He had become a saint through the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme divine arts that every sage of the immortal Tao wanted to obtain. To be able to pry into the 9 secrets was a lifelong wish of theirs. Of course, this sage of the immortal Tao did not obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He only obtained some fragments that were difficult to cultivate. However, the sage of the immortal Tao had once explained the power of each secret. Daoist Hongjun had been by the sage's side at that time, and he had heard all of this. "I didn't think that you would have such a good eye," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He immediately struck out. Runes of the Tao appeared on his right fist as chaotic true force surged. Powerful ripples of energy radiated from his fist. So what if it's the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? You can't defy the heavens. Daoist Hongjun descended from the sky. 9 scarlet stars circled around him, and the destructive power of the stars spread out in all directions. It froze the void and sealed Gu Fei within. The power of the divine Tao swept towards Gu Fei from all directions. Daoist Hongjun wanted to kill Gu Fei in one move. Rumble, the void around Gu Fei was being annihilated, and the void of heaven and earth was returning to chaos. He punched upwards unhurriedly, and 9 Tao patterns appeared on his fist. The power of the rising heavens by 5 times soared into the sky, broke through the layers of red star power, and rushed towards Daoist Hongjun. However, the power of the crimson star was too powerful at this moment. It had already displayed the power of a saint-rank powerhouse. Even with 5 times the power of ascension, it would be difficult to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. The power of 5 times heaven ascension had been destroyed, and it was no longer a threat to Daoist Hongjun. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are just as so. Daoist Hongjun sneered. From his point of view, the outcome had already been decided. No one below the sage plane would be able to block the 9-star alignment. One must know that this was a flawless sage weapon. Gu Fei didn't say anything and just snorted coldly. Tenfold ascension power. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed his strongest combat strength. His combat strength increased tenfold. At this time, his entire body was blooming with primal chaos divine light. Buzz. The extremely powerful force caused the void around Gu Fei to tremble. The power of the 9-star alignment was once again repelled, and the shattered void rapidly reformed. How is this possible? Daoist Hongjun's expression changed when he sensed this. Tenfold ascension power had already reached the limit of what Gu Fei's half-sage martial body could withstand. If he were to increase the power of ascension again, his martial body might be in trouble. Boom! It was another simple and direct punch. This punch was so powerful that it could shake the 9 scarlet stars in the sky. However, it was still unable to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. "Ha, you scared me. I thought you could really defy the heavens." Daoist Hongjun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Fei couldn't break the seal of the 9-star alignment. One must know that the current Gu Fei could kill him without using the sage weapon. The 9 secrets of the immortal path was indeed an invincible, supreme divine technique. Daoist Hongjun was secretly shocked. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei was too terrifying and powerful. It was enough to sweep away the 3 powerhouses of Sage World. If it were not for the sacred artifact, the 9-star alignment, Daoist Hongjun would have been killed by Gu Fei long ago. "I said, you can't defy the heavens." Daoist Hongjun's confidence soared. He knew that if this continued, this human expert named Gu Fei would be exhausted to death. Is that so?" Gu Fei's expression remained calm, not showing any signs of panic. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his body, as if thunder was rumbling inside his body. An even more powerful force rippled out from his body. Daoist Hongjun was truly dumbfounded. Why does this human strength keep increasing? There seems to be no end to it. This is unbelievable. 15 times the power of ascension, Gu Fei used power that surpassed the limits of his martial body. 15 times the power of ascension was circulating, and a power ripple that could make even half-step saints tremble erupted from his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared. This power was so powerful that it surpassed the limits of his martial body. Veins began to appear on his body, as if a wild beast was about to break out of his body. His entire body grew bigger, and the muscles all over his body swelled. He could feel that all his muscles, bones, and flesh were about to be torn apart. He could barely control this powerful force. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this time, even the power of the 9-star alignment could not suppress him. He was like an invincible primal chaos war god. His entire body blossomed with primal chaos divine light, and his battle intent shook the heavens and earth. Boom! A great battle broke out, and the 9-star alignment was directly shaken. Gu Fei punched out and sent one of the red stars flying, shocking Daoist Hongjun. Kill! Daoist Hongjun immediately reacted. He also went all out. The red star that was sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back. The 9 stars rotated, and a red starry sky was formed. The 9 red stars were like 9 ancestral stars in this starry sky, and they rushed towards Gu Fei from 9 different directions. This guy is really heaven-defying. Daoist Hongjun couldn't help but admit that Gu Fei was really strong, so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. He actually used his own strength to fight against a saint weapon. Even those ancient supreme beings were probably not as strong as him when they were young. The 9 red stars were like stars falling from the sky. They emitted a destructive power, and they rushed towards Gu Fei. This scene shocked everyone. Does that guy Hongjun want to destroy this divine city? The black dragon and the mysterious giant were both shocked. They were very clear that if the 9 stars collided together, they would be able to display the true power of a saint. At that time, even the divine city below would be affected. 9 stars returning to 1, invincible. Let's see how you are going to resist. Daoist Hongjun laughed maniacally. At this moment, he was also overdrafting his yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi used to execute this move was just too great. Chapter 1864. 9 stars fused into 1, invincible. Daoist Hongjun roared furiously. He was risking his life to use this move, even at the cost of greatly damaging his vitality. The 9 stars fused into 1 could form an invincible ancestral star. Moreover, the power of the 9 scarlet stars fusing together was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Rather, it was superimposed. The fusion of 2 scarlet stars could unleash 2 times the power. However, the fusion of 3 scarlet stars could unleash 9 times the power. If 4 stars fused into 1, the fused ancestral star would display 16 times the power. If 9 stars fused into 1, it would display 81 times the power. 81 times the power was so great that even a true sage might not be able to withstand it, let alone Gu Fei, who had yet to become a sage. However, once this move was used, Daoist Hongjun's immortal essence was continuously absorbed by the scarlet stars. It was inevitable that his vitality would be greatly damaged. If Daoist Hongjun did not have the cultivation of a half-step sage, he would not dare to use this move, because he could not stop once he used it. If his cultivation was insufficient, he would face the danger of having all his essence devoured by the scarlet stars. At that time, he would not be able to kill his enemy and would instead lose his life. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook, and the divine city trembled. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from the surroundings of the Great Hall in the depths of the Divine City. Immortal Qi surged, and thousands of strands of auspicious Qi appeared. The formation protecting the Great Hall was activated by the power of the Scarlet Stars. The Great Formation was activated, and a supreme and sacred aura spread out. It's a Sage King-level Great Formation. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the fluctuations of the Sage power. The thing hidden in the Great Hall was definitely the most important thing left behind by the ancient sage. At this moment, everyone stopped. Even the Stoneman warriors retreated. At this moment, there were only two supreme experts fighting. Gu Fei, go to hell. Daoist Hong Jun roared furiously. He circulated his immortal power with all his might, and endless immortal essence surged out from his body, entering the 9 scarlet stars that were charging towards Gu Fei. The 9 scarlet stars emitted an unprecedentedly powerful starlight. The starlight illuminated the world, dyeing the entire world crimson. Preposterous, at this moment, Gu Fei could no longer remain calm. He sensed extreme danger. This Daoist Hong Jun was not simple. He actually managed to awaken the great Dao imprint within the 9-star alignment. Of course, this was not a complete recovery, but it was enough to threaten Gu Fei's life. You're not the only one who will risk your life. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He did not use his extreme saint weapon to protect himself. Instead, he continued to use the Ascension secret art. This time, he wanted to increase the power of Ascension by 20 times. Even Gu Fei wasn't sure if he could withstand 20 times the power of Ascension. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His shirt instantly exploded and turned into dust, revealing his bulging muscles. On his skin, veins crawled all over his body like the roots of an old tree. 20 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei gave it his all. If he wanted to stimulate the potential of his martial body, this was the fastest way. He wandered on the edge of life and death and truly felt the threat of death. Rumble, endless chaotic divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The 9 chaotic patterns were imprinted on his body, emitting dazzling divine light of the great Tao. Arg! Gu Fei's face was ferocious. He roared into the sky. His body was still expanding. The power contained in his muscles, bones, and flesh was constantly released. His flesh and martial true power were perfectly fused together. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body. Under the effect of 20 times the power of Ascension, the toughness of his martial body continued to soar. This is simply a human-shaped divine instrument. Someone exclaimed. At this time, everyone was staring at Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei's power was constantly increasing. The world was shaking because of this power. Boss, He Tian, who knew about Gu Fei's background, couldn't help but worry. He had also cultivated the secret skill of Ascension. He knew how powerful this secret skill was. Gu Fei was using his own life to drive the secret skill of Ascension. 20 times the power of Ascension had definitely exceeded the endurance of Gu Fei's martial body. If he couldn't control this power, forget about killing the enemy, his body would explode from this uncontrollable power. His body and soul would be destroyed. Has this human already taken that step? The black dragon's body was shivering. It was only now that he knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. He had even attacked this human previously. He was simply courting death. That mysterious giant was also extremely shocked. Gu Fei indeed lives up to his name. The mysterious woman exclaimed. Gu Fei's power seemed to be endless. It was still increasing. He was infinitely close to the saint level. There were even signs of him leaping into the saint level. Strong. Qiu Wuqing, who had always been a man of few words, only said a single word. Gu Fei was truly strong. 20 times the power of Ascension was enough for him to kill quasi-sages. In fact, he could even fight against half-step sages. Even if half-step sages had sage weapons in their hands, he could still fight against them. Boom! Gu Fei's martial body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling chaotic divine light. His entire body seemed to be burning as an extremely powerful force rippled out from his body. His body was covered in blood. There were bloody wounds everywhere. Fresh blood seeped out from the wounds. His martial body had cracked, but it didn't collapse. Under the seal of the 9 Dao patterns, Gu Fei's martial body didn't collapse. It didn't explode from the extreme power within his body. He could still control such a powerful force with some difficulty. Xing! The 9 scarlet stars vibrated at the same time. These 9 scarlet stars were pushed apart by Gu Fei's power and couldn't fuse together. What? Daoist Hong Jun was really shocked. This human expert was really heaven-defying. He actually pushed apart the 9 scarlet stars that were about to collide together. I won't lose. Daoist Hong Jun's hair was disheveled. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood on every scarlet star. After spitting out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood, Daoist Hong Jun's expression was completely exhausted. His originally black hair had actually turned white. His vitality is greatly damaged. Hong Jun's vitality is greatly damaged. The Black Dragon and the mysterious giant who knew about Daoist Hong Jun's background were extremely shocked. The number 1 person in this world was at his weakest at this moment. However, the 9 mouthfuls of essence blood that Daoist Hong Jun spat out were very useful. After absorbing Daoist Hong Jun's essence blood, the power of the 9 scarlet stars increased by another level. This. Chapter 1865. Daoist Hong Jun spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence at the expense of his primordial qi, which increased the power of the 9-star alignment by a large margin. The void that was sealed by the 9-star alignment was directly annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Fei was in great danger when he was trapped in that piece of chaos. However, he was not killed by the power of the 9-star alignment because of the power of 20 times ascension. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. He was already at the edge of life and death, but at this moment, his mind was extremely clear. He could still clearly feel the circulation of the martial true force in his body, even the slightest change could not be missed. Not only did the 9 Dao pattern seal Gu Fei's body, preventing his martial physique from collapsing, but it also blocked the mighty power of the 9 stars outside his body. Gu Fei's martial body started to crack due to the overload of the secret skill of rising. Blood kept seeping out from the hideous cracks. Gu Fei could clearly feel that his bones were about to be crushed by the extremely powerful power. This was the second time he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. He used it when he was fighting against Azure Dragon. At that time, his martial body almost collapsed. At that time, he used the Dao patterns to seal his body. That was why he could barely control the peerless power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. Although he was already a half-sage and had condensed the blurry 9 Dao patterns, his martial body almost collapsed when he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. The secret skill of 20 times ascension seemed to be the limit for those below the sage realm. Those below the sage realm could only increase the power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. If he wanted to surpass this limit, he might have to wait until Gu Fei became a sage. Of course, only Gu Fei dared to use the power of 20 times ascension. If it was an ordinary half-sage or even a sage-to-be, they would not dare to use it. This was because no one below the sage realm had a physical body as strong as Gu Fei's. It's unbelievable. He can even block this attack. Everyone was shocked. The energy fluctuations emitted by the 9 stars were too powerful. The space sealed by the 9 stars had already turned into primal chaos. Even so, Gu Fei's energy fluctuations could still be sensed from the primal chaos. In other words, Gu Fei was still alive despite the attack. This is unbelievable. This kind of power is already at the saint level, the mysterious woman said. She knew that even if she were to fight against Daoist Hongjun, it would be difficult for her to win. The power of the 9-star alignment was extremely terrifying. Countless stars flickered in the sky. The 9 stars drew upon the power of the stars in this part of the world, and then displayed such an attack. Because of this, Daoist Hongjun's vitality was greatly damaged. His black hair turned white. This was a sign that his vitality was greatly damaged. He had consumed too much of his original essence qi. Roar! This is still not enough to kill me. If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, then use them all. Gu Fei's roar rang out from the primal chaos. He was hovering on the brink of life and death. He attacked with all his strength, using this extreme method to stimulate his body's potential. Boom! He punched out, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. 20 times the strength of ascension was unleashed. This punch punched a hole in the primal chaos. Bang! A chaos god fist punched out from the primal chaos, smashing onto one of the 9 stars, causing it to tremble continuously and almost fall from the sky. What? A powerful energy fluctuation spread out, almost causing Daoist Hongjun to fall from the sky. At this moment, his vitality was already greatly damaged. He had fallen from the half-step saint realm to the half-step saint realm. At this moment, even an ordinary half-step saint would be able to severely injure Daoist Hongjun. Just as Gu Fei was attacking the 9-star alignment, in the depths of this part of the world, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. A shocking aura appeared in the world. This is, high up in the sky, everyone in the God City could feel this powerful aura. Especially the 3 leaders of this part of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is he still alive? Even Daoist Hongjun couldn't help but be shocked. Ha! A figure rushed out of the huge tomb that had exploded. That person burst out of the tomb and laughed into the sky. This was an old man. His hair was sparse and his clothes were tattered. It was as though he was a corpse that had been buried underground for thousands of years and had just crawled out of his grave. Return of the original self. The old man's voice was like a bell. He didn't look like an old man at all. As the old man spoke, the spirit qi of the world gathered over from all directions and entered the body of this old man. The old man's divine body was going through a shocking change. The old skin on his body began to fall off as his sparse hair began to grow. Very soon, a head of thick and black hair grew out from his head. His bent back straightened. In a few breaths, this old man had transformed into a middle-aged man with vigorous qi and blood. The middle-aged man opened up a void that he had opened up and took out a set of green robes. He then changed out of the tattered clothes on his body. It's the Green Emperor. He's actually not dead. How is this possible? In the God City, the Black Dragon was shocked. It turned out that there had originally been 4 leaders in this part of the Sage world. Among the 4 leaders, Daoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had the highest cultivation and power. However, a mountain couldn't contain 2 tigers. The conflict between Daoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had been going on for a long time. After the sage world of this part of the world had disappeared for 50,000 years, the conflict between Daoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor finally erupted. Daoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor fought in the depths of the mountains in this part of the world. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The mountains in this part of the world were almost razed to the ground. After that battle, a huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountains. Then, Daoist Hongjun carried out a great purge and killed all the people who followed the Green Emperor. The 4 leaders of the sage world were reduced to 3. The Black Dragon and the mysterious leader knew that they were no match for Daoist Hongjun, so they submitted to him. Could it be that the Green Emperor faked his death back then? Apart from being shocked, the three leaders could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This Green Emperor was really good at enduring. After all, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years since his battle with Daoist Hong Jun. Hong Jun's expression changed greatly. At this time, he had already suffered a great deal of damage in order to deal with Gu Fei, and the Green Emperor's cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Swoosh! The Green Emperor raised his head and looked at the god's city in the sky. Ah, Hong Jun, to think that you would have such a day. This is really bad karma. Chapter 1866. The Green Emperor was one of the four giants of the sage world. Like Daoist Hong Jun, the Green Emperor was also a general under the command of the ancient sage and commanded 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. Moreover, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were not below Daoist Hong Jun's. The two of them had been fighting openly and covertly for many years when the ancient sage was still around. After the ancient sage disappeared, the entire sage world was split into two factions. The Green Emperor and Daoist Hong Jun each took over half of the world. In the tens of thousands of years after the ancient sage disappeared, although the Green Emperor and Daoist Hong Jun had fought, they had not reached the point where they would fight with their lives on the line. However, the conflict between the two had been going on for a long time and would eventually erupt. In the final battle, Hong Jun had won. The Green Emperor had died, and Hong Jun had unified the sage world, becoming the true controller of this world. Even the other two giants had to act according to Hong Jun's wishes. However, just as Daoist Hong Jun had been severely injured, the Green Emperor, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, suddenly leaped out. This caused Daoist Hong Jun to turn pale with fright. I've already killed him. How is this possible? Daoist Hong Jun was both shocked and furious. The Green Emperor had been killed in a battle with him tens of thousands of years ago. How had he managed to escape death? He could not understand. After all, he had used many methods to defeat the Green Emperor. Some of these methods were even shameful. At that time, Daoist Hong Jun was sure that the Green Emperor was dead and could not have survived. Moreover, he had personally buried the Green Emperor's corpse deep in the mountains. Hong Jun, your death is here. The Green Emperor charged over with great momentum. Demonic aura surged into the sky and a huge beast shadow appeared indistinctly in the demonic aura. It was a green celestial wolf that was as large as a mountain and emitted an extremely horrifying aura. It's really him. The black dragon's heart trembled when he saw this. Even his voice trembled. The Green Emperor was the ruler of the demon race. His cultivation and strength had already touched the saint level tens of thousands of years ago. He was half a step away from being a monster saint. After tens of thousands of years, just how much had his cultivation gone? You four-legged snake, after I kill Hong Jun, I'll make you my next target. The Green Emperor rushed over from afar. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of green demonic light. Within the demonic light, there were demon clan Dao patterns. He swept a cold glance at Black Dragon. Boss Green Emperor, the Black Dragon turned pale with fright. He knew the strength of the other party, and he also felt guilty in his heart. He had participated in the matter of Daoist Hong Jun and caused the death of the Green Emperor. However, who would have thought that the Green Emperor would actually survive that sort of situation? Rumble, at this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his power that was 20 times stronger than before. His pair of chaos divine fists caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Even the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress him. This is, when the Green Emperor noticed the 9-star alignment, he also noticed Gu Fei. When he caught sight of this, he was extremely shocked as well. To think that this powerful being of the human race would be able to fight against the 9-star alignment. After all, the Green Emperor had perished under the 9-star alignment all those years ago. The reason why Daoist Hong Jun was able to defeat the Green Emperor was because he had obtained a saint weapon of that ancient sage. This saint weapon was the 9-star alignment. Boom! A chaos divine fist tore through the void and struck out from within the 9-star alignment. The power that burst forth from the fist was earth-shattering. It was so strong that it could send chills down one's spine. A power that was 20 times stronger than the heavens was way too strong. This was a power that surpassed that of a quasi-saint and even a half-saint. This was the strongest power that anyone below the sage realm could muster. Even the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei broke through the sealing power of the 9-star alignment forcefully and rushed out. The chaos chi surged for 30,000 miles, causing the entire world to lose its color. Too strong. Even the Green Emperor couldn't help but change his expression. This human before him was way too strong. To think that even the void around him wouldn't be able to contain his true body with the power of chaos. The void around Gu Fei was vibrating as a series of black cracks appeared. Hong Jun, prepare to die. With a single step, Gu Fei arrived before Daoist Hong Jun, punching out with a single fist. A supreme amount of power burst forth from his fist. Ugh! The white-haired Daoist Hong Jun did not dodge at all. With that, he was turned into a blood mist by Gu Fei's punch. Even his essence spirit didn't manage to escape as his body and spirit were destroyed. What? When the masses caught sight of this, they were completely dumbfounded. To think that Daoist Hong Jun, one of the 3 powerful beings of the saint world, would be killed by a single punch from Gu Fei just like that. When the Green Emperor saw how Gu Fei had killed Daoist Hong Jun with a single punch, he was stunned as well. Everything had happened way too quickly. By the time he came back to his senses, Daoist Hong Jun was already dead. After Daoist Hong Jun died, the 9 scarlet stars in the skies dimmed down immediately. Their divine splendor was retracted as that earth-shaking energy ripple receded like a receding tide. Shoo! The Green Emperor came back to his senses and roared. He shot up into the skies and charged towards the 9 scarlet stars, wanting to take them away. You sure know how to take advantage of others. A figure suddenly appeared before the Green Emperor, blocking his path. The chaotic aura on this person's body surged for 30,000 miles. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The Green Emperor stopped. He had no choice but to stop because he could already sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the other party's body. As long as he continued charging forward, the other party would definitely make a move. The 9-star alignment was the other party's spoils of war. It was not something that could be taken by others. To be able to kill Daoist Hong Jun with a single punch, this person's battle prowess was unparalleled. This caused the Green Emperor to feel immense pressure. The other party definitely had the strength to kill him. The Green Emperor wasn't a fool. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand, the Azure Dragon said, and then he retreated. At this moment, that extremely powerful energy ripple on Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening. The time limit for his Heaven Ascension secret skill was up. He could no longer maintain his battle prowess in this state of invincibility. However, other than He Tian who was present, no one else knew that Gu Fei was at his weakest right now. After the borrowed energy was used up, he would feel as though he was on the verge of collapsing. His entire body was aching. It was as though his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh had been sliced up by a sharp knife. Gu Fei kept the 9 scarlet stars in the skies into his inner world. He then used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them completely. He had obtained a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1867. Gu Fei displayed 20 times the strength of Ascension and killed Daoist Hong Jun with a single punch. Then, he collected Daoist Hong Jun's 9 star-aligned pearls. They were 9 scarlet pearls that were the size of an adult's fist. Dao patterns could be vaguely seen on each of the pearls. This was a flawless sacred artifact. Everyone was very envious of it, but no one dared to compete with Gu Fei for it. At this time, he could already be said to be invincible with his 20x ascension power. Even a flawless saint weapon could not kill Gu Fei. If no one else had a saint weapon, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. Even the Green Emperor did not make a move. The Green Emperor had faked his death for tens of thousands of years. But when he jumped out, his mortal enemy was killed right before his eyes. This feeling of not being able to take revenge with his own hands was something that others could not understand. The Green Emperor was a proud son of the heavens. He was a powerful being of the ancient Sky Wolf bloodline. The ancient Sky Wolf was extremely strong, and the ancestor of the Sky Wolf was a heavenly beast. The Green Emperor had the bloodline of the Sky Wolf flowing through his veins. His talent was even greater than that of Daoist Hongjun. Back then, Daoist Hongjun had used some extreme methods to defeat the Green Emperor. This was also the reason why the Green Emperor was unconvinced. Hongjun, he died just like that. Looking at how Gu Fei killed Daoist Hongjun with a single punch, the Green Emperor was filled with mixed emotions. The opponent that he had fought with for half his life had been destroyed just like that. Ever since the Green Emperor and Daoist Hongjun were recruited by the ancient sage, the two of them had been fighting openly and secretly. Both of them had fought for half their lives, and yet this was the outcome. I want to fight. After keeping the 9-star alignment, Gu Fei looked at the Green Emperor. This Green Emperor was really strong. He seemed to be even stronger than Daoist Hongjun. Furthermore, the Green Emperor's true form was a Sky Wolf. The Sky Wolf bloodline was famous in the ancient times. One must know that the ancestor of the Sky Wolf race was a heavenly beast. Heavenly beasts were existences that were comparable to the supreme beings. Although the physique of this kind of monstrous beast was not the strongest, it could still compete with the God-fiend body when cultivated to the greater success realm. However, it was still a little inferior to the greater success human race martial body. The Green Emperor shook his head. Right now, he wasn't a match for this human. The energy ripples that were emanating from the other party were way too strong. Unless he were to use his ultimate trump card, it would truly be hard for him to fight against the other party. And at this moment, the supreme energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body suddenly began to converge back into his body. That powerful energy was fading away. In just a few breaths of time, that oppressive energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Oh no, boss time is up. He Tian was taken aback. He knew Gu Fei's background. There was a limit to how long the ascending secret art could be used. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ascending secret art's power would dissipate. The changes on Gu Fei's body had everyone bewildered. No one knew what was going on with his body. Fellow Daoist, how about we join forces to break through the seal of the main hall? The Green Emperor asked Gu Fei. Compared to the item within the main hall, what he was thinking about the most right now was how to get out of this world. This world wasn't a huge one. Even though the spirit chi here was denser than the outside world, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth here. Therefore, even if the cultivators of this world were to cultivate to an extreme state, it would be impossible for them to give birth to a sage. Within this heaven and earth that was created by the sage, it was impossible for anyone to become a sage. Join forces. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier on, Daoist Hongjun had wanted to join forces with him as well. However, he still chose to join forces with the 9th Sword Emperor. This was undoubtedly a fatal decision on the part of Daoist Hongjun. Daoist Hongjun had chosen the wrong person. Hence, he had died. If he had chosen to stand on the side of Gu Fei, he might not have died. Old dog, it's your turn now. Boom. The killing formation was activated. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light of destruction appeared in the formation and pierced towards the Ninth Sword Emperor who was trapped in the killing formation. Daoist Hongjun's death caused the Ninth Sword Emperor to turn pale with fright. He knew that they had lost the upper hand and no one could contend against Gu Fei. Buzz. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword vibrated in the Ninth Sword Emperor's hand. He wanted to break out of the killing formation. However, he had no time to care about anything else. The light of the golden dragon sword shot into the sky. This was the power of a flawless saint weapon. Even the killing formation of He Tian could not completely suppress this power. Bang! Just as the Ninth Sword Emperor shook the killing formation and wanted to rush out, a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the Ninth Sword Emperor's head. This huge seal was filled with auspicious qi. Divine light shot into the sky. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out, able to melt everything. The heaven transformation seal suppressed the sky and forced the Ninth Sword Emperor, who was about to rush out of He Tian's killing formation, to retreat. The battle continued. The others attacked as well. They all wanted to defeat each other. However, those who stood on Daoist Hongjun's side were extremely dispirited. Because they stood on the wrong side. Kill! Qiu Wuqing shouted. He held his halberd and charged towards the black dragon. He wanted to kill all the giants in this area first. The three stoneman warriors also soared into the sky and joined the battle. Swoosh! The mysterious lady shot an arrow. This divine arrow pierced through the void and locked on to the mysterious giant. In an instant, it arrived in front of the mysterious giant. Freeze the heavens and earth! Yelled the mysterious giant. An extremely cold aura rushed out of her body, freezing the space around her in the blink of an eye. Bang! The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady broke through the frozen void around the mysterious giant. It brushed past the mysterious giant's body and shot towards him. The mysterious giant was shocked. She never expected that her ice domain would be pierced through so easily. This was the first time something like this had happened. However, the mysterious giant was not out of danger yet. The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady would not stop until it was stained with blood. Swoosh! The divine arrow turned around in the void and continued to shoot towards the mysterious giant who had just dodged it. Humph! The mysterious giant sneered. Then, she waved her hands in front of her. A black hole appeared in the void, emitting a cold aura. The divine arrow was swallowed by the black hole. The mysterious giant used this method to neutralize the arrow. Chapter 1868. The mysterious giant cultivated the power of extreme yin and extreme cold. To think that she had cultivated her own inner world as well. She used her inner world to dispel the arrow shot by the mysterious woman. Although he had only taken a glance at the inner world, Gu Fei knew that this inner world was very special. There didn't seem to be any life in it. It was a world that was only cold. Bang! The divine arrow that was sucked into the mysterious giant's inner world exploded in that part of the world. Terrifying energy waves shook the entire world. Rumble. The sound was like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Some of the mountains that were covered in snow started to have avalanches. Inner world. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. To think that the other party had cultivated out an inner world. This was really shocking. One should know that it was not that easy to cultivate out an inner world. Some people could cultivate their entire lives but could not even touch the edge of an inner world. Swoosh! The mysterious woman shot out another arrow. This arrow was even more powerful than the previous one. This was a divine arrow that was completely formed by the Nanmingli fire. The Nanmingli fire was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. Legend had it that the Nanmingli fire was a divine fire that was formed when the vermilion bird race was reborn. It was extremely powerful and could even burn a vermilion bird to ashes. Nanmingli fire. The mysterious giant was shocked. This divine arrow that was formed by the essence of the divine fire was extremely terrifying. If she were to attack that divine arrow, it would definitely explode instantly. As long as she was touched by a trace of the Nanmingli fire, even a half-sage or a quasi-sage would be burned to death. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the mysterious giant retreated and the leaf fire divine arrow chased after her. Just as the mysterious woman was fighting the mysterious giant, the 3 stone warriors rushed towards the Green Emperor. Their killing intent was so strong that even the sky changed color. One had to admit that these stone warriors were really strong. It was no wonder that they were an invincible force under the hands of the ancient sage. These stone warriors were much stronger than the beast warriors. Humph, the Green Emperor sneered. He then waved his robes and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, one could vaguely see the great Dao marks. It looked like a casual wave, but the power contained within it was astonishing. The Dao pattern rushed out and sealed the 3 stone warriors. The 3 stone warriors seemed to know how powerful it was and immediately retreated. Kill! The Green Emperor roared out and charged straight into the encirclement of the 3 stone golem generals. He then struck out at the 3 stone golem generals at the same time with unparalleled might. Fighting the 3 stone giant battle generals alone, the combat prowess that the Green Emperor displayed was shocking. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Gu Fei had just slammed into the suppressive force of the Grand Hall ahead of him. The entire Grand Hall was enveloped by an invisible force. Bang! Gu Fei attacked with all his strength and punched out. A layer of misty celestial light immediately appeared in the transparent void. This layer of celestial light enveloped the whole. Apart from the formation patterns, there were also the Dao patterns left behind by the ancient sage in the celestial light. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei attacking the array. Extraordinary indeed. Gu Fei's eyes shone with a bright gleam. This was a formation laid down by the ancient sage himself. The great Dao of the ancient sage was imprinted within the void. It was extremely difficult to break through this formation. Even a true sage would have to expend some effort to break through this formation. Gu Fei was not a sage. With his own cultivation state and strength, it was impossible for him to break through this formation. The only thing he could rely on was his extreme Dao sacred weapon. Very soon, the formation patterns and Dao patterns that appeared in the void due to the impact of Gu Fei's attack disappeared back into the void as though they had never appeared in the first place. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder why it was laid down by the ancient sage himself. It was not easy to obtain that item within the Grand Hall. However, it was not impossible for Gu Fei. It was just that he would have to spend quite a bit of time on it. The extreme Dao sacred weapon could not be used easily. In order to unleash the power of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, various preparations had to be made. However, under the current situation, it was difficult for Gu Fei to calmly prepare. It was not something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to unleash the true power of the extreme Dao sacred weapon. The stone men in the divine city would definitely not allow Gu Fei to do as he wished. They had to stop him. At this time, the 100,000 beasts were still fighting against the stone men in the divine city. More than half of the beasts were dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river in the divine city and the smell of blood was extremely heavy. In order to resist the 100,000 beasts, the stone men that guarded the divine city had also suffered great losses. As one of the 3 giants, the Black Dragon was fighting against Qiu Wuqing at this time. The dragon Qi was vast and mighty. His dragon claws constantly tore through the void, trying to tear Qiu Wuqing into pieces. Buzz! The black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand was vibrating. He had the god-fiend body, so his physique was extremely strong. The power of his physical body and the god-fiend power were perfectly fused together. Bang! The black dragon was pushed back. The black dragon was shocked and furious. He was a half-step saint while his opponent was only a half-step saint. No one would believe that he, a half-step saint, was actually pushed back by a half-step saint. However, the truth was so cruel. Qiu Wuqing was too strong. He was simply the second Gu Fei. His combat strength was so strong that he could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. The path that Qiu Wuqing had taken was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's, constantly improving his cultivation and strength in the midst of a desperate fight. The black dragon was suppressed by Qiu Wuqing and was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the battle between the mysterious giant and the mysterious woman was not as intense. However, the level of danger was not any less. The first to be decided was between He Tian and the Ninth Sword Emperor. Without any suspense, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not withstand He Tian's overwhelming attacks in the end. His body was pierced by the invisible sword released by He Tian. The killing intent on the invisible sword was very shocking. The moment the sword was pierced, the killing intent severed all of the Ninth Sword Emperor's vitality. Even the Ninth Sword Emperor's primordial spirit was heavily injured. Bang! The Heaven Transformation seal above the formation fell. The power of Heaven Transformation was vast and vast. It completely destroyed the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Within the killing formation, there was only a golden divine sword floating in the air. Chapter 1869. A flawless sage weapon was extremely attractive to every cultivator. Even He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, was the same. As He Tian's cultivation level increased, he could awaken more and more memories of his past life. The things hidden in the depths of his soul were shocking. This was He Tian's secret. He didn't even tell Gu Fei. Ha, this is mine. When the sage ruler golden dragon sword was in his hand, He Tian felt his hand sink. This divine sword was extremely heavy. He was so shocked that he almost lost his grip on it. Everyone was jealous, but no one came forward to snatch it. This was because He Tian was on the same side as Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Good sword. He Tian looked at the golden divine sword in his hand. On the body of the divine sword, there were indistinct Dao patterns. A restrained Dao aura circulated. The flawless sage weapon was flawless. If it landed in the hands of a saint-level expert, this divine sword would be able to unleash its greatest power. With He Tian's current cultivation level and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this divine sword. I'll keep it first. I'll study it slowly in the future. He Tian muttered to himself. Then, he threw the golden divine sword into the array world that he had created. His array world was a type of inner world. It was a world of arrays. Of course, this kind of world could also be transformed into a real world. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing had gained the upper hand in his battle with the black dragon. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant had also reached a climax. It wouldn't be long before a winner was decided. On the other hand, the battle between the Green Emperor and the three golem warriors was earth-shattering. Roar! The Green Emperor roared angrily. A green celestial wolf shadow appeared on his body, displaying the ferocious might of a demonic beast. Although it was 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand and suppressed the three golem warriors. Green Emperor, even you want to betray Master? A stoneman warrior roared angrily. Humph, what kind of betrayal is this? I just want to leave this world. The Green Emperor's cultivation had already reached the limits of this world. Although this world was created by the ancient sages, it was not a true world after all. The world was flawed. In such a world, it was impossible to become the strongest in the world. The Green Emperor had great ambitions, and he couldn't stay in this world forever. He wanted to charge out of this world and charge into the Saint Realm. Sophistry. When Master returns, all of you traitors will die. The other stoneman general shouted. The stone general's loyalty to the ancient sage had not changed even after hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the stone general was a puppet without a soul and only had its own consciousness. This kind of puppet would never betray the master who had created them. There's no need to say anything more. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if Master returns? As the Green Emperor spoke, he displayed the celestial wolf race's great technique. The green celestial wolf phantom that appeared on his body gradually became clearer. Roar! The celestial wolf howled, and the world shook. The Green Emperor exerted his strength, and the 3 stoneman generals were sent flying. This wolf cub is really strong. From afar, He Tian was shocked when he saw this. The celestial wolf bloodline of the Green Emperor was awakening, and a strong wave of energy exploded from his body. The 3 stoneman generals were no match for the Green Emperor. Swoosh! The Green Emperor's divine form flashed, and he caught up to one of the generals. He then grabbed the general's legs and tore him into 2. There was no blood and flesh splattering. In front of the Green Emperor was a pile of rubble. An extremely strong general was killed just like that. The stoneman general collapsed, and the Tao patterns within it dissipated. A stoneman general had become history just like that. So strong, the Black Dragon, who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Qiu Wuqing made use of this opportunity to display the God-Fiend battle technique. The halberd in his hand struck the waist of the Black Dragon viciously. Dragon scales shattered, and blood splattered. This attack almost split the Black Dragon into 2. Roar! The Black Dragon let out a long roar, and a huge wave shattered the void, forcing Qiu Wuqing to retreat. Countless transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rippled in the surrounding void. This long worm, Qiu Wuqing's ears were ringing from the Black Dragon's roar, and his spiritual soul was shaken. Blood seeped out of his ears, and he could not hear anything for the time being. The Black Dragon's roar was a great technique of the dragon race. This was a legacy of the dragon race. Every generation of the dragon race would have the dragon race's cultivation technique hidden deep in their souls. Although the Black Dragon was not of noble birth, and did not have the royal bloodline of the dragon race, he was a dragon after all. Deep in his soul was the legacy of the dragon race. I'm going to kill you. The Black Dragon's son roared furiously. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly, and the dragon blood that had splattered flew back and returned to his body. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The Black Dragon let out a loud roar, and he displayed another great technique of the dragon race. He soared into the sky, and the dragon energy around his body was vast and mighty. His cultivation had doubled in an instant. Then, when the Black Dragon was about to attack, his battle strength had already doubled. The 2 forces were stacked together, forming an extremely powerful force. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. When he attacked Qiu Wuqing, his strength had already increased 9 times in a row. Every time he attacked, it was as though he had broken through a layer of heaven and earth. This was the power of the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. 9 forces stacked together before he attacked. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the Black Dragon. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the Black Dragon displaying such a great technique. This great technique of the dragon race seemed to be similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the heavenly ascension secret technique. However, compared to the heavenly ascension secret technique, this great technique of the dragon race couldn't be compared. First transformation of the celestial demon. Qiu Wuqing could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. He had no choice but to display the great technique of the celestial demon race. At this moment, his body underwent a shocking transformation. A thick layer of black scales appeared on his skin, and two protrusions grew on his forehead like two horns. His eyes were extremely bright, and there was a divine light of the immortal path circling around them. Everyone was shocked to see Qiu Wuqing transform into a demon king. This was the physical body of the demons, but it was the soul of the celestial race. Chapter 1870. Qiu Wuqing displayed the secret technique of the divine demon clan, the first layer of divine demon transformation. Rumble, the void was shaking. Streaks of black astral energy circled around Qiu Wuqing's body. His shirt was already torn, revealing his body that was covered in black scales. This was the physical body of the demons. It was extremely tough, especially the layer of scales on his body. It was impenetrable and ordinary divine weapons could not break through the defense of the scales. The strength of this demonic body was undeniable. What was even more frightening was that Qiu Wuqing did not fall into a frenzy of killing because of the existence of the demonic power. His mind was extremely clear. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. He possessed the soul of the divine clan. This was a mysterious state. Boom! Without saying a word, Qiu Wuqing charged towards the black dragon that was charging towards him. The power of the first layer of divine demon transformation was too shocking. Qiu Wuqing's battle power had increased by at least 3 to 4 times. A simple wave of the halberd in his hand shattered a large area of the void and struck out the chaotic aura. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand collided violently with the dragon claw. Pft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qiu Wuqing's mouth. He had suffered a great impact just from the contact. The power of the 9th layer of True Dragon was too strong. The power of the 9th layer of True Dragon had far exceeded the limits of the Black Dragon. This was a desperate technique. If he still could not defeat Qiu Wuqing, the Black Dragon could only wait for death. Roar! 9 dragon shadows appeared around the Black Dragon, emitting waves of dragon energy. Those were the 9 dragons. He had raised his strength to the limit. If this attack did not succeed, he would die. The power of this attack was displayed. Qiu Wuqing was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The scales on his body were also stained with blood. His hands were in extreme pain. Cracks had appeared on the bones of both his arms. The palm that was holding the halberd was already a bloody mess. Some parts of the palm were even showing the bones. However, he still held on to the halberd tightly. Roar! Qiu Wuqing roared into the sky. The injuries on his arms were healing rapidly, and the cracks on his arm bones were disappearing rapidly. New flesh and blood were growing rapidly on his badly mangled palms. Qiu Wuqing's demonic body was very strong, and his recovery ability was even more shocking. In just a few breaths' time, his heavily injured arms had completely recovered. The demon body is truly formidable. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Die! The Black Dragon charged over. He wanted to kill Qiu Wuqing in one go. He was very clear that if he allowed Qiu Wuqing to catch his breath, he would be the one in trouble. Ah ah ah, Qiu Wuqing roared. His divine body changed once again. A series of explosions rang out from within his body. His entire divine body actually grew taller by about a foot. The 2 bulges on his forehead finally turned into 2 demon horns. The demon horns pierced through his skin and grew out. Second transformation of the fiend god, Qiu Wuqing was going all out. He displayed the 2nd layer of divine demon transformation. With this transformation, the demon horns on his head finally grew out. However, the 2 demon horns stopped growing after growing for half a foot. They were 2 small black horns. The aura of the demons on Qiu Wuqing's body became even stronger. His physical body was getting closer and closer to that of the demons. However, this was still not a complete demonic body. Kill. Qiu Wuqing's combat power soared once again. This time, even Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing did not display the 9 transformations of the fiend god race's secret technique during their previous battle. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing shook the halberd in his hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the halberd, and a surge of saint-level energy erupted from it. He was not a sage, but he had already condensed his own Dao. Of course, Qiu Wuqing was not like Gu Fei, where his Dao patterns turned from complex to simple and condensed into the embryonic form of 9 Dao patterns. Boom! Qiu Wuqing was like a black demonic sun, crashing towards the 9 dragons. This was a strange phenomenon that shook everyone's mind. 9 dragons crashing into the demonic sun. This was a great destruction. Even the divine city below was affected. The divine city shook, and the Dao patterns imprinted by the ancient sages appeared. The Dao patterns condensed the power of the Dao and protected the divine city. This time, Qiu Wuqing was not sent flying. He was evenly matched with the black dragon. A large area of the void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread in all directions. Many stone men nearby were affected. They were instantly shattered into countless rocks by the destructive power. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not dare to get too close to the place where the 2 experts were fighting. Such power was not something they could contend against. These fellows only show their true strength when they are fighting with their lives on the line. None of them are simple. He Tian also retreated. Qiu Wuqing and the Black Dragon were really fighting. He could see that these 2 fellows were really fighting with their lives on the line without any scruples. Qiu Wuqing was the successor of the Divine Demon clan in the depths of the Fallen God Sea. No one knew what kind of heritage this mysterious and ancient inheritance had. At this time, the Green Emperor had already decided the winner. The 3 Stonemen warriors had all been shattered by the Green Emperor. These Stonemen warriors were war tools refined by the ancient sage. They had once helped him attack cities and seize territory, conquering a piece of territory in the great desolate world. However, after today, these Stonemen warriors, who were once killing tools in the hands of the ancient sages, would become history. Swoosh! At this time, the mysterious giant suddenly used a secret technique and tore the void apart. He appeared at the city gate in an instant and rushed out without looking back. This shocked the mysterious woman who was fighting with the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant did not lose, but he retreated. Why? Could it be that the mysterious giant was afraid that the Green Emperor would settle the score with her? The Green Emperor was extremely powerful. He had directly destroyed the 3 Stonemen warriors. Such combat strength was definitely shocking. One should know that the 3 Stonemen warriors had combat strength that surpassed a demisage. The mysterious giant disappeared at the city gate. The Green Emperor did not make a move. He had his eyes on the Black Dragon who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing. Back then, when the Green Emperor and Daoist Hongjun were fighting for the rights to rule this world, the Black Dragon stood on Daoist Hongjun's side. It was also because of the Black Dragon that the Green Emperor was defeated by Daoist Hongjun. The reason why the Green Emperor had appeared at this time was to take revenge for what had happened in the past. However, the Green Emperor was destined to be disappointed. The Black Dragon could not possibly survive the battle with Qiu Wuqing. Buzz! The halberd vibrated. Qiu Wuqing immediately used the triple transformation of the celestial demon. A 3-headed, 6-armed celestial demon shadow appeared on his body. His combat strength soared again. Swoosh! Chapter 1871. The Black Dragon had died. It had been nailed to death in mid-air by Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Dragon blood flowed down Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Anyone who had come out of the forbidden land of life was extraordinary. Qiu Wuqing had actually cultivated the 9 divine demon transformations, a secret technique of the divine demon clan. His battle strength had also increased to an unimaginable level. Such a person was almost invincible among his peers. He could challenge existences of a higher realm than him. Although Qiu Wuqing only had the cultivation of a half-step saint, his battle strength would instantly soar once he displayed the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Not to mention other half-step saints, even a half-step saint could be slaughtered. Such an existence could not be understood with common sense. The Green Emperor was speechless when he saw this outcome. 2 of his greatest enemies had actually died in front of him one after another on the same day. Furthermore, the person who had killed them was not him. Of the 4 giants of the Sage Realm, only the Green Emperor and the mysterious giant were left. The Green Emperor had never expected such an outcome. Who are these people? The Green Emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others. From what he knew, these people were the second batch of people to enter this realm in tens of thousands of years. Before this, only one person had entered this realm. However, he had been severely injured by Daoist Hongjun. Then, he had escaped using a forbidden weapon. That forbidden weapon was very powerful. It had actually torn apart this realm and allowed that person to escape. However, forbidden weapons were different from other divine weapons. They could only be used once. After they were used up, they would self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Outside the Sage Realm, there was a Sage King formation that the ancient sage had personally set up. As long as one could pass through the Sage King formation, they would be able to enter this realm. The ancient sage's idea was actually very simple. Anyone who could pass through the Sage King formation would definitely be a Sage King or an existence even more powerful than a Sage King. Anyone below the Sage King level, even if a sage came, would not be able to break through the formation. When the ancient sage had set up the Sage King formation, he had never imagined that Gu Fei and the others would be able to pass through the formation and enter this realm. The Green Emperor did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei and the others. These people were all extremely powerful, especially Gu Fei, who could actually shake a Sage King formation with his body alone. This kind of physique was too powerful. He had once followed the ancient sage, thus he knew many secrets of the heavens and earth. This person called Gu Fei was most likely walking the path of the supreme martial progenitor. The strength of the human clan's martial body was unquestionable in ancient times. It was recognized as one of the strongest physiques. After killing the black dragon, the divine body of Qiu world would disappear. After killing the dragon with the halberd, he would be, and would be Qiu. The layer of black scales covering his body also disappeared, and the 2 demon king horns on his head gradually shrank until they finally disappeared. The characteristics of the demonic body disappeared. Very soon, Qiu Wuqing's body disappeared completely. Only the halberd in his hand was still dripping with blood. At this moment, there were only a few of them left in the entire divine city. When the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors saw that Daoist Hongjun and the black dragon were dead and that the mysterious giant had escaped, they turned around and fled as well. All of them rushed towards the direction of the city gate. After fighting with the dire beast warrior for so long, many of the stone golems were killed by the dire beast warrior. However, even though the 4 stone men warriors had been smashed into pieces, the stone men continued to advance towards Gu Fei and the others. This was an instinctive action. The ancient sage had created the stone men to protect this divine city. These stone men were not much of a threat to Gu Fei and the others. However, when countless stone men gathered together, the power they formed was enough to shock them. "Friend, it's better for us to join forces," the Green Emperor said to Gu Fei. They wanted to break the seal of the hall, but it was not something that could be done in a short time. If they joined forces, it would be beneficial for both parties. If they were to focus on their own matters, it was likely that no one would be able to break the seal. Boss, what do you think? He Tian was a little tempted. After all, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were there for all to see. If they joined forces, they might be able to save some time. After all, they would not use the extreme path sacred weapon if they could. All right. Gu Fei nodded. At this moment, it would be beneficial for everyone to join forces with the Green Emperor. He felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It can't be that guy, right? Gu Fei thought of Long Bideo. This guy from the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. He had to be wary of him. This guy was a ruthless character who could do anything. Therefore, everyone struck out together and sealed up all the stone men within the city. After that, everyone's gazes were focused on the grand hall in the middle of the city. This was a grand hall that wasn't all that glamorous. From the outside, this grand hall looked ancient and majestic. It was hard to imagine that an ancient sage had once resided within this grand hall. Green Emperor, you've once followed that ancient sage. I'm sure you should know how to break this formation. He Tian said to the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor's background was not simple. Since this guy had once followed the master of this world, he should know this world like the back of his hand. Everyone looked over at the Green Emperor. Brother Black, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Even though I've followed my master for a period of time, the formation laid down by my master isn't something that I can break. The Green Emperor said helplessly. The strength of the ancient sage was not something he could comprehend. Besides, to that ancient sage, the Green Emperor was nothing more than a beast that he had subdued. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. The Green Emperor was so strong and was a half-step saint. However, he was still not taken seriously by that ancient sage. If one was not a saint, one would still be an ant. Only by becoming a saint would one be able to stand on equal footing with the ancient sage. One should know that in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. The weak would not be taken seriously by the strong. Brother Gu, looks like you'll have to do something. The mysterious lady said. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious lady and said, You think too highly of me. I can't break the formation of a king saint. He was speaking the truth. Even a saint would not dare to break the formation laid down by a king saint, let alone Gu Fei who had yet to become a saint. However, if he wanted to break the formation, there was still a way, and that was to use an extreme saint weapon to slowly erase the formation. Chapter 1872. The Sage King formation was a formation set up by an ancient sage king. Among everyone present, no one could guarantee that they could break it. Even Formation Grandmaster He Tian was not confident. He needed to deduce it, but it would cost him a lot of energy. If the deduction failed, all his efforts would be in vain. He would not do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Gu Fei pondered. There was an aura of heaven and earth lingering in the hall in front of him. It was the origin of this world. As long as he obtained the origin of this world and refined it, this world would belong to him. Old He, you should do it. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Boss, He Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He did not want to work hard for others. He had worked so hard to break the formation, but in the end, the thing would belong to others. He would only be able to obtain something that was not very useful. Don't you want that thing? How can you not put in some effort? Gu Fei said. He knew He Tian very well. This guy would not do anything without benefits. He would run faster than anyone else when there were benefits. Boss, you mean to give me the thing inside? He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. He knew what the thing Gu Fei was talking about was. That thing in the hall in front of him was the most precious thing. In the whole sage world, there was nothing more precious than that thing. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. Good. Old He, even if I die of exhaustion for that thing, it will be worth it. He Tian felt great. As long as Elder Gu nodded, who would dare to fight with him for that thing? It was a world created by a sage. Everyone was jealous when they heard this, but they did not say anything. In the world of cultivation, the one with the strongest fist would get the best things. In the world of cultivation, everything depended on one's strength. The weak had no right to speak in the cruel and realistic world of cultivation. The dragons in the sky would never care about what the weak ants on the ground thought. The origin of heaven and earth. He Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that if he could refine the source of heaven and earth in this world, he would be able to take this world away. More importantly, he could fuse the formation world that he had created with this world, allowing the formation world that he had created to have limitless possibilities of transformation. The inner world that He Tian had opened up was incomplete. When he fused this sage's world into his inner world would be complete. No one knew better than He Tian what a flawless world meant. Such a world had almost infinite space for growth. He Tian walked up and seriously deduced the Sage King formation in front of him. At this moment, He Tian's eyes were shining. Under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, the countless formation patterns hidden in the void had nowhere to hide. In He Tian's eyes, the void in front of him was densely packed with formation patterns. These formation patterns enveloped the entire hall, and as the formation patterns intertwined, he sensed a sage-level power wave. Good Lord, this formation is hiding a killing intent. He Tian's heart trembled. The Sage King formation in front of him that enveloped the hall not only had defensive capabilities, but also various offensive methods. If one barged in without knowing the details, even a sage would be in danger. He Tian began to seriously deduce the formation in front of him. He was a formation grandmaster, and only he could study and deduce the formation set up by others. Even the formation set up by the Sage King had flaws. However, even He Tian would have to spend a lot of time and effort to find these flaws. Everyone was watching, and no one thought that He Tian could break the Sage King formation in front of him. He Tian was only a half-sage, and he was not a sage. His cultivation and strength were far inferior to a sage's. Who would believe that a half-sage could challenge a sage? However, nothing was absolute in this world. With He Tian's array Dao cultivation, although he could not break the formation, it was not easy to find a flaw in the formation. The others could only watch as He Tian constantly deduced the formation. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hands in front of him. Formation patterns constantly appeared between his hands before dissipating in the void. He Tian sat down for 10 days and 10 nights. Even he did not know that he could only deduce a portion of the power of the Sage King formation in those 10 days. How is this possible? He Tian constantly scanned the formation in front of him with the yin-yang divine eyes. Among the countless formation patterns of the formation, there were quite a few true Dao patterns. In those 10 days, Qiu Wuqing was the first to attack. He attacked the shrine, but it was all in vain. The gate of the shrine was unbreakable. Qiu Wuqing used various methods in an attempt to open the seal and retrieve the item in the shrine. However, there seemed to be a transparent wall in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Qiu Wuqing used the killer move of the Divine Demon Clan, it was still difficult to break the layer of seal outside the Divine City. After Qiu Wuqing attacked, the mysterious woman also attacked. She pulled the divine bow with all her might, and the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions and entered the divine bow in her hands. Buzz! The divine bow vibrated, and a tricolored divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. The mysterious woman had shot this arrow, but even such a powerful attack could not break the seal set by the Sage King. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing behind He Tian. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at him, but when he released his divine consciousness, that feeling disappeared. Who is spying on me? Could it really be that guy? Gu Fei thought of a person. This person was decisive and did not hesitate. Moreover, he hid in the dark and was a great threat to them. However, Gu Fei realized that other than himself, no one else seemed to sense anything strange. Even the Green Emperor did not feel like he was being spied on. Could it be that he was too nervous? Gu Fei was thinking about how much longer that person could hide for. That person was ruthless and could do anything. This was what he was most worried about. One had to know that he was a ruthless person who could jump out and stab you at any time. Everyone was being used by him. Long Bideo, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Where was this guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain hiding? Chapter 1873. In the depths of the heavenly city of the Sage Realm, everyone who had entered this realm had already gathered. There was a large hall in front of them. In this world created by the ancient sages, the most precious thing was in this hall. Everyone wanted to get their hands on that thing. However, this hall was protected by a formation personally set up by a sage king. No one could break this formation, not even someone like Qiu Wuqing. Although the mysterious woman had a saint-level divine bow, it was still difficult for her to break this formation. Although the divine bow was a saint-level weapon, it was still a formation set up by a sage king. At this time, the divine city was very quiet. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting, including Gu Fei. Of course, there were not many people who could hold on until now. Only Gu Fei, He Tian, Green Emperor, Qiu Wuqing, and the mysterious woman could hold on until now. He Tian was seriously deducing the formation that protected the divine city. This formation was very extraordinary. When no one touched it, all the formation patterns were hidden in the void and could not be seen. However, once someone touched the formation patterns that were hidden in the void would immediately appear and gather the power of a sage king to block people outside. Gu Fei and the others were very patient. They waited for half a month. During this time, He Tian did not stop. Formation patterns constantly appeared in front of him. During this time, Green Emperor left once. After that, all the ferocious beasts in the entire Sage Realm were subdued by Green Emperor. He wanted to find the mysterious giant to settle the score, but the mysterious giant seemed to have disappeared. Even he could not find him. There was another person who did not appear again. That person was Long Bideo. Long Bideo was a very scheming person. Moreover, he was the successor of the mysterious extraterrestrial divine mountain. Even Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this person. He knew how powerful Gu Fei was, so he had been hiding. Of course, no one knew what he was doing in the dark. Gu Fei could ignore Long Bideo, but it would be dangerous for Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming to meet Long Bideo. One must know that Long Bideo was a half-step saint while Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming were only almighty cultivators. However, Zhongli Meng and Gu Zhong had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Under such circumstances, he would not let them out. Unless Gu Fei had already killed Long Bideo. Cultivators who came out of the forbidden zone for life would always avoid them, not daring to provoke them. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were nothing special. Gu Fei was not afraid of these people. It's done, it's finally done. On this day, as Gu Fei was meditating on the ground, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Success. Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He Tian had really created this sage ruler formation. How was this possible? This was a formation set up by a sage ruler. How could it be created so easily? However, it had to be said that Mahakala's title as an array formation grandmaster wasn't just for show. He had the ability to deduce the sage monarch array and actually found a flaw in it. Of all the people present, only Erebus had the ability to deduce that the sage monarch array was flawed. Gu Fei walked over. I'm confident. Gu Fei asked. They had been waiting in the Sage Realm for many days, but the item was still inside. If they couldn't break the formation, they wouldn't be able to get the item inside. I'm confident that I can break this formation, but boss, you have to lend me the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian said after pondering for a while. If he had the mountain and river cauldron, he would need to shorten the time needed to break the formation. You're trying to steal my mountain and river cauldron again. Gu Fei glanced at Erebus, a faint smile on his face. Boss, please help me. He Tian knew Gu Fei's ability very well. If he had Gu Fei's help, it wouldn't be so hard for him to break the formation. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Gu Fei pondered for a while before flipping his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An ancient aura spread from the ancient cauldron in his hand. This is the mountain and river cauldron. The crowd couldn't believe that such an inconspicuous little cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path Saint Weapon Mountain and River Cauldron had finally returned to Gu Fei's hands. Thank you, boss. He Tian was extremely excited when he saw that Gu Fei was really willing to lend him the mountain and river cauldron. With the mountain and river cauldron, he was 100% confident that he could break the sealing force of this sacred city. After receiving the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei, He Tian started to set up a formation. Formation runes flew out from his hands and intertwined with each other, activating the power of the heaven and earth. Not everyone could withstand the power of the heaven and earth. Those who couldn't withstand it would die to the tribulations, while those who could would have a breakthrough and their cultivation base would increase by a lot. He Tian placed the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the formation. Then, he personally activated the formation. Just as the formation was successfully activated, a smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. This was a spirit-gathering formation and it was extremely huge. When the formation was activated, the spiritual qi in the heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions. In reality, He Tian's idea was very simple. He wanted to activate the mountain and river cauldron and cause it to release an extreme power to create an opening in the Saint Ruler formation. Of course, this was only an idea of He Tian. He would only know if it would work after he tried it. Brother Gu, is this really the mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. It should be known that the mountain and river cauldron had actually landed in Gu Fei's hands. If this news were to spread, the cultivation world would probably be in an uproar. Those people would do anything to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. It's the real deal. Gu Fei only said these 4 words. What? When everyone saw that Gu Fei had actually admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient cauldron that had existed since the era of myths and legends. Its origin was mysterious and no one knew who had refined this ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the most ancient and mysterious extreme saint weapon among all the extreme saint weapons. The Green Emperor's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain and river cauldron that He Tian had placed in the center of the formation. Who wouldn't covet an extreme saint weapon? Even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be moved. Only Qiu Wuqing still had a cold look on his face. As someone who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. However, Qiu Wuqing only sought the strongest power. He didn't know much about the outside world. However, this didn't mean that Qiu Wuqing didn't know what an extreme saint weapon was. Buzz. The huge spirit-gathering formation continuously provided the mountain and river cauldron with spiritual qi. Very soon, the ancient cauldron in the middle of the formation vibrated. Haha, this method really works. He Tian laughed out loud. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually awakening. This meant that the item in the main hall would sooner or later belong to him. No one dared to act rashly because Gu Fei was at the side. However, even if He Tian used the spirit-gathering formation to attract endless spiritual qi for the mountain and river cauldron, it would definitely be difficult for the mountain and river cauldron to display its power in a short period of time. However, as time passed, some of the Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron really began to awaken. A wave of power that shook one's spiritual soul spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As it was affected, the transparent void around the main hall started to reveal lines of formation patterns. The king of sage array seemed to have a mind of its own and seemed to have sensed danger. The spiritual chi in the sage realm was much denser than the spiritual chi in the outside world. The essence of the heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter how much it was filled. However, the ancient cauldron was really awakening. However, the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron was recovering was very slow. The Tao patterns on the body of the cauldron were gradually lighting up. This, the mysterious woman, Green Emperor, and the others were all extremely shocked. They had never seen someone actually awaken an extreme path sacred weapon. This He Tian, Green Emperor, was very displeased. At this moment, he could already tell that He Tian had the ability to break the array in front of him. However, he needed a reward. Who would do something that did not benefit him? He Tian's reward was the item in the main hall. A few days passed. Divine light flowed on the mountain and river cauldron and blurry images appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was a world with flowers, birds, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was all-inclusive. Even the figures of the ancient ancestors appeared on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. Alright. Chapter 1874. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. An ancient cauldron, like a primordial god mountain, slowly moved towards a palace. The god city below began to tremble, as if it were about to fall from the sky. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They never expected Gu Fei to use such a direct method to break the sage ruler array. Boss is really fierce. Even He Tian was extremely shocked when he saw this. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was emitting chaotic divine light. He was using his full strength. It was not an easy task to move the mountain and river cauldron. As his cultivation level increased, Gu Fei realized that it was getting harder and harder for him to use the mountain and river cauldron, because it consumed too much yuan qi. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, it was still not enough. He did not dare to use his own strength to move the mountain and river cauldron. He was afraid that the mountain and river cauldron would suck all his yuan qi dry. Of course, with He Tian, a formation grandmaster, Gu Fei did not need to use much of his own yuan qi to move the mountain and river cauldron. However, it would take a lot of time to set up a huge spirit gathering array. Gu Fei used his full strength. Everyone retreated far away. The energy waves that spread from the mountain and river cauldron were too strong. Such power was at least at the sage level. Of course, this was only a phenomenon of the mountain and river cauldron showing signs of awakening. In fact, Gu Fei did not think that the spirit qi gathered by He Tian's spirit gathering array could completely awaken the mountain and river cauldron. As long as it recovered a little, it would be enough. He could feel that the artifact soul in the mountain and river cauldron was still in a deep sleep. Bang! The huge mountain and river cauldron finally collided with the sage ruler array. Countless runes intertwined, and a powerful sage ruler level power appeared in the divine city. Buzz! The sage ruler array that protected the hall was shaking. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had directly shaken the array, and some runes were dissipating. Even the array that the sage ruler had personally set up suffered an unprecedented impact. Some runes were directly obliterated in the void. He really managed to shake the formation. Qin Wendian muttered. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, when they thought that the most important item in the hall had already been decided, they didn't feel good. One had to know that even a sage would be jealous of that item. Sigh. The Green Emperor sighed. In the tens of thousands of years that he had faked his death, he had been plotting how to invade the God's city in the sky, obtain the item in the God's city, and then settle the score with Daoist Hongjun. As long as he refined that thing, Daoist Hongjun wouldn't be a match for him even if he had 10 flawless sage tools, let alone a single flawless sage tool. However, once the source of heaven and earth was obtained by the other party, he would only become a prisoner. However, it seemed like it was useless to think about this now. He just wanted to leave this world as soon as possible. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The mountain and river cauldron was too heavy. With his cultivation, he could only push it slowly. The power of the Sage King array was completely unleashed. A huge figure stood up from the formation. That is, the moment he saw that figure, the Green Emperor couldn't help but shiver. The figure gave off a familiar wave that he would never be able to forget. Moss. Master. The Green Emperor was shocked. He had once followed the ancient sage in this world and he knew very well how strong and terrifying this sage was. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon and Taoist Hongjun would not have only started to fight for the leadership of this world after the sage had disappeared for 50,000 years, to become the ruler of this world. Boom! The great formation protecting the Great Hall was in operation. The illusory figure actually began to solidify, as if a real ancient sage was about to appear. Bang! The shadow standing in the middle of the array moved and punched the mountain river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. Wow! Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a Sage King was too strong. Even if it didn't hit his body, he still suffered a huge impact. Sage, Gu Fei's eyes glistened. It was just an attack from a figure and it could hurt him. If it was a real sage, what would the scene be like? The strength of a sage was unquestionable. They were existences that stood above all others. If one didn't reach that level, one would never know how strong a sage was. Rumble, Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to use the martial path true force in his body and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Boss, seeing this, He Tian couldn't understand why Boss would personally push the mountain and river cauldron. He didn't have to do this. As long as he activated the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron, he would be able to break this formation. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. Not to mention the Sage King formation, even the extreme Dao array could destroy it. He Tian couldn't understand, but he seemed to have sensed something. Bang! The figure formed by the formation punched the mountain and river cauldron again. Although the powerful force was mostly dissipated by the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei still vomited blood. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated and the primordial chaos chi started to appear on the mountain and river cauldron. An extremely ancient aura immediately spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi. Seeing the essence chi surrounding the mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be moved. That was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. No wonder the mountain and river cauldron could suppress heaven and earth. One had to know that even a wisp of primordial chaos chi could crush a mountain. It wasn't without reason that the mountain and river cauldron was said to be able to suppress 3,000 worlds. The appearance of the primordial chaos chi accelerated the collapse of the Sage King formation. In the void, countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated in the primordial chaos chi. This really is the legendary primordial chaos chi. The Green Emperor was dumbfounded. His master was so powerful in the past, but even with his strength, it was difficult for him to obtain a wisp of primordial chaos chi. Something that even Sage Kings couldn't get their hands on had actually fallen into the hands of Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was seriously injured. The Sage King formation was collapsing, but he kept vomiting blood. The shadow was very powerful and displayed the power of a sage king. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured. This was something that rarely happened in recent years. Open for me. Gu Fei's chest was stained with blood. He used all his strength and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated continuously, and the power of the formation was rapidly retreating. He really broke through the Sage King formation. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at this moment, no one dared to rush forward. It was important to know that the destructive storm that spread after the collision of the two great powers was something that even a half-step sage would find hard to resist. No one wanted to go forward and die. Just as Gu Fei was exhausted, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei and directly attacked Gu Fei's head with a palm. "How dare you!" He Tian roared angrily and pounced towards the person who had suddenly appeared to ambush Gu Fei. This person actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei. He deserved to die. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing also attacked at the first instant. The halberd in his hand slashed towards the head of the person who had suddenly appeared, wanting to force the person to defend himself. However, the person's movements were extremely fast. Moreover, he accurately calculated the moment when Gu Fei was using all his strength to push the mountain and river cauldron and could not stop. "Gu Fei, go to hell!" The person shouted loudly. His palm was about to hit Gu Fei's head. The person had used all his strength in this attack. Even the void between heaven and earth was pierced. "Humph," Gu Fei sneered. His body suddenly moved 10 feet to the side. The person's full-strength palm immediately lost its target. This shocked everyone. "What?" The person was shocked. Boom! The person's full-strength palm hit the mountain and river cauldron squarely. Then, an unimaginably strong force rebounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Wow! The recoil was very strong. The person directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that this would be the result. The attack that he had been plotting for a long time had failed. "Humph, Long Bideo, you finally came out." Gu Fei turned around and looked coldly at the person who had sneakily attacked him. This person was none other than Long Bideo, who had been scared away by Gu Fei and He Tian. Seeing that Gu Fei had turned around and stopped pushing the mountain and river cauldron, Long Bideo knew that he had fallen into a trap. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had been acting. His goal was very simple. He wanted to lure him out. And he had really been tricked by his opponent. He had actually jumped out on his own accord. "Humph, let's see where you can run this time." He Tian approached. He held the Heaven Transformation seal in his hand. The invisible sword turned into a sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and circled around him. Despicable. Long Bideo was really afraid this time. However, he still looked calm on the surface. Speaking of despicable, how can we compare to you?" He Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also approached. They formed a circle around Long Bideo, blocking all his escape routes. Long Bideo knew that he had failed miserably this time. Moreover, this was a fatal mistake. He would not be arrogant enough to fight against Gu Fei and the other 4 experts alone. Even if Gu Fei attacked alone, Long Bideo might not be a match for Gu Fei. Swoosh! Chapter 1875. Gu Fei had successfully lured Long Badao out. Long Badao was indeed lurking at the side, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. When he thought that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron, his chance came, so he decisively attacked Gu Fei. However, he never thought that this was just a trap set by Gu Fei, waiting for him to jump out. Swoosh! Long Badao was very decisive. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, so he immediately turned into a beam of divine light, wanting to escape. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and threw out a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Long Ba Dao was punched by Gu Fei. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that Gu Fei's fatality was not injured at all. How was this possible? He clearly saw that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron to attack the Saint Ruler formation. How could Gu Fei still be so powerful? Long Ba Dao, we've been tricked by you. The mysterious woman said coldly. She held the divine bow in her hand and slowly pulled it back. Spiritual qi from all directions immediately gathered towards the bow and the person. At this time, Long Ba Dao was surrounded by 5 experts. Even if he was extremely intelligent and quick-witted, beads of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead at this time. It should be known that any one of them here was no weaker than him in terms of cultivation and combat ability. Despicable, what kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, come and fight me. While speaking, Long Ba Dao's mind was constantly calculating how to resolve the crisis in front of him. But at this moment, he was so anxious that he was covered in cold sweat. Hearing this, He Tian smiled. Little Long, I'm not a hero and I don't care to be one. If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Come, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Long Ba Dao's eyes were cold and a murderous aura spread from his body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I didn't say I wanted to fight you one-on-one. Why are you being so fierce? As He Tian spoke, he glanced at Gu Fei. Boss, you should be the hero. He Tian said such words. Long Ba Dao was taken aback. He was most afraid of fighting against Gu Fei. One must know that even the cultivation madman Qiu Wuqing was not Gu Fei's opponent. Shua. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. Long Ba Dao was shocked. Gu Fei had made his move. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared behind He Tian and kicked the unresponsive He Tian towards Long Ba Dao. Oh, boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed, but at the same time, he attacked Long Ba Dao. His hands seemed to be dancing randomly, but countless formation runes rushed out from his hands and interweaved into a big net, shrouding Long Ba Dao. Formation in the void. Long Ba Dao thought that it was Gu Fei who attacked him, but when he realized that it was not him, he heaved a sigh of relief. But He Tian flew towards him. Boom! The power in Long Ba Dao's body exploded. The powerful force caused the void around him to vibrate, and visible ripples spread out. Roar! A huge phantom rushed out from Long Ba Dao's body, filled with killing intent. The phantom directly punched out, creating a big hole in the net that was shrouding it. Shwa! Long Ba Dao took a step and rushed out from the big hole in the big net. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a big gray hand appeared in the void, grabbing towards He Tian. Blackine Devil Art. He Tian was startled. Long Ba Dao's claw was a great art of the devil path called the Profoundine Great Qi Na Hand. As long as one was caught by him, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Moreover, the scary thing about the Blackine Devil Art was not the Blackine Great Qi Na Hand, but the fact that it could absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of other cultivators to enhance one's cultivation and combat power. In other words, those who cultivated this kind of demonic art would have their battle prowess gradually increase. This was because their opponent's essence, qi, and spirit would be gradually absorbed by them when they fought. Even if someone with the same cultivation and combat power fought with someone who cultivated the Blackine Devil Art, the one who cultivated the Blackine Devil Art would win in the end. This was because the opponent would use less and less power, while the cultivator would use more and more power. Devil Art. Everyone was shocked to hear this. One should know that demons were the enemy of all living beings. Their gazes towards Long Bideo changed. But what was strange was that when Long Bideo used the devil art, they couldn't feel a trace of the unique demonic nature of the devil Dao. He Tian quickly retreated. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he had no choice but to get serious. Kill. Long Bideo once again used the Blackine Great Qi Na hand, grabbing towards He Tian. He wanted to kill He Tian with a thunderous method and then escape. Although the Blackine devil art is powerful, your grandpa He has nothing to fear. He Tian's hands were constantly moving in front of him. Formation runes flew out from his hands and imprinted themselves in the air. Long Bideo didn't say a word. He wanted to defeat He Tian in one move. However, He Tian was also a half-step saint, and he knew the ins and outs of the Blackine devil art. Long Bideo couldn't devour his essence, qi, and spirit. Wind, rise. While retreating, He Tian finally attacked again. Following his shout, a gust of astral wind descended from the sky, turning into countless transparent wind blades that flew towards Long Bideo. Long Bideo sneered. He directly used the Blackine Great Qi Na hand to shatter all the wind blades. In his opinion, such an attack couldn't cause any harm to him. Cloud movement. He Tian shouted again. At this time, clouds and mist suddenly appeared around Long Bideo. The appearance of these clouds and mist was very special, as if they appeared out of thin air. Lightning Devil Slayer. He Tian pointed his right hand towards the sky. Then, a dazzling lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning carried a destructive power, falling towards Long Bideo's head. What? Long Bideo, who was trapped by the clouds, was shocked. This He Tian was not simple. He actually used the power of lightning. In the end, he still fell for it. Long Bideo dodged the lightning at the same time. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to contend against it. Wind, clouds, and lightning, these three powers of heaven and earth were drawn by He Tian. In the air around Long Bideo, formation runes constantly appeared. He Tian laid out a great formation, trapping Long Bideo inside. He Tian seemed to be casually drawing out formation runes, but he quickly laid out a great formation that was enough to trap Long Bideo. Everyone has the right to slay a devil. Fellow Daoists, if you don't act now, when will you? He Tian shouted. He didn't want to fight Long Bideo alone because he was not a hero. He knew that the ending of a hero was always miserable. Swoosh. As soon as He Tian shouted, the mysterious woman made her move. A divine arrow was shot out. The divine arrow turned into a nearly transparent flame, piercing through the clouds in the formation and shooting towards Long Bideo. You guys, Long Bideo was shocked and angry. If everyone attacked together, he wouldn't have any chance. Long Bideo, you're dead. He Tian's voice came. Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Long Bideo was trapped in the clouds. He couldn't sense the mysterious woman's almost untraceable arrow at all. When he sensed danger, the extremely weak flame pierced through his shoulder. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already smashed a hole in the protective formation of the hull. Through this hole, everyone could sense an unusual aura in the hull. Azure Dragon saw this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to sneak into the hall while everyone was dealing with Long Bideo and take away the 9-star alignment. However, when he saw that Gu Fei was looking at him, Azure Dragon did not dare to move. Since this human ancient martial art practitioner could kill Taoist Hong Jun and take away the 9-star alignment, a flawless sacred weapon, he had the ability to kill him. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the hole. Then, rays of divine light shot out from the hole. Powerful energy ripples spread out from the rays of divine light. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. but they quickly reacted. Then, someone rushed into the sky and grabbed at the divine light. Divine weapons with intelligence. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The divine lights that had rushed out from the palace hall were all divine artifacts. Moreover, they were all intelligent objects. Once they sensed danger, they would automatically retreat. There were as many as 18 beams of divine light that rushed out from the hall. These divine weapons had been sealed in the hall by the original masters of this world. At this time, the formation was broken. The 18 divine weapons immediately changed. They turned into divine lights and rushed out, wanting to escape. The mysterious woman also rushed into the sky and used a great technique to grab at the divine lights. Clang! When the mysterious woman grabbed a beam of light, her expression immediately changed drastically. An extremely pure ripple of sword chi erupted from the thing in her hand. What? The mysterious woman was shocked. She wanted to let go of the sword in her hand, but at this time, her right hand was already a bloody mess. She was injured. This divine sword was definitely a killing sword. Even if there was no one to control it, the sword energy that spread out from the divine sword could still hurt people. The mysterious woman couldn't grab the divine sword and let it escape. Ha! Chapter 1876. The god weapons that were worthy of being collected by the ancient sages were naturally different. After the mountain and river cauldron broke the seal of the main hall, the 18 god weapons turned into light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. God weapons with spirits belonged to the fated. However, everyone present was an expert. How could they let these god weapons escape just like that? Swish! Someone made a move and grabbed a few god weapons. Haha, the Green Emperor laughed out loud. He grabbed a piece of golden god armor. This golden god armor trembled in his hand and wanted to fly away. However, it was restrained by his power. Good stuff. The Green Emperor looked at the golden god armor in his hand and was extremely excited. This was a flawless saint armor with saint-class Dao patterns on it. When worn, it could withstand attacks from saint-class experts. Buzz! Just as the Green Emperor grabbed the golden god armor, the mysterious woman made a move as well. She had her eyes on a killing sword. However, the killing sword buzzed and shook her hand away. This was a saint sword filled with killing intent. It was a flawless saint weapon and the sword chi it emitted actually pierced through the mysterious woman's palm, causing her palm to be a mess of blood and flesh. The mysterious woman was extremely shocked. She could feel a cold sword chi invading her palm and moving up her arm. I'm at a disadvantage. The mysterious woman had no choice but to retreat. She then sat cross-legged on the roof of a pavilion in the god city and channeled her mystic technique to expel the sword chi from her arm. Such a strong killing intent. Gu Fei noticed the killing sword as well and his heart skipped a beat. To be able to gather such a strong killing intent, how many living beings must have been killed? The original owner of the killing sword must have been a ruthless person who entered the Tao through killing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the killing sword, completely unafraid of the sharp sword chi coming from the killing sword. As expected, the killing sword in the sky was grabbed by Gu Fei. Buzz! The killing sword was like an agile snake that struggled in Gu Fei's hand, trying to break free. However, Gu Fei's hand was gripping the killing sword tightly. No matter how the killing sword struggled, it couldn't break free from Gu Fei's control. Immortal slaying. Gu Fei saw that there were two ancient characters on the sword. The sword's name was Immortal Slaying. By then, the Green Emperor had already taken action one after another. He had already grabbed a few divine artifacts. However, there were 18 divine artifacts in total. It seemed as though some of the divine artifacts were about to fly away. Boss, help me catch a few. He Tian's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. These divine tools were all flawless divine tools. He was extremely envious, but he was fighting with Long Bideo, so he couldn't grab them. This guy, Gu Fei could not help but shake his head. Afterwards, he charged into the air and with a wave of his hand, 3 god artifacts that were about to flee were immediately sucked into his sleeve. This was a flawless saint weapon and even Qiu Wuqing was trying to collect it. Humph. Just as everyone was collecting the god artifacts, the mysterious woman had already forced out the sword qi that had invaded her arm. Afterwards, she charged into the sky and threw out a huge net with a wave of her hand. She caught all the god artifacts that were about to escape before pulling them back. It was a net of water. It was like a hazy ball of water vapor. There were a total of 8 god artifacts that were enveloped by the net. The god artifacts tried to break free from the net, but not a single one of them was able to do so. Very quickly, the 18 divine artifacts were taken away by everyone. How dare you! Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall. At this moment, there was already a figure standing in the main hall. In the spacious main hall, there was only a ball of divine light the size of an adult's head. Above the ball of divine light, there were circles of ripples spreading out. Those ripples dissipated in the void and fused with the surrounding void. A surge of heaven and earth energy rippled in the main hall. Origin of heaven and earth. At this time, the person who came in before Gu Fei was performing a great technique, wanting to take away the origin of heaven and earth that was floating in the main hall. It's you. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that person. It was a middle-aged man, one of the 12 half-saints invited by Long Bideo. He had seen this person before. However, the fluctuation coming from this middle-aged man was not the cultivation of a half-saint. It was the aura of a half-saint. You've hidden yourself well. Gu Fei walked towards that person step by step. That person was also shocked to see Gu Fei. He had been hiding at the side and only made a move now. He wanted to take away the origin of heaven and earth in the main hall without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei. Buzz. That person didn't say anything. He directly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Fei. It was a demon spear, surrounded by demon qi. A shadow of a demon dragon emerged from the demon spear. Those from the demon Dao deserved to die even more. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This person was not invited by Long Bideo, but was in cahoots with him. Long Bideo's method was indeed brilliant. No one would have thought that he would do this. Long Bideo and this middle-aged man were not demons, but demon Dao cultivators of the human race. If they were pure demons, they definitely wouldn't have been able to hide from Gu Fei. Swish. Gu Fei used the omniscient void steps and dodged the middle-aged man's stab. Then, he pressed his palm towards the middle-aged man. A powerful force gushed out from his palm, causing the space in front of him to collapse. Yes. The middle-aged man was startled. He directly rushed up to the sky, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's palm. However, although the hall was not small, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was the most suitable place for close combat. He had already successfully closed in on the middle-aged man, so of course he wouldn't let the middle-aged man widen the distance between them just like that. Gu Fei followed like a shadow and attacked again. This time, he used the primal chaos fist. Bang! The middle-aged man was shocked and could only take a blow from Gu Fei. He only felt a stabbing pain in his hand. His wrist had already been shattered by the power of the demon spear. The demon spear almost flew out of his hand. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He was a half-step saint, much higher than Gu Fei in terms of cultivation level, but his opponent was very strong. He had secretly observed the battle between Gu Fei and Daoist Hongjun. He knew that Gu Fei only survived because he used the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. If Gu Fei hadn't mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, this human martial body would have been killed by Taoist Hongjun long ago. Chapter 1877. A martial artist's body was strong and their close combat skills were unmatched by other cultivators. Gu Fei was a martial saint, so his close combat skills were even more shocking. This was a combat skill that he had learned and perfected through countless life and death battles. There was nothing fancy about it. It was the most practical combat skill. It was simple and direct. Usually, he could kill his opponent with one move. In ancient times, no cultivator would dare to let a martial artist get close to them when they were fighting. Once a martial artist got close to them, it would mean death. Bang! In the main hall, Gu Fei was like a shadow, and with a single punch, he sent the middle-aged man flying. He was extremely powerful. Roar! The middle-aged man roared. Black demonic chi rushed out of his body. A layer of black scales appeared on his body and his eyes turned blood red. Everyone has the right to kill those who practice demonic arts. Gu Fei shouted. He instantly chased after the middle-aged man and appeared above him. He then stomped on the middle-aged man's head. Rumble, as Gu Fei stepped on the middle-aged man, there was the sound of thunder and lightning under his right foot. Lightning flashed under his feet and a destructive force came down. The middle-aged man didn't expect Gu Fei to be so fast. He attacked wave after wave, not giving him any chance to breathe. Gu Fei wanted to kill him with a thunderous method. Let's fight. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and raised the demonic spear in his hand to block. Boom! Gu Fei fiercely stomped on the demonic spear, causing it to bend downwards. An extremely ferocious power erupted under his feet. Bang! The middle-aged man was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed onto the floor of the hall. Wah! The middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body was falling apart. Every bone in his body was broken and it was extremely painful. The floor of the hall was extremely hard. There wasn't even a crack under the middle-aged man's ferocious attack. The hard floor made the middle-aged man suffer. Half-step sage is just a so-so. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He didn't hold back and stomped on the middle-aged man again. This time, a tyrannical destructive force erupted from his left foot. This was the 8 kill steps. Gu Fei had taken the second step, and the power of the second step was several times that of the first step. Without any suspense, under the premise of close combat, Gu Fei succeeded in seriously injuring the half-step sage. When the second step of the 8 kill steps fell, the middle-aged man's chest collapsed and his body was seriously injured. Roar! The middle-aged man roared as he desperately circulated his demonic arts, pushing Gu Fei back. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so he didn't dare to fight anymore. After pushing back Gu Fei, he crawled up from the ground and rushed out of the hall without looking back. He didn't even want the demonic spear that had fallen to the ground. At this time, escaping was the most important thing. Under the premise of survival, nothing else mattered. How could Gu Fei let this guy escape so easily? He kicked the demonic spear on the ground and it immediately flew out. Pfft! The demonic spear instantly caught up with the middle-aged man and pierced through his back. A strong force pushed the half-step sage a few steps forward and nailed him to the ground. Just when the middle-aged man was nailed to the ground by the demonic spear, his head suddenly exploded. A demonic light wrapped around a small person and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. Primordial spirit. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This guy who had fallen into the demonic path was actually so decisive. He didn't even think before exploding his Naiwen palace, allowing his primordial spirit to escape. Swoosh! Just when the demonic primordial spirit flew out of the hall, a divine arrow was shot from afar and hit the demonic primordial spirit. The demonic primordial spirit immediately collapsed. I can't accept this. When the primordial spirit of the devil Dao dissipated, it sent out an extremely weak wave of divine will. A figure flashed at the entrance of the hall and the mysterious woman walked in. When she saw the ball of light floating in the hall, she couldn't help but be extremely shocked. This is, feeling the power of heaven and earth that spread from the divine pearl, the mysterious woman knew what it was. The source of heaven and earth, it's the source of heaven and earth, the mysterious woman was moved. The divine pearl before her was many times better than the 18 divine weapons. One should know that as long as this divine pearl was refined, the heaven and earth left behind by the sages would belong to that person. Although she was jealous, the mysterious woman didn't go forward. She knew that with Gu Fei here, this divine pearl of heaven and earth already had an owner. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. The mysterious woman knew that she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. As for Qiu Wuqing and the Green Emperor, they didn't even enter the hall. They knew that even if they entered, they wouldn't dare to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron and sat in front of the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Looking at this magical pearl, even he couldn't help but be moved. One should know that this was a heaven and earth created by an ancient sage. Such a heaven and earth was naturally much better than his inner world. However, he had promised He Tian that this divine pearl of heaven and earth had already caught He Tian's eye. Ha! Boss, thank you. He Tian laughed heartily. He knew that this heaven and earth created by the sage was about to have a new owner. And this owner was himself. Kill! He Tian attacked with all his might. He no longer had any worries. The void formation appeared and interweaved rays of destructive divine light, piercing towards Long Bideo who was trapped in the formation. Long Bideo's cultivation and strength were still very strong. Although he was trapped in the formation, it was still very difficult for He Tian to kill this guy. Xian technique, frozen 30,000 miles. Long Bideo risked his life. He had just watched helplessly as his senior brother was killed by the mysterious woman's arrow. This made him shocked and angry. Endless Xian cold chi surged out from Long Bideo's body. Even the void seemed to be frozen. Countless formation runes immediately became dim. Even He Tian, who was in the depths of the formation, felt the bone-chilling cold. This guy, He Tian couldn't help but be moved. The Xian devil technique was very powerful, and the Xian devil chi was the nemesis of pure yang weapons and magical treasures. He didn't dare to be careless. Sun transformation. He Tian shouted. The killing formation that trapped Long Bideo was activated again. This time, the formation communicated with the power of fire of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Boom! Chapter 1878. Rumble, in the middle of the killing formation, divine fire filled the sky. Endless divine fire gathered towards the center of the formation. This was one of the changes in He Tian's formation, sun transformation. Long Ba Dao cultivated the black yin devil art. His devil chi was extremely yin and cold. His true yang energy was the nemesis of the black yin devil chi. At the center of the killing formation, a divine sun was forming. Endless yang energy gathered and burned the void. It was as if a real sun had appeared in the middle of the killing formation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The true yang essence was vast and mighty, and everyone could feel a blazing heat wave surging towards them. Roar! Long Ba Dao roared again and again. The true yang energy was a great threat to him. The black yin devil chi around him was constantly being destroyed by the true yang energy. This wasn't a good thing. He Tian wanted to refine him to death. Long Ba Dao knew He Tian's intention, but he couldn't change anything unless he used his life-saving forbidden weapon. Otherwise, he would be in danger. You guys are ruthless. Long Bidao saw that the situation was far from good and immediately took out his forbidden artifact. It was a pitch-black demonic plate. Without any hesitation, he took it out. Boom! The demonic disc flew up from Long Bidao's hand, and countless demonic runes rushed out from it. An unimaginably powerful demonic power rushed out from the demonic disc, directly piercing through the void between heaven and earth. This was a demonic Dao forbidden artifact that displayed tremendous demonic might. Even Black Sky's killing formation couldn't stop it. The demonic plate opened a spatial passage. Long Dao wanted to rush into it, but at this time, the passage in front of him suddenly collapsed. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. An ancient cauldron came crashing down from the sky. A powerful shock wave spread out from the ancient cauldron. What? Long Dao's shock was no small matter. One had to know that this life-saving forbidden tool of his could only be used once. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, he would never use it. However, to his disbelief, his forbidden weapon lost its effect. The ancient cauldron suppressed everything, blocking all his escape routes. Want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? A voice resounded. At this time, a figure walked out from the main hall. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was holding a divine light in his hand. Ha! He Tian laughed. The divine light in Gu Fei's hand was emitting pure heaven and earth energy. Needless to say, this divine light was the origin of heaven and earth. Kill! At this moment, it was as though my Tian was on steroids. His entire aura was different as he attacked with all his might. The killing formation was activated, and within the formation, a divine sun was forming. You dare to kill me? This time, Long Dao's expression changed. Countless cracks appeared on the demonic disc in the sky. Then, it crumbled and lost its demonic nature. Why not? Who do you think you are? He Tian said disdainfully. Endless divine light trapped Long Dao in the killing formation. Endless pure yang energy was evolving into a divine sun. Long Dao's demonic energy was constantly being destroyed. Kill me and you won't be able to live either. Long Dao roared. He was truly afraid. He couldn't escape even after using his forbidden weapon. He was truly trapped. Is that so? Hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. He took a step forward and entered the Black Sky's killing formation, quickly approaching Long Bidao who was trapped in the center of the formation. Long Dao sensed Gu Fei's arrival and turned pale with fright. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm covered the sky, enveloping Long Dao and then slammed down. Black Yin Devil Body. Long Dao didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to die either. He was the most outstanding genius of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain and the only son of the Mountain Master. He was destined to take over extraterrestrial Divine Mountain in the future. How could he die here? A powerful demonic energy burst out of Long Dao's body. Almost instantly, a layer of black scales appeared on his body. A silver horn grew out of his forehead and his eyes turned blue and black. Aw, 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 aw. Long Dao let out a beast-like sound. His body emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. His height increased by a full 3 feet. The extremely cold black Yin Devil Chi spread out from his body and unexpectedly resisted the pure yang energy of He Tian's killing formation. The divine fire couldn't get close to him. Bang! Long Dao sent out a palm to meet Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm head-on. Two powerful forces collided in an instant. The void was annihilated and the surrounding divine fire was affected, dissipating in the void. What? Long Dao withstood Gu Fei's attack, which surprised everyone. One should know that Gu Fei had even defeated the half-step devil saint of extraterrestrial divine mountain. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm dissipated in the void. Why did he choose to be a demon instead of a human? Everyone present disdained Long Ba Dao's behavior, but they had to admit that the Blackeen devil body was really strong. The Blackeen cold chi seemed to have frozen the void around him. What's wrong with being a demon? You can be free and do whatever you want without any scruples. Long Ba Dao's voice sounded. Eat my fist. Gu Fei held a ball of divine light in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He then punched towards Long Ba Dao. There was no violent power fluctuation, nor was there any dazzling divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary punch. It was this punch that shocked Long Ba Dao. This seemingly ordinary punch made Long Ba Dao feel that it was hard to dodge. There was no powerful fluctuation, but the fist intent of Gu Fei's punch made Long Ba Dao turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was really forcing him to take it head-on. It was hard to avoid, he could only go all out. Blackeen great capture. Long Ba Dao stretched out his hand and displayed a great demon technique. A huge hand met Gu Fei's punch, and a powerful magic fluctuation spread out from that huge hand. Bang! Gu Fei's fist smashed into Long Ba Dao's huge hand. This time, Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch contained an extremely powerful force. It was a move that could turn something rotten into something magical. Long Ba Dao's huge hand was immediately shattered. Long Ba Dao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Gu Fei's punch before he could stabilize himself. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Long Ba Dao was extremely shocked. His opponent's power was too strong. He could actually hurt his Blackeen devil body. It was really unbelievable. Without any suspense, even if Long Ba Dao used his Blackeen devil body, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch shattered his Blackeen devil body. Gu Fei did not care where Long Ba Dao came from or what kind of background he had. He killed him. You will regret it. Long Ba Dao's spirit soared into the sky, wanting to escape. You are the one who will regret it. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Long Ba Dao's spirit back. Don't kill me. At this time, Long Ba Dao did not care so much. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Gu Fei. If his Blackeen devil body had not been destroyed by Gu Fei, he would have already knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly crushed Long Ba Dao's spirit. The most outstanding descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain died in the hands of Gu Fei. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Roar! At the moment when Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao, in the depths of the starry sky, in a chaotic void, there was an earth-shattering roar. Who killed my son? In the depths of the chaos, there was another world. It was an almost perfect world. There was no large land here, only mountains floating in the void. This was the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, there were not many people who could find sky beyond heaven. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was in the depths of sky beyond heaven. There was an incomparably huge divine mountain there. At this time, on the divine mountain, there was a mighty aura. A demonic shadow loomed on the peak of the divine mountain. My son is actually dead. No matter who it is, whoever dared to kill my son must die. The demonic shadow roared. All the creatures on the divine mountain were trembling. Many demonic experts rushed out, inexplicably shocked. Long Ba Dao was dead. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was under the control of the demonic path. The demonic shadow on the peak was the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain. No one knew how powerful the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain was, but the demonic experts on the divine mountain knew how powerful and terrifying Long Ba Dao was. Long Ba Dao was a half-demon saint. His son was already so powerful. let alone his father. Where is Wind Demon? The demonic shadow on the peak was summoning the experts under his command. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew on the divine mountain without warning. In the black wind, there was a figure faintly discernible. The black wind blew directly to the peak of extraterrestrial divine mountain. When it reached the peak, the black wind suddenly disappeared, and a man in black walked out. Greetings, Mountain Master. The man bowed to the demonic shadow on the peak. Go and capture the man who killed my son. The Mountain Master directly ordered Wind Demon. Yes. The man then turned into a gust of black wind and rushed out from the peak, quickly disappearing into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao and gave the divine light in his hand to He Tian. Although everyone was extremely jealous, they did not dare to snatch the thing in Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei and the others did not know that the Mountain Master of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain had sent an extremely powerful demonic expert to capture Gu Fei. After He Tian obtained the origin of heaven and earth of this world, he immediately began to refine the origin of heaven and earth. He wanted to merge this world with his formation world. Chapter 1879. Refining a source of heaven and earth was not an easy task. Back then, when Gu Fei refined the source of heaven and earth from the Naraka Dao, it took him hundreds of years. Of course, the world created by the ancient sage could not be compared to the Naraka Dao at all. The Naraka Dao was one of the 6 Daos created by the ancient Buddha. The heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord was already infinitely close to the flawless great heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth created by the sage was worlds apart from the flawless great heaven and earth. In the divine city, a ball of divine light floated in front of He Tian. Above this ball of divine light, the aura of heaven and earth permeated. This ball of divine light was one with the surrounding void. The laws of heaven and earth in this world originated from this ball of divine light. He Tian was refining this ball of divine light. However, the progress was extremely slow. This was because this ball of divine light was imprinted with the mark of the ancient sage. Only by erasing the imprint left behind by the ancient sage and branding it with his own would Black Heaven be considered to have refined this part of the world. However, how could the mark left by the ancient sage be so easily erased? Even though He Tian had reincarnated countless times, he had no way of dealing with the great Tao mark left by the ancient sage. He could only use the method of consumption to erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. He Tian wanted to use his own strength to slowly erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was protecting He Tian. If not for Gu Fei, the Green Emperor would probably be the first to rush up and attack He Tian to snatch the source of heaven and earth. However, with Gu Fei protecting He Tian, no one dared to act rashly. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were waiting patiently. This matter could not be rushed. They also did not want to offend Gu Fei. They could only wait for He Tian to refine the source of divine light. Only the Green Emperor was a little frustrated. He was also a little worried. Once He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, would he attack him? The Green Emperor's worries were not without reason. As long as He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, he would be the ruler of this world. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for He Tian to destroy the Green Emperor. However, the Green Emperor did not dare to do anything to He Tian. Wherever Gu Fei stood guard, who in this world could touch He Tian? Everyone was waiting, but their moods were different. He waited for half a year. At this time, the ball of divine light in front of He Tian grew brighter and brighter. The imprint of the great path left behind by the ancient sages within the divine light was finally shaken by him. Although He Tian's method would take a long time, it was the safest method. There was no day or night in cultivation. He Tian sat there for 10 years. During these 10 years, Gu Fei's cultivation made another breakthrough. He had accumulated a lot of experience, and his cultivation rose from the first layer of half-step saint to the third layer of half-step saint. After the breakthrough, Gu Fei's vital energy and blood became stronger. Every move he made seemed to be able to shake the void of heaven and earth. His cultivation had become even more unfathomable. A martial artist at the third heaven of the half-saint realm could even fight against a quasi-saint without relying on any external forces. In the divine city, the others were also cultivating. Qiu Wuqing's talent was simply heaven-defying. During these 10 years, he had actually improved by a major realm and became a sage-to-be. The mysterious woman had also improved. Although she had not broken through to the sage-to-be realm, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sage-to-be realm. The Green Emperor, one of the 4 giants, was still a half-step sage. During these 10 years, the Green Emperor's cultivation had not improved at all. This was because he would become a sage if he improved any further. However, sages were not allowed to appear in this part of the world. Rumble, on this day, a thunderous sound came from where He Tian was. Rays of divine light rushed out from the source of heaven and earth in front of him and then dissipated in the void. At this time, He Tian spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ball of divine light in front of him. This was He Tian's blood essence. Each drop contained He Tian's life imprint. This was the blood of his heart, which was incomparably precious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, He Tian's expression immediately became weary. Erebus's heart blood was completely absorbed by the ball of divine light as soon as it touched the ball of divine light. It's done. Although He Tian's expression was weary, he was still extremely excited. 10 years. He had been cultivating this ball of divine light day and night for 10 years, not daring to be distracted. At this time, he had finally gotten something. Virum. After devouring the blood of He Tian, the ball of divine light vibrated continuously and let out a loud sound. A series of blood-colored Dao patterns appeared on the divine light. That was the imprint of He Tian's Dao. At that moment, Mahakala's mark of the Great Path replaced that of the ancient sage. Then, the ball of divine light began to recede, and soon, a matured, fist-sized orb appeared before everyone's eyes. I've finally succeeded. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When everyone else saw that He Tian had cultivated the source of heaven and earth, they let out different expressions. This was especially so for the Green Emperor. Right now, the Green Emperor was filled with jealousy and hatred. Ha! He Tian laughed out loud as he stood up from the ground. He had expended quite a lot of energy. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need some time. However, it was all worth it. Even if his energy was greatly damaged, it was still worth it. Swoosh! He Tian kept the pearl into his body. The pearl entered He Tian's Naiwen palace. Then, with a single thought from He Tian, the entire world shook. Swoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from He Tian's glabella, opening up a spatial passageway. Those who wish to head out, please do so. He Tian opened up the passageway between this world and the outside world. The Green Emperor was the first to rush into the sky and disappear into the spatial passageway. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. The outside world was the place for him to show off his skills. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman left as well. They had stayed here for 10 years and did not know what was happening in the human realm. After everyone left, Gu Fei was the last to leave. He Tian wanted to try and fuse the world created by the sage into his own world of formations. Therefore, he did not want to head out. Gu Fei naturally knew what He Tian wanted to do. Without any hesitation, he left this world. This is, when Gu Fei came out of the spatial passageway, he realized that he was still on a red star. This was a huge, barren star. However, there were many ancient beasts lurking on this huge star. Roar! Chapter 1880. Gu Fei exited the Sage Realm and appeared in an unknown region of the vast Crimson Planet. The place was filled with red sand, and the surrounding terrain was undulating with many hills. This was a region without any signs of life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. On this Crimson Planet, the spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost non-existent. However, in such a place, there were many powerful beasts lurking. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to leave this region, a roar was heard from behind a nearby hill. Then, an exotic beast scuttled out from behind the hill and pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved and instantly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, his figure appeared thousands of feet away at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a loud noise, the crimson sand filled the sky. The exotic beast pounced down from the sky, and the place where Gu Fei was originally standing was instantly destroyed. A ferocious and ruthless aura began to spread in the air. At this moment, Gu Fei had a clear view of the exotic beast. It was red all over and covered with a thick layer of red scales. There was a black horn on its head, and there was a yellow light lingering on it. This was an unknown exotic beast. At least, Gu Fei had never seen it before, nor had it appeared in the ancient books that he had read. Evil creature, you're courting death. Although this exotic beast was powerful, its strength was at most at the peak of the almighty realm. Compared to the two exotic beasts that Gu Fei encountered when he first came to this Crimson Planet, it was far weaker. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a chaotic ray of light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger, directly piercing the forehead of this unknown exotic beast. Pfft! A stream of blue blood rushed out from the eyebrows of the exotic beast. Then, with a boom, the exotic beast fell on the red sand, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Boom! Just as Gu Fei killed the exotic beast, a loud sound rang out from afar. Gu Fei felt the entire ground trembling. The red sand on the ground undulated like waves, and a shockwave spread out. What happened? Gu Fei was startled. This kind of fluctuation was a bit shocking. It was as if most of the star had been shaken. Could it be that something big had happened on this star? Although the Crimson Star was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not small either. A power that could move half of the Crimson Star was already very shocking and terrifying. Shwa! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and rushed in the direction of the fluctuation. In next to no time, he saw a crimson-colored wave appear in front of him. Yes, it was a wave. A wave that was completely formed from crimson sand was surging towards him, and this wave was over 10 kilometers tall. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He rushed into the sky and dodged this wave. Seeing this wave surging behind him, even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. What kind of power could form this wave that affected more than half of the Crimson Star? Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the void in front of him suddenly trembled. Looking from afar, he saw that tens of thousands of miles away, there were rays of divine light rushing up, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared again. What is that? Gu Fei discovered that within the rays of divine light, there were actually Dao patterns, and they were ancient Dao patterns. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a shocking evil aura appeared in the sky. A huge figure stood up from the ground. What? At this time, Gu Fei could not stay calm. The Crimson Star was not simple, and it seemed to have sealed a peerless evil demon. At this time, the evil demon had appeared, and it was world-shaking. What is going on? Is it related to the grotto heaven of the ancient sage? It was already abnormal for the ancient sage's grotto heaven to appear on this barren Crimson Star. Now that the evil demon had appeared, Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Roar! The figure that stood up from the ground roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The figure was entangled by many metal chains. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky and entangled the figure, binding it tightly. This was a kind of confinement technique. The divine chains of the Great Path had bound the evil demon in the void of this world, trapping it there. Boom! Dazzling lightning appeared in the sky above the crimson star, and a power of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the figure. The power of the evil demon had exceeded the limit allowed by this world, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination was about to descend. Where is Meng Tian? A spiritual consciousness spread out from the figure, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Boom! At this moment, the void above the figure suddenly collapsed. A god city broke through the void and appeared above the head of the evil demon. Buzz! The void shook, and a shocking power exploded from the divine city. Then, the entire divine city pressed down on the figure below. When Gu Fei saw the palace, he could not help but be extremely shocked. The appearance of the palace confirmed his guess. The ancient sage indeed had a conflict with the evil demon. Rumble, hundreds of millions of lightning bolts raged in the sky, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination descended. That was because 2 powers that surpassed the sage level had appeared in this world. The powers that surpassed the sage level could threaten the great Tao laws of this world. The heavenly Tao sensed the threat, and hence, sent down countless heavenly lightning. The countless heavenly lightning engulfed half of the crimson star. Gu Fei quickly retreated. The heavenly lightning of extermination was extremely powerful, and it was much more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of a half-sage. If Gu Fei was struck by the heavenly lightning of extermination, his body and soul would be destroyed. The countless heavenly lightning of extermination was wreaking havoc, and the entire crimson star was shaking. Many beasts that were hiding in the crimson star escaped. The heavenly lightning of extermination covered a huge area, and most of the beasts were destroyed by the sudden heavenly lightning of extermination. At this moment, half of the crimson star was engulfed by the heavenly lightning of extermination. However, the divine city was safe and sound amidst the endless heavenly lightning of extermination. Not a single heavenly lightning of extermination could land on the divine city. The powerful evil demon was also fine in the sea of lightning. The power of the heavenly lightning of extermination could not get close to it. The evil demon that had been sealed for countless years was too powerful. In the current world, existences that surpassed the sage level were not allowed to appear. The world felt threatened, and hence, a terrifying heavenly lightning of extermination was about to descend. Chapter 1881. No one knew how powerful the power of a universe was. Even a sage would not dare to go against the power of the entire universe. Although a sage could break the restraint of the great Tao of heaven and earth, going against the power of the entire universe was an entirely different matter. The appearance of 2 powers that surpassed the sage level on the scarlet star had already made the great Tao of heaven and earth feel threatened. Hence, a heaven calamity of annihilation descended. Endless thunder calamity almost engulfed the entire scarlet star. Even in the starry sky, the heaven calamity was extremely dazzling. What's going on? How can there be such existences in this universe? Those guys have returned. When the 2 earth-shattering powers appeared on the scarlet star, the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star that was thousands of miles away from the scarlet star sensed the changes on the scarlet star immediately. Rumble, in an extremely hidden mountain on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a lifeless god city tore the void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. In the main hall of the god city sat a supreme ghost Dao. This supreme ghost Dao was Ghost Emperor Fingdu, who had created the ghost cultivation path and had lived for countless years. This god city was the legendary ghost city of Fingdu. There were 10 halls in the city and the legendary 10-court Yama resided in the 10 halls. Swoosh! In the main hall, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's gaze tore through the void and saw through the universe. He saw the extremely huge figure on the scarlet star under the heaven calamity. I've already killed the evil lord. I didn't expect there to be another existence that is comparable to the evil lord. Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. That day, he had displayed his great divine power and killed Thousand Illusion Evil Lord. That battle was extremely intense and earth-shattering. However, although Thousand Illusion Evil Lord was powerful, he was still killed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At the same time, in the sky above a devil's den in the northern devil region, a man who was sitting on the yin-yang divine pattern looked up into the sky. His gaze crossed the endless starry sky and landed on the scarlet star. Meng Tian and Xianxia. The man on the yin-yang divine pattern said. These two guys have been fighting for their entire lives. Are they still fighting now? In the 10,000 great mountains of the southern wasteland, an old man chopping firewood stopped, raised his head to look at the sky, and then muttered to himself. After that, the old man continued to wave the rusty machete in his hand. Roar! From the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons, at the border between the northern demon region and the northern demon region, came a terrifying roar. The other regions of the soaring dragon ancestral star also sensed the energy ripples of supreme experts. What had happened on the Crimson Planet had alarmed these supreme experts who had never shown themselves. Roar, Meng Tian, you want to suppress me with a god city when you are not here in person. What a joke. On the Crimson Star, evil Lord Xianxia, who was bound by the divine chains of the Great Path, was howling. His howls reverberated in all directions. Around Xianxia, on the ground and in the air, matrix patterns appeared. These array patterns were all Saint King Great Array patterns, and it was a killing array. Back then, evil Lord Xianxia and King Sage Meng Tian fought in the galaxy. In the end, King Sage Meng Tian defeated Xianxia and suppressed him on the Crimson Planet. In fact, the Crimson Planet was not a lifeless planet. Most of the planets that were adjacent to the soaring dragon ancestral star had lives. It was because of that battle that the planet became a barren land. Rumble, it was not a big deal for the God City to suppress him from the sky. However, the God City actually triggered the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and suppressed Xianxia with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation. What? Xianxia was shocked. How was this possible? Could it be that Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao? This was definitely impossible. If Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao, he would have become an extreme grade supreme being long ago. If Meng Tian was already an extreme grade supreme being, he would be able to kill Xianxia effortlessly and would not need to suppress him on the Crimson Planet. In the God City, there was a wave that resonated with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and triggered the terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world. Roar! Xianxia was ferocious. He roared towards the sky and his white hair danced wildly. The divine chains of the Great Path on his body clanged and he used a supreme technique to create a black hole. Boom! A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole and devoured everything in the world. Even the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation was shaken and it was extremely terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning were devoured by the black hole. The God City was shaking and it was being pulled towards the black hole by the black hole. This, tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that Erebus was still in the Divine City? This wasn't a good thing. Swoosh! Just as the God City was being pulled towards the heaven-devouring power from the black hole, a figure stood up from the God City and a terrifying aura of a king of sages could be felt from the figure. Buzz! The void shook and the faint figure formed a seal with his hands. The boundless power of the heavenly tribulation was triggered by the figure and struck towards the black hole below. Xianxia was shocked. Although the exterminating heavenly tribulation was terrifying, the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be concentrated at one point. Therefore, it could still be resisted. However, once the power was concentrated at one point, it would be a different story. The ancient king of sages was truly heaven-defying. He could actually use the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation for his own use. The power of the heavenly tribulation was continuously gathered and concentrated towards Xianxia. The black hole created by Xianxia's supreme technique immediately became unstable. Preposterous, Xianxia had been suppressed for countless years. Only now could he rush out from the depths of the crimson star and no longer be burned by the true fire of the earth core. However, he could not truly break free. The ancient king of sages, Meng Tian, also had a backup plan. Swoosh! On the crimson star, outside the exterminating heavenly tribulation, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the starry sky and stared at the evil lord who was restrained on the crimson star. This person's robe was whiter than snow. It was the Ghost Emperor in Fingdu. The Ghost Emperor's arrival attracted the attention of the evil lord on the crimson star. "It's you." When Xianxia saw the Ghost Emperor in Fingdu, an extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He actually turned around and walked back into the cage that had imprisoned him for countless years, not daring to come out again. Rumble, the black hole collapsed and the god city fell from the sky. Bang! Chapter 1882. The arrival of Ghost Emperor Fingdu shocked the evil lord who had just broken out of the seal and hid in the seal again. Gu Fei was in disbelief. What's going on? Such a thing was too outrageous. Could it be that Ghost Emperor Fingdu could actually kill such an existence? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. White-robed Ghost Emperor stood quietly in the starry sky and watched the scene on the crimson star. He did not make a move. When he saw the divine city pressing down and sealing the evil lord again, he turned and left. Roar! A deep roar was heard from below the divine city. Xianxia evil lord was unwilling to give up. He had spent a lot of time and effort to break out of Sage King Meng Tian's seal. However, he actually encountered that person when he came out. Rumble, Sage King Dao pattern surged out of the divine city and the seal that Meng Tian had set up was being repaired rapidly. This time, the power of the seal was much stronger than before. Meng Tian, you can't stop me. Xianxia evil lord's voice was heard from the crimson star. However, his voice soon disappeared as the power of the seal isolated everything. As the seal was repaired, the two powers that surpassed the sage level also disappeared. The terrifying destructive heavenly tribulation lost its target and gradually dissipated in the void. In this short period of time, more than half of the crimson star was destroyed. The ground collapsed, red sand filled the sky and countless beasts died. Most of the beasts were actually the descendants of the followers of the evil lord. Back then, Xianxia evil lord dominated the Chaos era and had many followers. The entire Crimson Star was a prison that sealed the evil lord. Gu Fei did not expect an unparalleled evil demon to be sealed on the Crimson Star. It was a supreme being from the ancient era that could go against a king of sages. If the evil demon was allowed to be born, there would not be many people who could go against the evil demon in this world without sages. Hey Tian, when Gu Fei came back to his senses, his expression couldn't help but greatly change. When he came out of the ancient sage's world, Hey Tian was still in the divine city. But now, that god city had shattered the void and appeared on Crimson Star. Moreover, it had suppressed that evil demon again. Was Hey Tian still in God City? Shwa. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, displaying the world's fastest speed as he rushed towards the divine city. When Gu Fei arrived near the divine city, he couldn't help feeling bewildered. There was no aura of life coming from the divine city. In other words, there were no living beings in the divine city. Even the stone men in the divine city had disappeared. The divine city was silent. There was no sound at all. This was an empty city. Nothing had changed in the city, but it lacked vitality. Old Black. Gu Fei's spiritual will entered the God's city, but he didn't discover anything. He Tian wasn't in the God's city, which made him heave a sigh of relief. That guy should still be in that world. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He Tian had obtained the origin source of the world created by the sage. The first thing he had to do was to refine that origin source. Perhaps He Tian had left the divine city when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Gu Fei wandered around the divine city for an hour, but he didn't discover anything. Thus, he left Crimson Star and headed in the direction of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was different from the Crimson Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was many times larger than the Crimson Star. The vast star gave off a suffocating pressure. The Soaring Dragon Continent was just a part of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Continent didn't even occupy 1/10 of the entire Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. However, the areas outside of the Soaring Dragon Continent were mostly inaccessible places. Some places were even shrouded in demonic qi. One look and anyone could tell that they were forbidden lands. Some areas were filled with demonic qi. It was very likely that they were the territories of the demon race. It's too big. It was Gu Fei's first time looking at the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star in the starry sky. The vast aura shocked him to the extreme. The Ancestral Star seemed to have more than one supreme great Tao law. It was unusual for an ancestral star to have such a situation. It should be known that only ancestral stars that had produced a few supreme great Taos would have such a phenomenon, where several supreme great Taos coexisted. When a supreme achieved the Tao in an ancestral star, the ancestral star would have the supreme great Tao imprint of the supreme great Taos. On the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, there was more than one supreme. The situation of several supreme great Taos coexisting was rare even in the ancient untainted land. It seemed that it was difficult for supreme great Taos to meet each other. For example, during the era of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, the ancient Buddha Lord would not have appeared to compete with the Supreme Tao Ancestor. It was said that the collapse of the ancient untainted land was likely due to a battle between supreme great Taos. Of course, this was only a legend. However, it wasn't impossible. It should be known that a battle between supreme great Taos could destroy a large area of the world. Gu Fei charged toward the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star with his 8 steps extreme speed. Just as Gu Fei was about to reach the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, he suddenly realized that there were countless ruins floating in the sky 100,000 li away from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. That's a huge pile of ruins floating in the sky shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that there was a huge battle outside the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star? Gu Fei immediately changed his direction and flew toward the ruins. A distance of 100,000 li was considered a long distance in Gu Fei's eyes. It took him half an hour to get close to the ruins. He saw countless broken bricks, rocks, and mud floating in the ruins. There were even corpses of cultivators mixed among them. An ancient battlefield. Gu Fei finally realized what he had encountered. This was a battlefield within the starry skies, one that had existed for an extremely long time. Broken weapons, mutilated corpses, everything made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. The ancient battlefield in the sky was huge, covering a radius of 100,000 li. Moreover, it wasn't static, but moving. It was unknown how long this ancient battlefield had been floating in the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei wasn't in the mood to explore. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. How is this possible? He sensed an extremely weak aura of life. In this lifeless ancient battlefield, there was actually an aura of life. This made him feel very surprised. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei walked in the direction of the weak life aura. Soon, Gu Fei approached the place where the presence of life was coming from. What he saw next almost made him lose control. It was a transparent crystal coffin. Chapter 1883. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of the stars, a crystal coffin was floating. The appearance of a crystal coffin in this deathly silent ancient battlefield was a bit strange. When Gu Fei saw this crystal coffin, he felt his scalp tingle. He had seen this crystal coffin before. Inside the transparent crystal coffin, there was a sleeping woman. How could the crystal coffin from the eternally ominous city appear here? All of this was inexplicable, which made Gu Fei horrified. When this crystal coffin appeared, it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to it. The woman inside the crystal coffin should be the remains of a supreme. However, this supreme's remains had changed and were sealed in the eternally ominous city by other supremes. That day, the virtual sky world attracted countless experts to fight for the supreme treasure of the eternally ominous city, but in the end, the crystal coffin appeared and the supreme experts of the human realm also came. That battle even reached the depths of the primal chaos, and even the eternally ominous city was half destroyed. The crystal coffin that escaped that day actually appeared here. Moreover, the breath of life in this battlefield of the stars originated from the crystal coffin. Reborn from death, this is too heaven-defying. Gu Fei knew that the woman inside the crystal coffin was incredible. After being dead for countless years, she unexpectedly gained vitality and showed signs of rebirth. He didn't dare to approach it. Even a supreme expert like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to this crystal coffin. If he approached it, he might not even know how he died. Gu Fei was about to retreat, but at this time, he suddenly had a creepy feeling as if something extremely dangerous was peeping at him. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, there were a lot of broken weapons and even skeletons. Some ancient corpses were still dripping with blood. After countless years, their bodies were still immortal. Could it be that there is some evil existence here? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He used 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! At this time, the entire ancient battlefield suddenly shook. The countless fragments scattered in all directions quickly gathered together, and a terrifying breath of death appeared between heaven and earth. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Sure enough, there was an incomparably powerful evil spying on him from the side. When he wanted to retreat, this evil hidden in the dark immediately jumped out and intercepted him. The deathly aura was vast and boundless as countless fragments flew over from all directions. They then fused together and a gigantic figure appeared in the middle of this space battlefield. Gu Fei could clearly sense how powerful this evil being was, because the black aura of death had almost condensed to the point of being solid, turning into rays of black light that lingered around the huge figure. This demon had concealed itself very well. Even Gu Fei had been deceived. At this time, the death aura seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was incomparably abrupt. What a powerful blood essence! A divine will came from the 10,000 zhang tall figure in front of him, and a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Rumble, the void was shaking. Countless fragments actually formed a 10,000 zhang tall humanoid monster. 2 rays of blood light shot out from its gigantic head. The powerful deathly aura shook the surrounding void. This was a very strange evil being. Its battle prowess had most likely reached the saint realm. That kind of powerful aura caused even Gu Fei to not have any thoughts of resisting. However, the strange thing was that despite such a powerful existence, the heaven and earth actually didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Such an existence was not allowed to exist. The ancient battlefield was 100,000 miles in radius. The deathly aura of the entire ancient battlefield seemed to have gathered on the body of this humanoid monster. This was a strange type of undead creature. To think that it could actually avoid the detection of the heaven and earth. From a certain perspective, this undead creature couldn't be considered as a real living creature. Perhaps it was because of this that the heaven and earth didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Human, contribute your essence blood. The humanoid monster stood there and the void around it was trembling. Black spatial cracks kept appearing and being repaired by the power of the heaven and earth. Contribute your head. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't that afraid of this humanoid monster. Because although this humanoid monster was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a real saint. Touch. The humanoid monster didn't say anything else. It directly stretched out its huge hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The vigorous qi and blood on Gu Fei's body was the nourishment that this undead creature needed. All undead creatures had one thing in common, and that was to increase their strength by devouring life essence. Buzz. A huge cauldron emerged from the void around Gu Fei's body. It wrapped around Gu Fei and instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago was immediately hit by the huge hand. A chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of feet was formed. The void between the heaven and earth was directly penetrated. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This monster was able to cause such destruction with just a casual attack. It was really shocking. Do you think you can escape? The divine will transmitted and a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the monster. He directly turned around and left. With his current cultivation and combat power, he wasn't a match for this monster at all. Only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fingdu might be able to suppress this guy. Rumble, seeing that Gu Fei wanted to escape, the monster immediately chased after him. Its powerful force shook the heaven and earth. With just one step, the monster overtook Gu Fei and intercepted him. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. How could the other party's speed be so fast? However, he quickly understood that the opponent's strength had reached the saint level and was much stronger than him. They couldn't be compared at all. The opponent wasn't proficient in any kind of extreme speed technique, but with just one step, the opponent could instantly cross a distance of tens of thousands of feet. Swish! The monster stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. This time, the monster's huge hand enveloped the heaven and earth and sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei could feel that the void around him seemed to have frozen in an instant. He couldn't open his inner world even if he wanted to. At this time, he finally understood the terrifying power of the saint level. So what if the saint level had cultivated his inner world? When the saint level's power released a restrictive force, he couldn't open his inner world at all. Chapter 1884. The humanoid monster was extremely powerful. It was a different kind of saint-tier life form. The power of the saint-tier could confine the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not even hide in his inner world. Boom! The humanoid monster extended its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful saint-tier power made Gu Fei unable to resist it. If not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he might not even be able to stand. Roar! At this critical moment, Gu Fei roared angrily. An ancient cauldron rushed out of his body. This was not the shadow of the ancient cauldron, but the real body of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the extreme saint weapon to protect his life. The opponent was too much stronger than him. However, just as the humanoid monster attacked Gu Fei, the crystal coffin floating in the void suddenly shook. Bang! The humanoid monster's body suddenly exploded. The crystal coffin appeared where the humanoid monster was. Then, an endless aura of death gathered towards the crystal coffin. Gu Fei escaped death. He could not help but be shocked. After the humanoid monster was hit by the crystal coffin, it turned into a vast aura of death. Meanwhile, the crystal coffin was crazily devouring the surrounding aura of death. Just as the crystal coffin smashed into the humanoid monster's body, Gu Fei felt his body loosen up. The invisible pressure immediately disappeared. Roar! The humanoid monsters will let out an unwilling roar. The aura of death was continuously devoured by the crystal coffin. However, the crystal coffin shone with various divine lights. The endless aura of death was actually being converted into spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. The method of converting the aura of death into spiritual energy was too shocking. Could it be that the crystal coffin appeared in this ancient battlefield of the stars because of the aura of death? If that was the case, then the woman in the crystal coffin was really going to be reincarnated against the heavens. This was a saint-level death energy, and it had already developed intelligence. It had long since become a humanoid monster. The appearance of the humanoid monster was actually a coincidence. It was condensed from the unyielding remnant thoughts of countless experts who had fallen in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the humanoid monster's body exploded from the impact of the crystal coffin, turning into boundless deathly aura that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged out from the explosion of death energy. Rumble, the space around the crystal coffin trembled. Death energy gathered from all directions and entered the crystal coffin. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from the crystal coffin. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He retreated 50 to 60,000 miles away and stood in the starry sky. Looking at the surging death chi in front of him, he was shocked. This was the death energy of a saint-rank expert. If it was completely devoured by the woman in the crystal coffin, would she be able to defy the heavens and be reborn? Gu Fei immediately realized that it was impossible. If the woman in the crystal coffin was really the remains of a supreme martial artist that had developed intelligence, even the power of a saint-rank expert wouldn't be able to truly defy the heavens and be reborn. What shocked Gu Fei was that the mass of deathly aura that enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly being devoured. This is too fast. Gu Fei was shocked once again. The woman in the crystal coffin was truly too frightening. At this rate, the endless deathly aura would soon be completely devoured by her. As expected, in just an hour, the death energy of a saint-rank expert was completely devoured by the crystal coffin. Within the crystal coffin, the spiritual energy was vast. The vast spiritual energy that was converted from the deathly aura entered the woman's body. Soon, the spiritual energy in the coffin was completely absorbed by the woman. The wisp of life aura that came from the crystal coffin seemed to be slightly stronger. Sensing this change, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. After such a vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by the woman's life aura only became slightly stronger. It was really too difficult to defy the heavens and be reborn. Swoosh! After devouring all the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield, the crystal coffin flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He then chased after it. The crystal coffin was moving very quickly in the starry sky. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement skill in the world. Even so, he could only barely keep up with the speed of the crystal coffin. The starry sky was boundless. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could still get lost in the starry sky. After a few hours, the crystal coffin arrived at the border of the soaring dragon ancestral star. At this moment, Gu Fei could only barely sense the aura of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The starry sky of an ancestral star was usually very vast. Only experts whose cultivation base had reached the half-saint realm would dare to walk in the starry sky. Soon, the crystal coffin entered a dim starry sky. There were fragments of broken stars floating everywhere. Some of the stars were already half destroyed. This was an alien battlefield. In the past, a terrifying war had taken place here. Almost all the stars in this starry sky had been destroyed. The dim starry sky was filled with a deathly aura. There was no sign of life. The spiritual energy in a place like this was almost depleted. Cultivators could not cultivate here at all. The crystal coffin entered the depths of the dim starry sky. There was a huge planet floating there. Although the huge planet was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not much smaller. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. His instincts told him that this huge planet should be the ancestral planet of this starry sky. However, there was no sign of life coming from this huge planet. What exactly happened here? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. An ancestral planet with life had turned into a dead planet. Could it be that there was a great battle between supreme existences in this starry sky? It seemed that only such existences could destroy a starry sky and kill all the living beings on an ancestral planet. The crystal coffin's destination was the dead and silent huge planet. This huge planet was covered with wounds. There were hideous cracks and huge pits on it. This ancestral planet had suffered an unimaginable impact in the past. It was almost destroyed. However, this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. Gu Fei knew why this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. It was because he could feel the great Tao fluctuation of an extreme great supreme on this huge planet. This was an ancestral planet that had once produced an extreme great supreme. It should be the great Tao seal of the extreme great supreme that protected this ancestral planet. Otherwise, this ancestral planet would have been destroyed. Why did the woman in the crystal coffin come here? Chapter 1885. Amidst the deathly stillness of space, a once glorious ancestral star was revolving. The crystal coffin's destination was actually such a place. This puzzled Gu Fei. Did the crystal coffin come here to absorb the death qi as well? However, although this star domain had been destroyed, he discovered that there weren't any corpses of powerful existences left in the entire star domain. Apart from the destroyed stars, there was not even a shard of a divine weapon. The war that almost destroyed the entire star region seemed to have only left behind a desolate battlefield. Swoosh! The crystal coffin did not stop. It carried the woman and charged towards the huge star. Gu Fei followed suit. Even though the huge star was almost destroyed and suffered an unimaginable impact, it still gave off a feeling of vastness. There was also the fluctuation of the supreme Tao here. An extreme supremacy had once been born here. A life star that could produce an extreme supremacy was extraordinary. For example, the soaring dragon ancestral star was still the cradle of life, and there were still countless experts rising to power. However, the ancestral planet of this starfield had turned into a dead planet. It was something that no one had expected. A great battle had almost destroyed an ancestral planet of life. All life on the ancestral star was wiped out, and nothing was left behind. However, from the wreckage of the buildings on the ancestral star, one could tell that there were countless cultivators and powerful existences on the ancestral star in the past. Today, everything from the past no longer existed. Bam! The crystal coffin descended from the sky and smashed into a pitch-black crack on the Death Star. It then disappeared into the darkness. Just as the crystal coffin disappeared into the crack, Gu Fei suddenly sensed that the aura of the crystal coffin had disappeared. This made his heart skip a beat. Swoosh! He directly entered the huge star. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to land on the edge of the crack, a sword chime was heard. Then, a sword ray shot out from the crack and pierced towards him. Gu Fei was taken aback. He immediately soared into the sky and dodged the sword. The sword light swept past him and only dissipated in the void after soaring tens of thousands of feet. The chilling sword chi fluctuations caused him to be shocked. Hidden within the pitch-black crevice was a peerless killing intent, causing Gu Fei to be alarmed. That sword attack just now was very sudden and powerful. Even Gu Fei did not dare to face it head-on. There was a kind of invincible sword intent. What happened? There were no more fluctuations of sword chi in this big crack, which made Gu Fei anxious. He didn't dare to be careless, because in this place, a careless mistake could put his life in danger. However, Gu Fei had seen the crystal coffin enter the huge crack with his own eyes. When the crystal coffin entered the huge crack, there was no sword light. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and enveloped him. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. No one knew how long the pitch-black crevice was. It was a hideous wound on the ancestral star. No one knew how deep the crevice was, but it was pitch-black inside. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. He carefully walked forward. After using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, even if he encountered the sword light earlier, it would not be a threat to him. However, unexpectedly, the powerful sword light did not appear this time. Gu Fei successfully entered the big crevice. Although Gu Fei was surprised, he couldn't think of the reason why the peerless sword light suddenly appeared. This made him feel a little uneasy. As he went deeper into the big crevice, Gu Fei felt the temperature below gradually drop. Rumble, at this moment, the whole big crevice suddenly shook. A monstrous death chi surged out from the depths of the big crevice and enveloped the sky and earth. Within the death chi, there were faint strange noises, as if there were countless ghosts howling. What happened? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The death chi covered the sky and the earth. In the darkness, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and all the evil spirits ran out. That crystal coffin, Gu Fei immediately thought that such a movement should be caused by the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin seemed to need a large amount of death chi to be reborn. However, why was there so much death chi on this ancestral star? Although the ancestral star was destroyed, there was no death chi on it. Could there be some secret inside the ancestral star? Only a battle between supremes could affect the entire star field. Even the ancestral star of this star field was destroyed, and all the lives on the ancestral star were wiped out. The means of a supremes was unimaginable. Could it be that someone had tampered with the ancestral star? That seemed to be the only explanation. Gu Fei did not stop. The illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountain and river blocked the deathly aura that surged towards him from all directions. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was the divine weapon that Gu Fei refined himself, the 9 heavenly stars sword. The 9 heavenly stars sword was a divine sword refined from the 9 heavenly stars iron, an immortal divine material. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to supremes. Immortal divine materials were too rare. Even for ancient supremes, not every one of them could obtain an immortal divine material. Being able to obtain the 9 heavenly stars iron was also a kind of opportunity for Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to descend. Soon, he noticed that the surrounding death chi was gradually decreasing. An extremely weak life force came from the depths of the crevice. As expected, Gu Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The crystal coffin was devouring the deathly aura, but this time, the deathly aura here was many times stronger than the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield. The woman in the crystal coffin wanted to be reborn, and the amount of death chi she needed was too shocking. The crystal coffin moved in the starry sky as if it was searching for death chi. The mysterious woman in the crystal coffin turned the death chi into spiritual chi to nourish herself. Gu Fei continued to descend, breaking through the layers of death chi. After an unknown period of time, he felt his body lighten, as if he had entered another world. He felt the fluctuation of other heaven and earth energies. There was indeed another world inside this ancestral star. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, and the ground was covered with white bones. Broken divine weapons and magical treasures could be seen everywhere. These divine weapons and magical treasures had all lost their spirituality. Another ancient battlefield.